first heat race of the day. Let's take you through how they will line up. All three heat races today based on qualifying yesterday afternoon. Heat number one, Slate Harrell. This kid from North Carolina really turned things up at his home state races earlier this year, including the second round of the US Pro Kart Series at Trackhouse Motorplex. But now here for the Midwest summer stretch of the US National Tour, well, he's at the pointy end of the field again. He'll start on the inside of Canadian Leo Simone. It'll be Brody Stoffel and Jack Katowski behind them on row two.
Dylan Braun and Dutch Westbrook go from row 3. Lennox Lockhart and Liam Astalis on row number 4.
Moving back to row 5, it'll be Mason Brody on the inside, Michael Supka on the outside. In total for the heat races here, there'll be 12 laps for all divisions across the board. We're ready for action from the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here at Road America. It is a long run for the Micro Swift staff to wait to get onto the power as they head down the front straightaway bend. What a day it could be here for one young man if they can sweep them all. They're early on the power, and away we go. Heat number one already green and up the hill towards the one, then 2A and 2B here, the 2A, 2B chicane. You can see the barriers on the inside and the outside to try and keep any corner cutting, and the black barrier on the outside to force anyone that does go off to driver's left for whatever reason to stay in the grass enough to penalize them time-wise, slow them down, and of course deter it. But not needed for these young folks. The 7 to 10-year-old micros are out and away, and as they drop down through the end of the S's section and head back towards the final sector on the racetrack, Harrell leads. Good start for Brody Stoffel on that J. Howard driver development Kart Republic. He's slotted nicely into second, just ahead of off-pole kid Leo Simone. And just like that here, we'll put one lap down, Henry, and a 3-driver breakaway is beginning to form.
And you can already see, for those of you watching Kart Chasers coverage the first time, you're looking at top-level kart racing from this circuit, just the amount of elevation change there is here. Now you're coming into turn 2A and turn B. All the drivers already going uphill. This section now, this is probably one of the steepest climbs I've seen in many a circuit. And then you come down the hill out of turn 3 into turn 4 here. We've had a change of leaders. It's now Stoffel and Leo Simone who take the top 2 positions. And in 4th position, Dutch Westbrook has caught pole sitter Slate Harrell. But then you're down at the bottom of the hill. I suppose you cannot build a kart circuit here at Elkhart Lake at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex without mirroring, you know, the Road America circuit in terms of its elevation changes. And it's off camber, on camber, and this start-finish straight is very, very invitingly wide, I think, especially for the Micro Swift classes, although I'm sure we're going to see plenty of 2 and 3 wide action in all 7 divisions today as we head up the hill with a change now for 5th position. That is the number 15 kart of Alvaro Medeiros making a move.
So with Medeiros going by, that'll open the gap up a little bit. We also witnessed, of course, a lead change. Brody Stoffel taking over from Leo Simone, sliding Slate Harrell back to the 3rd spot. Dutch Westbrook looks on, back in 4th. And while Henry, as you mentioned, not only that front stretch is it wide and inviting, it's also, of course, uphill and decent in length as well. But the one difference of this racetrack versus some of the other larger venues, large in comparison to the 9-horsepower Micro Swift machines especially, is that you are turning for more of the racetrack than average. You have a lot of long radii corners, and so while, yes, the track is big, the track is uphill for a lot of the straightaway sections that you would think would really make it a pack fight. We've seen it all the way down to the micro and mini divisions where breakaways are maybe more possible than usual at a track of this size because you're spending just as many seconds, if not more, turning the wheel, putting that chassis to work, especially under load in some of these high drop sections. And now, as Haley mentioned as well, this racetrack is taking quite a bit of rubber. You can see all the dark pieces there offline, all the rubber bits or marbles as it's commonly known, along with dust and debris and that darkened rubber groove. And that is different from years past. In 2020 it was the first year the US Pro Kart Series visited this venue. We came back in 21 and 22. This is our first year back after a couple years off. And the story in that era, albeit right after a repave in 2019 or maybe 18, I believe, was the lack of grip. How that even after putting hundreds of drivers in go-karts on the racetrack for multiple days, it never seemed to really materialize in adding that and raising that minimum maximum corner speed. But now, this weekend seems to be a bit of bucking that trend where in past experiences you ran high air pressure, you tried to compensate for that low grip, you almost did the same settings you would run in the rain. Maybe that's not the case anymore. To be fair as well, Henry, we've also now graced this racetrack with the latest iteration of the MG tire compound. Back in that era, it was a different combination. The compound changed in the spring of 2023. So a couple factors maybe making this place different than the notes of years past, and that's great news for these kids because it's probably their first time here, and they are loving the racing action. It is providing new leader again, this time Simone, and you saw a 3-car pack go by our previous race leader, Stoffel.
A brilliant view of the slipstream effect and how it can work, because Slate Howell in that number 88 Nitro kart and Dutch Westbrook there, they simply hooked up behind Brody Stoffel and just helped him drive past. Hooked up behind Leo Simone and helped drive past Brody Stoffel there on that long uphill run through turns 1 and up towards the turn 2A and 2B chicane. Coming out of this corner, you can see it halfway home. That little drop-off at the end of the final corner, I think that's going to cause a few issues for some drivers. But speaking to people this morning, you had the likes of Joe Turney saying, look, it's a really good driver's track. It's very technical, and the driver can make a difference. Going to your point, saying as there's Alvaro Medeiros at the top of the hill, making a move and moving into P4. Yes, the driver can make a difference, especially all these downhill, off-camber, on-camber corners. Turn number 7 is almost like a downhill corkscrew corner. But because the kart is turning so much during the course of the lap, the mechanic will also make a huge difference. This weekend, the mechanics and the drivers have to be in tune with one another more than is quite often the case. Some circuits, high-speed blasts, where it's all down to kart setup. The driver's just got to wheel it. Other circuits, like you said, it's all down to the driver, and then this circuit here, this weekend, it's all down to the combination of the two factors together, because the driver can make a difference, but if the kart isn't handling, then the driver can't make that much of a difference. So as we look back there, that is the number 28 kart, one of the two Bennecks in Tyler Blackwood. Tyler Blackwood with that.
And he was our winner from the Route 66 Sprint Series in the Microsoft division from 2 weekends ago when we were last here. It's been a busy 3-week stretch for racing here at the National Park of Speed. Not only is the Trans Am Series along with a number of support divisions racing on the car track. Last weekend, of course, hosted the IndyCar Series. 2 weeks ago, hosted the Route 66 Sprint Series. Also, nearly 200 entries there across a number of Miami Swift and KA and Briggs and Stratton 206 divisions. That was a warm-up weekend, if you will, for a number of these drivers with the track fully taken over by the rental carts during the IndyCar weekend. There was some that were able to take advantage of some early week testing, but since then it's been basically locked away up until Thursday, and then they had 4 sessions Thursday afternoon. They had 4 yesterday before qualifying. 1 practice, obviously, to get dialed in today, and as Haley mentioned, different day today than what it's been all week. Different track for sure with how quick it's evolved, but 3 to go now, and a 3-driver group has materialized to potentially fight it out.
Yeah, and before we get, just very quickly, I've got to say that's very smart work from Roger Penske in the IndyCar Series to look at the calendar and think, do you know what, we got Route 66 that weekend, we got USPKS 2 weeks after, let's capitalize on all the action here and put an IndyCar race in between. Hopefully, we'll get a boost because of that. So yeah, good work from the IndyCar Series there to book an event in between these 2 kart races there to capitalize on the popularity of US kart racing. We're about to see how this track races this weekend for the first time when it comes down to a final lap shootout. Because with the white flag in the air, it's going to be Simone, Harrell and Westbrook. 3 for the lead, 3 for the win in Micro Swift.
No moves yet and no defending yet either, and that's of course part of it is because the fact that the second group is still extremely close. Last time by, the number 14, Lennox Lockhart, who rolled from 7th on the grid, went fastest overall. He and Brody Stoffel are hunting back down the top 3. Behind them, looking on, Alvaro Medeiros and Hudson Howard. They started together on the 6th row back in 11th and 12th in those green and white and blue cards, 6th and 7th. And they're going to get closer now, as we've just witnessed at the edge of the screen, a change for second. Dutch Westbrook going by Slade Harrell. It's allowed the leader to get away, but not by much. And if anything, he'll be a sitting duck by the end of the straightaway. Let's see how good of an exit Leo Simone got. It looks to be decent, Henry. White flag is out.
Yes, indeed. So one tour to go up the hills. Harrell coming back at Westbrook. Harrell gets the inside line into turn number 2. Doesn't lose any momentum, which is key, but he doesn't have help from behind. Westbrook, even though he's just dropped a position, does have help from behind, the form of Stoffel, Lockhart, Madeiro, and Hudson Howard. We've now got 2, 4, 6, 7 at the front, through the number 7, turn 7 corkscrew, down towards the closing couple of corners, and I think Leo Simone may have done just enough, because it's not a long run out of the final corner before you get to the line.
Perfect final lap. Everything you could ask out of your young driver, Leo Simone. And Jay Howard Driver Development will score the Heat 1 win in Micro. Slade Harrell back to second. Westbrook third. Stoffel, Medeiros your top 5. Lockhart and Howard end up 6th and 7th out of that main group. And then it's Supka in the 8th spot. Mason Brody 9th. Jack Katowski rounds the top 10. A backward slide, unfortunately, for the TKG Bureau Art driver. He rolled from 4th and a loss of 6 on Heat 1. But the saving grace will be, of course, that they will go back to that original starting lineup for Heat number 2. All it is from the first heat, though, is a flip of the front row. Slade Harrell from pole ends up 2nd. Leo Simone from 2nd ends up as the winner.
Tyler Blackwood, last week, 2 weeks ago, winner. Down in 13th position. Bo Wyatt, I was in the Bennett tent earlier. I've got to say, if there was an award for the best group of haircuts in a driver tent, then the Bennett team are certainly up there with not 1 but 2 very nicely formed mullets sitting by the drivers. Yes, very good indeed. A nice, calm, cool opener. I think we had a 100% finisher rate there, which is always good at the start of a long, long day. But the races will come thick and fast as we look at some of the micro drivers back in the pit area, the various nose cone checks. Hayden Donaldson has a microphone next to our winner, Leo Simone.
Wait till we're done.
Oh, looks like we're getting a little bit of communication there from the U.S. Pro Kart officials. They want to give us a few more moments before we chat with our race winners. So we'll stay out of the way and not bother too much as we can here to get things going. But of course, the racing goes right back on the racetrack. So we'll see if we do get the chance to chat with Leo. If not, you're going to be entertained. KA Jr, always exciting, always unpredictable. And there's so many of them. They're split in 2 groups for the heat races today. They'll all meet again tomorrow. But this is Heat for Heat 1 for Groups A and B. Your first and second place overall qualifiers, Tristan Murphy and local kid Brady Shad, grew up just down the road from here in Plymouth, Wisconsin. But then from row 2, it's the 5th and 6th place qualifiers, Travis Pettit, Ethan Sky Manuchik. Then you'll have Edward Kennedy and Asen Dramalev, Brandon Saraki, Gabriel Balog, Emerson Lane, Marco Samet, and they were early on the power in the micros. Let's see if they do it again with an early jump for the juniors. Part of that is, of course, giving them time to sort themselves out before that first chicane. Let's see it through turn 1. Good start for both lanes, and they will get away cleanly. We're racing for KA Jr, presented by BBS Race Engines, down to 2A, 2B.
And so far, the leaders through cleanly. And bit of communication there between second and third. That is Travis Pettit moving to the inside of Brady Shad for P2. The energy kart of Edward Kennedy well placed as well. Ethan Skyman-Jencic, the Rocket Racing driver, slipping back to 5th position. And of course, then we have only half of the drivers here. The Techno kart, that is Asen Dramaliev from Bulgaria. So I know we're going to get a massive uptick of viewers from Sofia in Bulgaria this weekend watching the kart chaser coverage. He's on the Techno kart. There he is, the stars and stripes on the Techno kart. But up at the front, it is a new leader, and it's the Speed Concepts Racing number 829. Travis Pettit passing Tristan Murphy for the race lead. Brady Shad there in 3rd position as they crest the rise and come down the hill, and you can see the back end of all the karts just stepping out because they want to turn right, but the course goes left there. So that's where the setup comes into play an awful lot. Because there, the driver's balancing the rear end of their kart. There is a move, Brady Shad. Now that could be a little bit of local knowledge. There's Xander there trying to stick his nose in, coming through. I think that was turn 10 rather. Now we head out of 12. Now Levi Sangera and Ethan Skyman-Jencic, there they go. Can they hook themselves up and encroach upon the top 3?
Yeah, they are already getting closer now with another move in 2A, 2B, another move in 3, and a little side-to-side contact there between the 2 front row starters. And that's going to give Travis Pettit an even bigger gap now. The 829 scooting away as Brady Shad did not want to surrender. And to his credit, if he would have tried to let Murphy by, well, there's now 5 karts in line behind him, all looking for room as well.
Yeah, there is the mean green TV kart machine of Gabriel Balog now moving into the picture frame as Dramaliev makes the move on the Techno kart. That puts Asen up into P5, Balog 6, then Jencic down to 7th. The number 850 kart, that's Emerson Lane, is next in line, followed by the Nash kart of the number 858, Drew Jensen. But up at the front, Travis Pettit is starting to edge away. Goes back to what you were saying earlier, Xander, how breakaways are possible here at A. If you hit the sweet spot on a technical circuit and the pilot remembers how to drive the wagon properly, you are sitting pretty, especially in a field where it's so competitive, the lap times are so close that, you can get held up squabbling with one another. And let's have a look for the MPG Motorsport kart. John Antonino starting from the back after issues in qualifying. There he is, spoke to him. Antonino still confident that he can battle for a win.
He's already making up a lot of spots now, and he's going to do it as quick as he can to not let the leaders get too far out in front. Here's another one. This is on the Orsolone 855 of Rodolfo Lavin Jr., but also bad news, it looks like, for another driver in that group. That's the 850 with the white helmet. Emerson Lane, I believe, is that driver with Holtz Driver Development. That broken right rear bumper bolt will eventually get the eye of the officials and more than likely pull the meatball flag out for him, and I think he may have realized what is going down already, trying to figure out what is it dragging on the corners. And it's one thing if the bolt breaks and the bumper is still connected. Once you start seeing the back of the frame and the tire, well, it's only a matter of time, and if not, they'll still catch it in the scale line. So sadly, Emerson Lane may be our only driver to go out so far, because the rest remain running. All 27 starters are still green and racing away. Pettit the leader to Shad, Murphy, Kennedy, Dromalev. And there's a look close up there at Emerson Lane in the 850. Again, you can see it crystal clear here from our awesome camera crew, nice and tight there, showing you that, yeah, it is a bummer here for Emerson as he tries to just hang on. But every left-handed turn, that kart puts all the load to the outside rear tire, and that right rear bumper just drags into the pavement. You can see he's now all the way back down by the end of the 20s there. That is the 832 of Robert Lash. Andrew Avalos going by. He'll only have a couple more karts before he's already essentially down to last, and I think he's realized that. He's headed for the pit lane. His heat race is done early. Up front, though, breakaway, forget about it. Brady Shad just took 2/10 out of the gap last time by.
Yeah, very impressive. 48.547 for Brady Shad. compared to a 48.790 for Travis Pettit, and that was a lap done without the aid of a slipstream or a tow. But Shad is going to get a very good tow on the main straight. Really the only place you can get a good tow on this circuit, coming through turns 10 now into 11. There's round turn 12. Now Shad is going to be in a position. He gets his head down. Travis Pettit tries to give him a signal saying, no, come on, follow me, push me. I will, Shad. He doesn't get quite close enough to make a move as they head now uphill. Kennedy, Murphy, and Dramaliev are all there, second, third, fourth, and fifth, working very well. That the techno kart of the Bulgarian driver is looking particularly potent here as well. Laurentiu Mardan, the techno kart importer, out apparently racing in Lagos, Nigeria, so I'm told. Yeah, and there's a move for the lead. Brady Shad takes the move, and I had a long chat with it's Dramaliev.
Yes.
It's Dramaliev.
Well,
yes.
There we go. Hopefully we'll be saying his name a lot more. He's fast right now, back in the fifth spot, trying to see if he can either work with Tristan Murphy and Edward Kennedy to get to these two, let them battle to come back to him, or if he goes by them both and tries to punch his own hole in the air. For now, this three-pack is the fight for third, a second and a half away with 4 laps remaining. Brady Shad seems like he's been proving us right for why he wanted to fight so hard to stay in second. Fastest kart on the circuit. He was good from the drop of the green in unofficial testing on the first session Thursday. And, of course, home track advantage. He knows this place inside and out. He would love to get himself a national win. It'd be his first. And if it could happen at a racetrack where he's probably, hopefully, got some friends and family in attendance that may not be able to travel across the country with him to watch, that'd make it all the more special. 3 to go as we check in with John Antonino. There he is in the red and black MPG Kart Republic. He's now caught up to the back of the top 10. P11 from back of the grid here. That's a healthy improvement. P12, sorry. This is 10th and 11th in front of him. It's Brandon Saraki in the black and green Franklin Motorsports machine. And there he goes on Carson Berry's GWR Gillard. He'll get to 11th. It'll make it a 16-spot improvement and counting here, Henry. More time left.
Antonino picking him up and putting him down like they owe him money. And he's on the back of that very nicely liveried Franklin Motorsport kart there. Speaking to the team, they've got a policy where they want the drivers to be a bit of a person, show their own personalities. So they've got a template, the graphics kits, it's all the same design, but they're allowed to choose their own colours. So Mr. Saraki there choosing the lime green and black livery, but it just made his kart easier to spot as Antonino went past. And we have the battle is still on for the race lead, and they're still pointing at each other. Shad and Pettit briefly took the lead back as they head downhill. Now, that gap to Kennedy, Dramaliev and Murphy was about 1.6 seconds at the start of this lap. We're going to be starting the 12th and final tour of this Briggs and Stratton Motorplex circuit. When they come across the line, they're going to be coming across the line now. There is the white flag in the air. I think they've got enough of a gap to battle it out amongst themselves, but Kennedy, Dramaliev and Murphy are not going to give up the chase as Shad begins to defend, and they're still waving at each other. Boys, you need to look forward, not backwards.
Yeah, take your time, fellas. Here, you've still got a little bit more to get to the leaders, but I think, though, in the last sector of the lap, you don't really back up too much. The corner still flows so well. They're so high speed, even these 180s, that I think they've realized it's going to be the fight for third. They're really getting after it. Look at this, Dramaliev, big send by Murphy on Kennedy there. He'll get fourth away. Now he'll look on Dramaliev with a near send in that corner, and the leaders, on the other hand, to the final turn are going to race as well. A late move, contact to the line. Shad hangs on as he keeps his foot in the gas through the grass by inches over Travis Pettit. And how about it for Asen Dramaliev?
It's I've got to say, Shad and Pettit there, they were communicating so much to each other during the race. And then as they came out at the end, you know, sort of Pettit looked over and sort of said, well, what was that all about? Oh no, Shad looked and said, well, what was that all about? And Pettit was like, well, hey, you still beat me. And then Shad went, yeah, okay, thumbs up, that was all fair, it was the last corner. I've never seen two drivers speak to each other without actually saying anything during a race. Dramaliev, ascend. It's ascend.
Ascend, like ascend without the end.
Without the D.
So, yes, Ascend, Ramalev, Tristan Murphy, Edward Kennedy, your top 5 out of that 3-pack there. Gabriel Balog, Ethan Skymanichik, Marco Samet, D'Antonino. It gets to 9th, and Brandon Saraki. And a good shake of the hands there. It was a hard-fought battle. The nice part is that, again as well, contact didn't affect the end of it. Brady Shad.
Brady, you are on quite the hunt there the first half of that race. Tell me about that.
From the start, I did not have my tires were not coming in, but halfway through the race, they started coming in, and I knew I had to hunt them down to try and win it, and yeah.
And tell me about that last corner. What happened there?
I got kind of bobbly, and I didn't really know what to do, but he went under me, and I just held my inside or outside and made it work.
So thank you, Brady.
Yep.
Good stuff from Brady Shad. Like you said, held the outside, made it work, bounced to the dirt. But with that quick run to the line, that's a good look at what the finishes may turn out to be. Group C and D on tap next year. The other half of the KA Juniors, 3rd and 4th overall in qualifying, will make up your front row here. Nathan Dupuis on the inside, Julian Rivera on the outside of row number 1. Benham Abernathy and Nate Golseth making all OTK first 2 rows.
Theo Solomeo, and of course the star of the show at Trackhouse in the last round of the USPKS, Max Weiland. Such a popular winner. He goes from P6. Isaac Payne and Tucker Trieb. Lucas Palacio back in the USA. What can he do from P9 alongside Davis Henry? But the contenders, you know, keep coming all the way back to the rear end of the field. And we're
early
go,
green. Oh no, we're not no green on this first time by.
That's a false start. Drivers not picking up the pace. But yeah, so we've got Canada with Nate Dupuis, and Ecuador with the Condor, Julian Rivera on the front row of the grid. Abernathy, Golseth, Salomeo, Weiland, Payne, Trier, Palacio, Henry, Giovanni, D'Antonio, Nico Katowski, Edgar Rodriguez, Benja Fernandez, Isaac Nolan, Nolan Carney, Maya Lewis, and Aldo Iturriaga. Just the rest of the top 9 rows of the grid. Let's have a quick glance down again. Luca Popescu, Mason Barry, followed by Bristol Bourneman, Elijah Matson Vegas, Evan Patton, Pearson Golseth, and Brady Zeek. I hope that's right. Zeich. Come to the Kart Chaser broadcast, and if I'm getting that wrong, I'm sure that you will. If I'm getting it wrong, my name is Alex Searle.
Oh, there you go. I like that. Well, we're ready to get after it again. This time looks a little bit better in formation. Do we like it enough to give them the all clear? We do. Green flag and a slow start. Oh, hands in the air. No, we did not like that one either. So they will send them again. I thought that was decent. Evidently, Nate Dogg's a bit too eager to get going, and they were not happy with the punch-off.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I've never seen a start being called for being too slow. But you could certainly not accuse Nathan Dupuis of being too quick across the line. Now, of course, something I'm learning, being in this neck of the woods, is that you'll see those little in the air, those, behave yourself. Bad dog. Is that
Golseth takes over with the move there on the inside of that turn 10 corner. Behind him as well, a move from Max Weiland. He'll take over P3 as they cross the...
Taking a move on Nate Dupuis. Sideways and all the Orsalon Racing.
That's
car.
Rivera.
The All Salon Racing.
That's Rivera. So Julian Rivera leads that group. Then
Yeah.
right behind him there is going to be Benham Abernathy. He's in the 857 Hotes DD colors. This is Lucas Palacio on the move. The Kart Republic official driver, the Williams F1 Academy driver, official driver, the Williams F1 Academy driver back here stateside.
This weekend on the big track in and Dupuis and Teo second race. Drivers, there's Lucas.
In 10th, Tucker Tribe here in the 822 Hotes DD entry. In 10th, Tucker Tribe here in the 822 Hotes DD entry. Back of that group here behind Palacio. He is actually the fastest car. Actually, sorry, Ryan Perry Motorsport colors for Tucker Tribe. Sorry, Ryan Perry Motorsport colors for Tucker Tribe. And he is...
Luckily for Dupuis, didn't lose too much ground, but it certainly helped Golseth and Salamao or Salamao?
Salamao.
Salamao.
Yeah, Teo Salamao right there at the back of the group. They're all going to hit 3 to go, and it's getting racy up front. The Nates are side by side there for second. Won't change position yet. In fact, Dupuis got a mega run towards Weiland. It looks like he wants to roll with it. To the inside, into A. He'll take the lead back, and the 841 goes to the point as they roll to turn 3. And you can see Dupuis was checking not once but twice to see who was back there and if anyone was going to make the move, but nothing there. Behind them, Benham Abernathy has now gone around Lucas Palacio. Last time by, he was as good as the leaders on pure pace. He was better, of course, as they were battling and ate up 3.5 tenths, and now there's more. Salamao takes over third. Golseth really got tripped up. He hit one of the cut-through area curbs, bounced him in the air. That'll fade him back, and now inside last turn, Weiland, Dupuis, crossover move at the double sticks, 2 to go, and we might have 7 before this is all said and done fighting at it.
Now, Xander, who led across the stripe that time? Was it Dupuis or was it Weiland? Okay.
Weiland by an inch.
So even though Dupuis did the crossover, Weiland was able to maintain momentum, and now the defense is on. And second and third.
Golseth!
Onto the wheel-to-wheel contact there. Golseth gets spat out onto the dirt and the gravel. So we're down to 3 at the front. Dupuis has it, round turn 7. In fact, this has given Palacio and the chasing group a chance to potentially capitalize and snatch a third-place finish.
All right, so now Benham Abernathy moving into third. The rest of the group there, single file behind. As you can see, Golseth has somewhere found a gap to find a place to run with dirty tires, and he'll be vulnerable for the next little bit. There he is back there in the 7th spot, so a decent recovery, but Dupuis has a little bit of cushion to Weiland here on this final lap. It will close up. Big run through the chicane for Mad Max. He's right there. Dupuis goes low into 3. Weiland sets for the cross-up. It won't be there because he won't get back clear before 4, and that will start to really back up the train. Look at them all. Inside, outside. Palacio gets the move done on Rivera. Salamao gets through as well.
And the man with the momentum is Benham Abernathy, although now he's got there. There goes Abernathy to the inside. He picks up P2. That should give the run to Dupuis. Abernathy's going to have his hands full through the final couple of corners now. And breakaway? What breakaway, I hear you say? Good race in K100 Junior, and look at the lead group crossing the line, all in one big pack, but they're all chasing the Nash Motorsport car of Nathan Dupuis.
So that'll do it for KA Junior. We'll take a quick break. It'll be KA Senior on the other side, and we're ready for more here from Road America.
Brandon, why are there all these
stop.
for just over $200?
Stop. I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? more than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Brandon. Ready for action here, KA Senior, groups A and B out and away, and one driver was slowing off the line. It looked like one of the Hotes DD karts, and I believe that might have been Charles Ropke, bogged down as they got underway, but our first KA Senior Heat race is out and through. Turn number 3, Eli Warren in the bright red helmet leads. Brandon Lemke there behind him. Then Caleb Gaffera, his teammate, right in tow. Jake Drew in that black and white GFC Formula Works entry slots into 4th. And we're racing once again here with a side-by-side move. Paulie Massimino, round 2 winner. And now with a shot at the title with the drops in the championship moves by.
And like the KA 100 Junior class, this division split into 4 groups after qualifying, so only half the drivers you're seeing on track now. And there's Zach Cleman-DeMello. Again, can't speak a little bit about Zach. You know, he's been quite vocal this weekend. You know, I think he's been around a long time. He is a veteran, and people are sort of forgetting just how good Zach Cleman-DeMello is. You know, top 3 in the Rotax Grand Finals back in 2014, made it all the way up to the IndyCar Series, led a lap of the Indianapolis 500. And then, as so many other, so many drivers do, he's been the bad guy at karting. He's been caught in controversy. He's also such a character around the paddock. But I think he's seen how much of an upward trend karting in the USA is on, and he did not want to be left out. So he has, hey, he's knuckled down. He's got fit again. He's getting fit again. He said, look, I'm going to give it one, I say one, not the last ride, but hey, if he's going to be considered a star of US karting, it's now or never really for Zach Cleman-DeMello.
Yeah, he said, oh, wow, that's a big send there, right on cue.
Do you know what? That's what, let's not forget, that's how good Zach Cleman-DeMello is.
Yes, 2016 SCUSA Super Nationals champion, an X30 Pro, a multi-race winner on the U.S. and Canadian circuit, and champion in Canada as well. But for Zachary Cleman-DeMello right now, the focus is on Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Grand Prix for the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He's up to 3rd. That shuffles Massimino back down to 5th as Jake Drew was able to take advantage and get by. And Brandon Lemke, the Wisconsin Wonder Kid himself, another veteran in the class with Speed Concepts Racing, is showing the way around with Eli Warren in tow. Teammate to Warren there, Caleb Gaffera going by. He's had a busy 3-week stint here in Wisconsin, working with the Hotes DD camp and every off day from his USF 2000 commitments with Pabst Racing. So he was on the car track last week. He was on the go-kart track earlier in that week and the weekend prior with the Route 66 Sprint Series, and he's back here to continue building with that program, with that team here for the national tour as DeMello picks off another one. That's second now as he sends Warren back to fourth with Drew following him up the pack here at the end of lap number 4.
I know, and Clement DeMello there getting pass for second, repass there. Oh, Drew over the curb there, sideways. Good kart control by number 929, Jake Drew. Clement DeMello, though, he's saying, look, don't you know who I am, young man? Have that. Back to the inside, hangs Drew out to dry like the laundry. You know, we've both known Zach for a long, long time. I've known him for a bit longer than you, Xander, just because I'm old. Yeah, I have not seen Zach as determined and as focused since probably about 2015, 2016, when he was winning Supernats. And the US karting scene needs a competitive, focused Zach Clement DeMello, in my opinion, not as the pantomime villain, but as the real talent that he is. Eli Warren, the founder of the War Power Privateer Nation, as his T-shirt proudly suggests, driving with the Hot Strong.
Yeah, so that's an interesting story as well, right? Last year, no teammates for him, unlike what he's got this weekend with Caleb Gaffaro right there, making a move by Paulie Massimino, the 2 North Carolina natives, trading the 4th spot. And you can see Caleb saying, that's it, guys, let's go. Jake Drew shuffling back by Paulie, and at this point now they've backed up to Sebastian Garzone along with Quentin Angeli and Cash Perkins to 7th, 8th, and 9th. So a big gap. Still a good amount of time left here in the heat race. You can see Caleb shaking his head out of frustration. He's frustrated with the way that this pack has lost touch with the top 3. And on the flip side here, Eli Warren, ZCD, Brandon Lemke, they've got an opportunity to break away. Check out this move here. Let's take a look back at the moment. Jake Drew, Zach Clement DeMello fighting for position, end of the corner. And yeah, Jake didn't want to give it up. He knew he was going to be on the inside for 4. Zach knew it as well and said, yeah, no, this one's mine. You're going to the grass.
Now, I'm wondering, we have seen, is it, and this is a rhetorical question, we're seeing so many demonstrative driver communicate more than usual. Is that just because they're all aware of how technical this circuit is and how hard it is to catch a breakaway gap?
Well, I think it's 2 things. I think, one, the heat factors in a little bit. The pressure of the short races means the frequency and urgency is up. So between a little bit of hotter air temps, not keeping the drivers cool and maybe putting them in an uncomfortable position, combined with the short races, adds to the frustration. But I want to add on to that we caught just a moment ago, right back in this second group. Sebastian Garzone looks like he's got his GoPro mount loose and hanging on by the safety wire cable. So if you watch him here, you can see that camera is bouncing around the left rear tire of the Orsolone Tony kart. And whether or not that thing loses connection with the safety wire, that's just the only thing left holding it on at this point, would be the difference of where he currently runs, an 8th place potential result, or a DQ for parts falling off while out on the circuit, and potentially a meatball flag. So already pressure is on for Sebastian Garzone, the rookie in KA Senior, who was extremely quick at the opening weekend in Daytona and has been good since as well. Obviously here running in the top half of Heat 1 for Groups A and B. But as we check back in up front, Lemke, DeMello, Warren. ZCD was quick to get through to second. He has not yet shown his cards to the 901 by making any sign of a move for the lead.
I think we should start the hashtag RIP GoPro on Sebastian Garzone's, because regardless of whether it falls off or not, I think that GoPro has probably given its all to the world and is destined for the bin as it's bouncing around. I wouldn't want to be the driver directly behind Garzone when if and when it falls off. We've got a new leader, Zach Clement DeMello. Back in the front, Eli Warren going with him. Brandon Lemke slips from 1st to 3rd as we run lap 10 out of 12. Massimino, Gaffara, Perkins, Drew, and then Garzone, Angeli, and the number 970 of Mick Gabriel for the AEM karting team. That's your top 10 at the moment. But it's been a while since anyone has said that. New leader, Zach Clement de Mello. And yeah, the redemption drivers, we've got 2 laps to go. 2 white flag, 2 sticks in the air. Now then, what can the young gun, Eli Warren, the youngster who's used to running as a privateer, now getting a chance this year to show what he could do as part of one of the big teams? What has he got for one of the wiliest campaigners in the sport?
Zachary Clement de Mello, Eli Warren, Brandon Lemke. At any point, if they start battling too early on here, Paulie Massimino and Caleb Gaffera will be able to arrive. If they can wait a little bit longer, maybe till the final lap, they might be okay. But it just depends of what Eli Warren feels like is the best move. There's the second pack. Massimino leads it. Here we go. Eli to the inside on 11. He'll take it over. De Mello right back in 12. Lemke crosses over. Both of them. He'll get the lead away onto the front straightaway. Brandon Lemke to the point. Warren to second, and De Mello bogged down off the move, falls to third.
Instantly, though, Zach Clement de Mello looking behind him, judging to see how quickly Massimino, etc., were closing in. He's going to try the undercut. How is that Velocity Racing Sony kart for grip coming out of the corners? He's not quite got the move done. Lemke will lead them through the final couple of complexes, but it's not just a 3-kart battle now, it's a 7-kart train. And this is going to be all hands on deck. Massimino having to defend as well as try and attack.
Side by side behind here. Jake Drew down to the inside. Perkins following. Nothing here to the last couple turns. Lemke will cover it off, and that should do it. Brandon Lemke will score the Heat 1 win for Groups A and B from second. And just like in the first K Junior Heat, it's a flip of your front row. Eli Warren ends up second. De Mello third. Massimino fourth. Jake Drew fifth. Perkins, Gaffera falls to seventh on the last lap. Sebastian Garzone in eighth. Mick Gabriel there in that run to the line ends up beating out Quinton Angeli for the ninth spot. And that'll do it for half of the KA 100 senior class presented by Brandon Jarskak Racing. Here's a full screen look at the results from a wild finish and a good bit of fighting.
The top 8 drivers separated by 1.5 seconds, representing 7 different teams. That is excellent. And of course, then just behind that, you've got the likes of Anna Maxwell of AMAX Racing, Quentin Angeli for the Rocket Racing Company. You've got Bray Deserves, the second, Brandon Jarskak Racing, Lorenzo Kaufman for Inter MS as well. Also, all showing well in the top 13. Ahead of Matteo Papis and Shane Reddy. Good race. Clean as well, I've got to say. There is Lemke, your race winner. And if that is the how things are going to play out with just half the KA senior field, then I can't wait to see the full field together when we boil down to tomorrow's main events.
Let's go down to pit lane.
Brandon, Heat 1 winner there. Kind of describe that race to me.
It was just, I knew this race would probably be specifically pretty tame with all the drivers that are in it, a lot of respectful drivers. So I knew it wasn't going to be too much of an issue with anybody. It was fun, clean racing. Led for most of it there, and then just I think got lucky really on the last starting of the last lap. So cart's rolling, engine feels great. Everything's working really well. Just got to keep on the good momentum for the next 2 heats.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Ready to go for Group C, Group D, Heat 1 action. Mateo Rubio Luengo, Joe Turney, and we will not get the green on the first time by. They're going to send them around again. It'll give us a chance. While we were side by side, we saw a bit of the outlap. Let's take you through what the lineup will quickly be while they head back around. It'll be Rubio Luengo on the inside of the first row, Joe Turney on the outside, Austin Olds and Quentin McPherson on row 2, Keegan Kaminsky, and then the new colors debuting for Caden McQueen with Velocity Racing Sodi. That go-kart looked great for Zach. Let's see if it's good for Caden on his first time on the package here, rolling from P6.
But don't count out Blake Nash and James Overbeck, Ben Gaunt and Shea Aldrich on the next row, Chris Rearam and Charles Ropke, with Conor Ferris and Drew James, and Sebastian Venegas, Cale Zimmerman, David Morales, Chloe Mack, Mateus Gonzalez, and Camp Chambers. I always thought it was Camp America, but there we go. Santiago Gonzalez, Rea de Santos, and Mauricio Hernandez round out the field.
So here we go, getting ready to go green. We'll pull the grid off. We'll get ready to go, and they fire off and away. Mateo Rubio Luengo with a great jump as they go through turn 1 and up the hill to 2A, 2B.
Yes, indeed. The number 906 Kart of Rubio Luengo leads the field. We got a couple of drivers grass tracking. That was one of the RPG karts in the middle of the pack there, losing a few positions. That was Quentin McPherson, who was so confident after 2 solid results here 2 weeks ago. He says, normally I come into a race thinking, okay, I want top 10s. He's genuinely thinking, I want podiums this weekend. That's how competitive he feels he is around this circuit. And everyone else, so far so good. The drivers behaving themselves on the start, Xander.
Yes, they are. So far so good here for the drivers. Mateo Rubio leads to Olds. Big send down the inside for Austin. He'll take the point away. And there we go. First lead change on the very first lap. Group C and D getting after it here as the MPG machine now leads the way up the hill and through 2A, 2B. Rubio Luengo in tow. Good start for Keegan Kaminsky. He's now going to follow Mateo back to the lead, trying to go to second. It won't be there. Old still has it, and he will let him get back into line before JT arrives in that blue and yellow Alonso kart.
And Turney was telling me this morning that they're really happy with where they are in KA 100. They said they've still got a tenth or two to find in X30 Pro, but they believe they've got it. So, yeah, this is the class where Turney is happier of the two at the moment. But obviously, this is the class where Turney has got twice as many rivals looking to take a chunk out of him. Blake Nash and Caden McQueen being the nearest of those two drivers. Now, is that on the nose cone of Nash's kart there? Is that a divot, a dent, or is it just
a dent for sure? But the bumper doesn't appear to be loose, so he's definitely used it a bit on the start, but it's crushed in. Doesn't look to be displaced. One driver off. That's another one of the GFCs. Looks to be Chloe Mack or David Morales, one of the two.
It's looking there.
Chloe Mack there in the 922 Formula Works GFC off on the side. Morales the only other casualty on lap 2 as we see Turney defending a little bit here early. Obviously not feeling super confident. And Austin Olds is going to get a little bit of a gap from it, and a big send there to make up for the defending. Blake Nash gets by. McQueen gets by as well. He goes to 4th. Turney gets used up now by 2, 3 more. Here goes Shea Aldridge, McPherson, and James Overbeck looking on back there as well. Overbeck's even going to go by Aldridge there in 2A, and Turney says, I'll at least get one back. Get going, James.
Now, of course, let's think of it like this. You know, the legend of JT in these circles is a big one. How many of these drivers in KA who don't normally get a chance to race JT are thinking, okay, if I don't pass, I get my chance to pass him, but they behave slightly differently because they think, okay, you know, I got to go now, and that's where the Joe Turney, the thinking man's driver, comes in. But certainly he has had a rough opening few laps here in his first KA 100 senior race, being roughed up a little bit by some of the new kids in class.
That's all the while spread things out for the top 6. Here's a pass by McQueen for 4th. He gets by on Blake Nash there in 2A. So the 903, one more spot closer to the front. The gap ahead now is probably going to be just about a second or maybe less. Austin Olds there, you can see just flurry by in the 3rd spot. 2nd and 1st still Keegan Kaminsky, who has had a very strong 2nd quarter of 2025. He's been impressively quick in his national starts. Of course, the West Coast kid we didn't get to see much of on the Florida stretch of the winter run for us, but the GFC group has kept him very busy. In the seat, training, developing, and then here for the US Pro Kart Series in Wisconsin, halfway across the country, well more than halfway up the grid, P2 and pushing Rubio Luengo, now going by him. New leader, the 934.
Yep, the Formula Works, which is a satellite team of the official Works GFC team. And once again, the amount of different go-karts, chassis manufacturers, teams running up near the front. When we pulled in this morning, there's so many huge, big-name teams here. Oh, everyone's here, but the level of competitiveness across the board is very, very impressive indeed. Now, the best place Rollerson Performance Group car is the number 926 of, I love this, Chris Vyram from Peachtree Corners, Georgia. That just, I really hope that looks as nice as it sounds.
It is. It is a beautiful area.
Oh, well,
just on the south side of Atlanta, Peachtree Corners. And there's more than one Georgia native here. Chris Wareheim, who is just outside of our field of view here right now. He's up to 6th.
Oh, there he is.
So Chris Wareheim there on the RPG Cosmic. Mr. Offset Sport himself. This is his first race since this event a couple of years ago. When he ran it back then, it was in Masters, just getting back going. Now he wanted to go back and run in senior. He's made a couple of senior starts over the last couple of seasons. The most recent one, and our statistician Emery Lyda can correct me if I'm wrong, would have been the Stars Queen City Gambit, the opening one at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but I may be mistaken there. I'll wait for the correction if not. Either way, it's been a moment, and he is looking just like he never left. P7 or P6 and digging right ahead of Joe Turney and James Overbeck. And here's the next group there with a little bobble from Aldrich. Just back at the top 10.
If you can hear a whirring sound in the background, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Book of Lyda swinging into action to give us all the stats. If you ever need a statistic, the Book of Emery Lyda, Kart Chaser's resident statistician, will be there.
Hold on, Henry. Well, first, Joe Turney going by Wareheim here.
One, yep.
But actually, I'm going to put this one as one of my very few, probably single-digit counts that Emery doesn't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that would have been the Chris's last start. So I'll put that feather in my cap because there won't be many. He's on top of it. And right now, it looks like Joe Turney, in classic Turney fashion, is turning up the wick on the second half. He was faster, obviously, than Wareheim last time. He was faster than most the lap before. And with the battling now opening up at the front of the field as McQueen, Nash, and Olds have back arrived. It's now sent earlier race leader Keegan Kaminsky back to the 5th spot. And this group of 3 is going to get some new life here before this one's said and done. 3 to go at the line. Your leader, Mateo Rubio Luengo, a Georgia native as well. Back to the Brit, Caden McQueen. And then Austin Olds from Terre Haute, Indiana. And he might have a shot at both of them here as McQueen sends it. Rubio Luengo over-unders him. Here comes Olds for second. Now for the lead. 3 wide, 2 wide, to the point for the 950.
McQueen follows Olds, gives him a helping hand. Now looks back the inside. Brilliant racing. Caden McQueen, Austin Olds, and Rubio Luengo. They all swap places 2 or 3 times each there, coming out of the final corner into turn 2. That's brilliant. And here comes Blake Nash.
Oh man, contact. Kaminsky, Olds, and everyone else trying to get back into single file. That should have been way worse than what it was.
And look who's turned up in P3. Joe Turney Esquire. He dropped back as low as 9th earlier on, and here he is once again. But I suppose for the Velocity Racing, the Velocity Racing team, Commander Mello, he'll come in and say, well, I got a top 3. Anything you can do, I can do better or just as well, says Caden McQueen. And these 2 experienced drivers were going to help push the team as a whole on. But here comes Joe Turney. Obviously, the Alonso brand, part of the Kart Republic family of chassis. He is now into P2. Nash 3rd. The recovering Kaminsky is 4th. And then the number 906 of Mateo Rubio Luengo fighting back after leading earlier on. He now finds himself at the tail end of this lead group.
Single file still here, coming to the white flag for what we have on screen, though. The question is, can Joe Turney run down McQueen? Caden McQueen obviously fast already. He was able to track down the early race leaders by himself back in 3rd. Let's see now with no help out in front, and Turney sending it through 2A and B. He did not gain much there. He's going to have to really put a good sector together in the middle of the racetrack to make it interesting at the end.
Yeah, but this is where Joe Turney excels. He has a habit of he stores away information about every single corner, the curbs, you know, but I'll save that line for when I absolutely need it. He would be an excellent poker player with Joe Turney, because you never know what's in his hands, and Caden McQueen needs to make that Sony machine very wide. Here comes the crossover, here comes Blake Nash.
Not quite. Nash stuffs it in, keeps turning from the crossover. McQueen, Heat 1 win. Joe was gearing up for it. Had he not seen that last second black and blue machine show a nose to the inside, that finish might have been closer. Now again, as you mentioned, checking back on all the over-unders, most of the time they have not been successful. So Caden McQueen ends up as the winner over Turney, Nash, Kaminsky, Rubio, Luengo, but a lot of notes taken for sure. There's the rest of your top 15 finishers. We're going to keep it rolling. Mini Swift is on deck. They'll roll next when we return.
Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Cards.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Ready for action here for heat number 1 with the Mini Swifts. On the inside, Maxwell Macha on the Paralyn, the black and white, the red and black. Jake Manalio, let's go racing for the 8 to 12-year-olds here for the Wisconsin Grand Prix Heat 1.
Into turn number 2. Macha has the lead, 3-4 wide in the pack, and somehow maybe one driver over the grass there. That looked like it was at the number 111 kart of Yakov Shiryaev. But everyone else safely through, and it is Maxwell Verstappen, as he likes to be known now. But he should really only get that nickname when he wins. Then it's Manalio, then Jaden Francisco, pretty in pink in the number 130 kart, now up into second position. Although the is that Mr. Gaddis in the MPG Motorsport kart, or is that
That's Orioli. Santiago Orioli with a good start from 5th up to 3rd. Right behind him, Cameron Johnson on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. 1 lap in the books, 11 to go here for the Mini Swifts. And then Francisco is going to get a last-second shove into 2A and 2B. Orioli didn't want to make a pass there, but he kind of got to him in the brake zone. And now Jaden is going to smartly cover it off, and that's going to unfortunately end up shaking out to where Manalio and Johnson are side by side behind. Looks like it shouldn't end up with too much pain there as they go back and forth. And Cameron, he left the door open. Here comes the inside. Paxton Romero trying to go, and it bleeds all the way back.
We do indeed. It is Santi Orioli into turn 2, the chicane up the hill. Macha in the 174 Paralyn. Second, Francisco. Now, Jaden Francisco, it's his cousin, is the other Francisco. I incorrectly said that Liam Francisco was Jaden's brother, but it's his cousin who is racing. Liam Francisco is down in 20th position at the moment, hopefully moving forward. But yeah, 3 Franklin Motorsport karts in the top 12 with Wachowski and then Simon Klein in P12. Dor Ehrlich, Clayton Stiles, and Byron Bournemouth, the rest of the top 15. And here comes Cameron Johnson past Jaden Francisco for third.
So with 4 laps in, we've got the first chance at a break, and will it get bigger or not is the question as the midfield continues to duke it out. This is the 151 of Daniel Dragunov, Eric Wojciechowski, and to the inside there is the 137 of Clayton Stiles. That's 10th, 11th, 12th, just behind kind of your main pack.
Through the sort of the downhill sort of left right complex before you get to the turn 7 corkscrew circuit, corkscrew corner rather. You can see the action fanning out under beautiful blue skies here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. All that Santiago Orioli can see is blue skies and clear tarmac in front of him, because as much as Matcha and Johnson have tried to work together, the gap between the leader and then these two drivers in second and third has stabilized at about 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, so far, nothing yet in terms of eating back into it, but they're lining up to do that here. This should be a big run down the front straightaway for Matcha and Johnson, and that's, of course, as it's strung out for the two of them, and they've quickly realized they got to keep touch with the 103. The rest of the field's done the same. Enzo Di Gennaro, having gone by Jaden Francisco for the 4th spot, now has got, had gone by Manalio for the 5th spot, now finds himself there right in line. So single file to the line, all trying to chase Orioli. Did they make a dent that time? 1/10 better, so a little improvement, and it'll be bigger if they were a little more connected that time down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Johnson couldn't quite get his nose cone onto the rear bumper of Matcha, which says that Maxwell Matcha has got plenty of waft in that number 174 Kart. Not lacking the straight line speed is Matcha, as he is able to just keep Johnson at bay. These are the two Bennett teammates. This is the number 139 of Oscar Wunderley and Paxton Romero, who's fallen back a little bit in the number 155 Kart. But Wunderley has made decent progress as well. And we now complete lap number 8. The gap at the front, it's gone back up to 0.6 of a second. Here, though, are the two Bennett teammates side by side. And it is Paxton Romero back into P8. Now we have a move there. That is the number 190 of also trying to make a move by Di Gennaro, who's fallen back a little bit, but now he's coming back into play. Di Gennaro, there he is.
So Enzo Di Gennaro back now, another one, but he'll get that one maybe back, maybe not. Almost with a good crossover there. The turn 8 and 9 complex is inviting to do that, but still it did not pay off. He'll have to complete that move in 12 and finally get it done with a little more time lost as they head back down the front straightaway with 4 laps now remaining here in the Velocity Racing Sodi Mini Swift class. Let's look at our leader, Orioli. Thanks to the change for second, has started to open up the throttle once again. He was able to add 0.3 from all that last lap, and with less time on the board now, can they get back to him? They'll need to be at least, Henry, 0.3 of a second quicker just to get there by the end of the last lap here with only 4 laps remaining.
Yeah, but Jaden Francisco's under looks very, very quick at this stage. He's gone past Matcha and Johnson and put a bit of clean air between himself. This could be a really interesting couple of laps. Whether Francisco passes Orioli or not is almost by the by. It's whether he can catch and bring that gap down. Let's have a look. It's 0.8 of a second now. Matcha scrambling to try and catch Francisco, but Francisco, he's got some ponies under the hood as well.
Jaden Francisco and Ryan Perry Motorsport have been very, very good in 2025. They showed us a ton of promise in last year's season as well. He's one of the youngest drivers on the grid in this mini Swift field, And he is tracking down a micro swift move up, a mini rookie in Orioli by a lot. That was such a big gap improvement all on his own that I think he could get there, especially when he gets inside the tow window, potentially even this time onto the front straightaway. But again, time is almost out. 2 to go here as they round turn 12.
This is a good lap from Jaden Francisco. Let's have a look. It was 0.3 of a second better of a lap than the race leader. Orioli looks over his shoulder. Francisco is closing in. Matcha and Johnson just about hanging on, and they'll still be in contention if Francisco can start to force Orioli to finish. You know what, Xander? I think Francisco is going to give himself at least one shot, one maybe single opportunity at the race leader before this one is done and dusted.
Yeah, this one, though, may only be them up front. You can already see Matcha and Johnson going at it. A crossover looked like it was completed by Cameron. He'll get into third, going to the white flag this time by Orioli. Still with the lead, but the gap now, it stands at maybe 2 kart lengths across the line. He'll check over his shoulder again, and the pink machine is way closer. Big run all the way to turn 2A. He'll pull nearly alongside in the brake zone.
Now he'll look to try to do the crossover coming out of turn number 3, up the hill to the top part of the course. Can Francisco get underneath? No, he can't, but he's lining up, and here comes Johnson as well. Johnson trying to go around the outside. What a move from Cam Johnson there, taking advantage and grabbing second place. He's got the momentum, and he's going for the inside.
Oh, a little bit too deep there for Cameron, but he still was able to end up in second. Francisco's going to pay the price for him, though. All the way back to 6 for Jaden. Final couple turns. Johnson's trying to wind it up, see what he can get out of Orioli. Orioli leaves the door open, and here comes Matcha as well. They'll race to the line. Cameron Johnson gets the Heat 1 win. Orioli second. Manalio steals third. Matcha fourth. Francisco fifth. What an incredible final lap here in Mini Swift.
And you know something? We did not mention Jake Manalio's name once.
Maybe a little at the beginning, not at the end.
Until the very end of the race. And that's the perfect type of race that a driver wants. Keep quiet, stay out of the way. When it matters most, come through, bang, top 3 finish. Great stuff in Mini Swift.
So there you have it, folks. Your top 15 finishers from Mini Swift. Cameron Johnson wins it in a final corner move, and his team owner's got to be pretty happy about that one. Alexander Searle's caught up with Mr. Franklin Motorsports, Jamie Saraki himself.
Thank you, Xander. Well, first, Jamie, I got to ask you, what do you think of that last lap move from Cam Johnson?
I like it. I like what I saw there. You know, he the door opened up, he put it in there, gave just enough room on exit. The crossover behind him really sealed the deal, but no, that was really good racecraft on his part.
You got to drive here a couple of weeks ago. Got to hang out with some of the guys that route. What can you tell us about the way this track kind of has developed rubber compared to what we see in years past?
It's picking it up. I mean, in years past, I've always felt like when they put the new asphalt down, it was a really tight surface. Like there wasn't a lot of gaps, so you weren't getting a lot of rubber filling in. But now it's aged in, the curbing's changed a little bit, and when you get all these people here with new tires, it starts to change, and it's definitely worked in. You can see the groove, you can feel the groove when you're out there, and it's moving around like a lot of the tracks. As the rubber goes down, you adjust your line, to compensate, and you can see a lot of the drivers up front are doing that, and they're doing a really good job and keeping that pace getting faster and faster each session.
With you yourself and obviously the team having a decent amount of experience around this racetrack, what are you telling your drivers today to kind of handle the long day, the 3 heat races?
I mean, the first thing is, try to keep hydrated, stay in the shade. We brought an extra AC unit this weekend to try to keep the kids a little more comfortable. But yeah, I mean, just pace yourself. Heat racing, I love heat racing. I mean, this is the best, for me, it's the best time to test technical aspects of the material, because the drivers, they drive with the same tenacity, the track conditions are pretty consistent, and you have the measuring stick of all your competitors. So, but for them to just be consistent, try to maintain position, be heads up at the starts. The chicane's a little bit tricky on lap 1. So if you can get out of the start, like kind of at a break even, and put your head down and then start using some of those changes and see what they offer, so that we have a better setup going into Sunday.
Thank you, Jamie, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thanks. Thank you, guys.
There in between racing a couple of weeks ago, he's obviously been on safari, to Africa. She's brought the right headgear back.
No doubt.
Yes,
He's ready. He's prepared for the sunny skies that have greeted us here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're not quite yet past noon, 11:30 local time. A little bit out of line, though, for X30 Jr. Will it get the green? It will not. Porter Wiesenzel not happy with the look of the field. He'll send them around again as they try to get reformed. Sarah Bradley, your top qualifier, obviously she was trying to get back into her spot. And what a performance yesterday for the young lady with Speed Concepts Racing.
Absolutely, and I got to say, there are two sets of tram lines. You can see on our screens there. I think Sarah may have got the wrong set of tram lines. Bradley and Max Weiland, Brady Shad and John Antonino, Palacio and Murphy, Abernathy and Salamao, Kennedy and Royce Vega. So many of these drivers we've already seen in one class. I would say probably a good 2/3 of the junior X30 field have already been out in KA Junior. Now I think, yeah, they're in the right tram lines now, as Bradley will lead them to the line in junior X30. We are off and racing, and Sarah leads them into turn number 1.
All good as they try to file through the chicane. Nobody off the racetrack yet through 2A, 2B. Down to turn number 3. Nice and wide run for a couple further back as they head down the hill to 4. Sarah Bradley to Brady Shad. Max Weiland, Lucas Palacio, John Antonino, your top 5 as they have shaken out through the first sector. Then it's Benham Abernathy leading the next group, and Antonino side by side with Palacio there for a moment as they're all still skating around on low air pressure, cold tires. One driver's off. It's one of the Rawlson Performance Group entries. And by the looks of it, I might guess that might be Hector Iturriaga. We'll confirm that when they hit the timing loop. Side by side for second here. Bradley will lead lap 1. Weiland will take over second. It's Brady Shad into third. Palacio fourth. Antonino fifth as they climb the hill.
And of course, Antonino not starting from the back in junior X30 like he had to do in KA Junior. Here comes Weiland to the lead. First lead change of the race. Max Weiland on the magic car takes the top spot. Here comes Palacio having to defend from Benham Abernathy. Antonino, well, this is a really good chance to see how much pace Antonino has got, within himself, because he's not having to fight through for the back of the pack. But of course, it's much harder to make passes when you're at the sharp end than when you're starting at the back. And to answer your question, you were right. It was the Rawlson Performance Group kart of Hector Iturriaga in the barriers and out of the race.
So he's out. Jackson Elefante, no show on the line either. But other than that, we're good for the first 21. Iturriaga did obviously make it back around to the line. He was able to get himself out from being buried in the wall. You can see him 33 seconds back.
Yes.
Half a lap down, though. Weiland to Bradley to Brady Shad. 1, 2, 3 down the hill. Little slide there for Brady. And behind him, fellow hometown kid in Benham Abernathy here. Home race for Holtz Driver Development. Up to 4th. We saw him at the end of the opening lap behind the group of 5. He's already picked off 2 of them now with Palacio and Antonino back a ways a little bit. Palacio, the worst of it here on lap number 3. Let's see where he shakes out to. It looks like it's going to be down to maybe 7th, and he's got a hungry pack behind him. This is Edward Kennedy, Teo Salamao, Ashton Woon all there as they go past the camera and flurry by while the leaders try to build on the gap they've got so far here. Weiland, Bradley, Shad, 1, 2, 3.
There is the energy of Edward Kennedy making a move. Always like the Kennedys, namely because they live on the River Baudette in Canada. That is right by their house, the River Baudette, which I think is very nice of Mother Nature to name a river after me.
Oh, wow, a little bit of contact, close quarters action. Ashton Woon tried it on Aston Wyatt, didn't happen. Now Wyatt goes on Kennedy, brings Woon with him, and around the outside, Nathan Dupuis is going to get the inside in 12 for that move. That's twice now. Nathan Golseth, Golseth has ripped the high side and picked up positions. He did it in his KA Junior Heat right here in turn 2A on the start. He's done it now on the outside of 11. And oh, big moment there for Edward Kennedy, bouncing up and over the grass on the inside of turn number 2 as he tried to gather it up, losing a spot. He'll lose more ground now as the pack gets further up the road. Woon now finally completes that pass on Aston Wyatt. And we get a moment to catch our breaths again. All kinds of activity across the grid here in X30 Jr. Now Kennedy begins to bring the tempo back up with some defending here in the back hairpins. Look at this. He's got right behind him Luca Popescu there in the 719 into the top 10 all over the Canadian. And there's about 6 more stacked up there as they round to the front stretch. That's Grayson Walcott I can pick out there in the black and white Paralyn. All kinds of action. Look at this. Oh, man. Edward Kennedy ramped it up in the air. And, of course, obviously broke the momentum big time.
But what he did do, which was quite sensible, he actually got off the gas and braked as soon as he hit the tarmac, so he didn't sort of plow into the RPM kart that was on his outside. That was heads-up driving from Edward Kennedy. And it's in 17th place, that Nash Motorsport kart. That is Bristol Bourneman. The older sister of Byron Bourneman, Nathan Prix, not doing 2 classes this weekend. But there's Park arrives at the back of this group with a silver crash helmet, moving up into Junior X30 for the first time, and that's a big, big jump for a driver that is still very young.
Yeah, it's a lot more horsepower. You're talking 3 times the power of the Mini Swift class that Parker headlined in 2024. Again, this is the group he's fighting with. There he goes to the inside of Bourneman. Just up the road, Nico Katowski, a little bobble there with 748. And it looks like at least he should be able to hang on to it. He'll have the inside back to 4. Meanwhile, further up the road, we'll check back in with more of the activity because the fastest driver on the racetrack was not the leader. It wasn't 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. John Antonino Jr. Buddy is moving. 47.393 back in 5th, just ahead of Palacio's group here with Tristan Murphy and Teo Salamao. In fact, Murphy's actually gotten away. He's 6th. There's Antonino, this time by. Again, another heater. It was even to the leaders that time as they were able to get a good lap themselves, Bradley and Weiland. And 3rd and 4th, they traded spots. Benham Abernathy, just ahead of Antonino from earlier, is continuing to march up the board. The Holtz DE driver rolled from 7th. He's now up a net gain of 4 in 3rd.
And I think what is key to show you just how quick Antonino is the fact that behind him, the number 711 kart of Tristan Murphy, he is overdriving that kart that you're looking at now to try and stay with it. He's been very ragged through the first half of this lap as he's pushing and pushing and pushing just to keep pace with Antonino, because he knows that Antonino is going to open some doors. He wants to be close enough to capitalize on Antonino making some moves, but he just hasn't got the pace, especially look at his line through that turn 2. Very ragged as Bradley now has her hands full with the encroaching Max Weiland and Benham Abernathy. Bradley's fought back to the lead. This is good news for her. Abernathy and Weiland battling, but they don't cost each other time. Shad and Antonino are there as well.
Yeah, again, this is a smart play by Sarah Bradley. She waited. She let Max Weiland toe the line. That way she could control it from 2nd. And the moment that Benham Abernathy got too close to be within striking distance, she went to the lead, and it's not her getting shuffled to the outside back for 4th. It's Weiland, although he'll hang on for the moment. Antonino lets him back in, and with 3 to go, they're back to a 6-car pack. Side by side, though, Abernathy, Bradley, they are all out of shape. Here comes the cavalry.
Yes, and I think Benham Abernathy forced Sarah Bradley to go too deep into turn number 2. Now Abernathy takes the lead downhill into turn 4. Good move. Round the corkscrew at turn 7 now. Into the bottom half of the lap. There's Weiland trying to fight back. But Shad, using that local knowledge on the outside, holds on to the position and doesn't lose momentum.
Single file to the last turn. Nobody poking out of line in turn 12 because they know this big straightaway here is more important at this point in the race. The last lap will be different, but we still have one more to get there. Double sticks out. Abernathy covering the low side into 2A. Nothing anyone could do there. Antonino kind of faded high, but he had to get back down quickly or Murphy was going to go. Let's see if Tristan Murphy can take the outside lane up to 4th, maybe 5th. Maybe he's there. It looks like he's gotten the nose to the inside of Antonino. John will try to hang on. He does. And look at the next group now joining in. Palacio, Woon, Teo Salamao now coming into frame. That's 7th, 8th, 9th here in X30 Jr. about to make it a 9-driver fight.
And then you've got a trio of RPM karts, Golseth, Wyatt and Kim next in line, because Bainam Abernathy is about to start the last lap. He is going to defend stoutly, and Kennedy, back from his aerobics earlier on, is also now back in the lead group. Bradley is going to have to try and fight her way past here, but Bainam Abernathy will not make it easy.
Oh man, they're all out of shape now. That all started when Antonino got around the outside of the main group there to go into fourth. Now he's trying for third. He's trying for second. John Antonino with a crazy back-to-back run of outside passes as they block the inside. He's now going to have a chance at the lead here. Half a lap to go. Abernathy covering, parking the bus on the inside apex. Weiland's back there looking on in the fourth spot. Murphy is fifth. What can John Antonino Jr. do in the last turn? Nothing there, and it'll open the door for Shad to cross him up to the line. Bainam Abernathy scores the Heat 1 win.
And a thumbs up for John Antonino. Look at the amount of drivers that were able to get into contention. 1.7 seconds separate the top 9. But you know what? 22 drivers finished that race. 21 of them back to Bristol-Bournemouth within 6.5 seconds.
Call it 3.5 seconds for 17th to Mateo Calderon. That was that entire group that went across the line. A wild finish, a lot of contenders and a lot of drivers, I think, all at the limit for speed. The X30 Junior class delivering for their opening heat race here, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. And again, a heartbreaker for Hector Iturriaga through all of that. He was the only one that actually ended up having to stop off track with the carnage, and he ends up down in 22nd. But Bainam Abernathy with the Heat 1 win here in X30 Junior.
I didn't want to move. I was just parking when I know you were. Good. I did not want to deal with that. Good job. Good. Everyone crashed behind you, though. You too.
Green flag is out. KA100 Master is out and away as they roll to 2A and 2B. Martin Stone, Adam Kreppen side by side. A little bit of contact back for third, fourth, fifth. And they will all file into frame, no problems.
Yeah, all 6 of them will file into frame, no problem. So obviously not the largest grid we have here, far from it, but it does make, hey, the news is if you enter a KA100 Masters event at USPKS, because of the kart chaser coverage, you are guaranteed plenty of TV time. All 6 of these drivers will get plenty of love, led of course by number 401 Martin Stone, and the green and gold of Franklin Motorsport Adam Kreppen. I said Kreppen, by the way.
Martin Stone, Adam Kreppen, as mentioned there, and then right behind Carlos Calderon on the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz chassis in third, then Eric Schumacher fourth, Scott Falcone fifth, Junaid Dean in sixth. Junaid fell back a little bit there from the main pack here on this second lap around, but to his credit, they're still together. They could battle, and they will on the Pantano chassis. Scott Falcone goes by the fourth.
Junaid Din, very few drivers flying in racing, flying the flag of Pakistan very proudly indeed. And I know Junaid's family back home in Pakistan, they're subscribers, and they do watch Kart Chasers coverage, and Junaid is very, very proud to represent the flag of Pakistan. I wouldn't want to speak out of turn, however, reliable sources do tell me that Junaid's exploits on the Kart Chaser coverage is meaning that karting is about to overtake cricket as the national sport in Pakistan.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, sources tell me, you know me, Xander, I only speak the truth. And the truth of the matter is that Martin Stone has got his hands full with Adam Crepin, Carlos Calderon, Scott Falcone, and Eric Schumacher are next through the turn 2 skate. Oh, Junaid Din in the background going for a spin. Not a spin bowler, that's cricket. But just a spin. But Stone has now got his hands full. Schumacher has dropped back a little bit. Oh dear! I was about to say for Falcone. That's in an entry of 6 drivers. The last thing anyone needs is mechanical gremlins. There is.
I don't know. I think it's the best class to have it in. He still starts on the 3rd row.
I mean, I was thinking coverage-wise.
Oh, yes, coverage-wise, yeah, missing out on it. Yes, of course, right? I mean, this is the only class where every single driver is going to definitely get more than a fair share of love on the tour. And granted, numbers are a tick down here, but they have had, obviously, the top contenders still return. Renato Yater David in the championship fight with Martin Stone, absent from this round. The good news is, if he is debating on attending Newcastle, he'll still have a chance at the championship with the ability to drop 1 of the 4 weekends. It's your best 3 rounds of the 4 overall, so maybe this will be his miss, and we see him back, and maybe that also encourages the rest of the pack to go, hey, yeah, I couldn't make Road America work, but it's still worth it to join us for the Indiana State Grand Prix on the 3rd weekend of August.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that, again, the combination of this track being the furthest north on the schedule, the fact that we haven't been here for several years, but look at drivers, again, the Masters, they're all in work. They've all got, day jobs that they do have to sort of attend to.
Right.
And they think, okay, I don't know the track that well. It's a little bit, not a little bit out of the way. If I'm going to miss one, it's going to be this one, even though the facility, the history of the place is absolutely stunning. I am sure that when we return to, say, far more familiar territory in terms of, circuits that are on the national karting scene at Newcastle, we will see a jump in KA 100 Masters numbers, especially Laurentiu Mardan out racing in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, this weekend with the Techno Kart team, as we have got cross flags in the air, which means halfway home, and half the field, ladies and gentlemen, still have a chance of victory.
That's right.
It's factually correct.
You are on the point there, Henry. I mean, this is a class of drivers that you can do the math. It's not too hard.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Me too.
I don't even need to take my socks off to count them.
How about? Oh, geez.
Stone, Crepin, and Calderon. And again, Calderon, now that is Mateus Calderon's dad, I'm assuming? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, both under the Speed Concepts Racing camp. And both of them obviously competing this weekend. The SCR contingent, they have a decent amount of drivers overall. They've got a pretty nice pit spot. No one's nicer, of course, than our official event partner for this weekend's event, the Holtz Driver Development Team, one of the presenting sponsors of the Wisconsin Grand Prix. They've got that prime pit spot. They're right in view, right by the grid. And that premium spot, of course, one of many ways to give thanks to them, along with giving them a little praise here on our coverage for making it all possible and making it where we can get to this beautiful facility with 200 plus and put on a show. And while, again, it may not be deep, it's more than enough right now for these three to still battle it out in the closing stages. We're headed to 4 laps to go with 3 drivers, all, as you mentioned, half the field, technically, of course, within half a second.
But of course, now, talking about Carlos Calderon, there are now, the light bulbs have gone off in the paddock. There are so many mechanics who have just realized, I get it, the best way to get the dad of the junior driver to stop fiddling with the go-kart that he's paying me to engineer and mechanic is to get him a KA100 Masters. There you go, Dad. Go and drive, and so I can get on with my job and you can stop fiddling with the go-kart. Because so many dads there, they want to try and help mechanic, but sometimes their input isn't most welcome by the actual paid mechanics. So there's a thought. Martin Stone, who's brought over from the UK, Jack Marshall. Jack Marshall, former British Karting Championship contender, now runs his own team, works closely with Strawberry Racing, the Jack's Motorsport Project 1 Group. Marshall enjoying his time here, and Martin Stone, it doesn't matter who he brings over from the UK to Spanner for him, he is still able to stay in front, although as I say that, he is no longer in front because Adam Crepin moves into top spot for exactly 30 meters.
Yeah, not much at all there. And now, at least trying to get it back, almost pays off there, and it opens the door for Calderon to get there, but Carlos wisely backs off, allows Adam Crepin to slip back in front. And another fun note here to add on for Carlos, I'll have to take a closer look at the back of that suit, but I can tell you right now, that is Alex Speed's crash helmet that he's sporting. So I don't know how last second the entry was. Oh, no! Oh, man, over the top nose of Martin Stone. And again, you think it's all nice and easy with just a handful of go-karts out there. It was not. A big moment here for second, and the points leader is not happy.
And he was very fortunate there not to turn that go-kart over. He was absolutely on 2 wheels there. Crepin, the man in green, is got it all to himself now at the front.
And it hurt Calderon too. Yeah, there it is. You can see Alex Speed's suit, his helmet. I don't know what the rest of the gear they may be sharing. Hopefully not too much underneath the suit. But this is not a way we wanted to showcase the KA Masters class. 1 driver out on the opening couple laps with Scott Falcone. Now 2 out here with 2 to go. It's only Adam Crepin left standing up front, and then it'll be Eric Schumacher and Junaid Dean, who has continued to roll.
Yep, Junaid Dean podium incoming, ladies and gentlemen. But it will happen a long way behind this man, Adam Crepin. And of course, you're looking at, do I go to the last round as well and have a go? There is nothing. Like, now, what's at the back of his something's son?
Bob's son, Bob Crepin. So Adam Crepin, he does get a little bit of a better parking spot because his father Bob is working in the scale line. In fact, Bob was the one of many USPKS officials saying, hey, Kart Chaser, stop getting in my way. He's got a job to do in the scale line. He'll have to be honest about it, of course, as he always is with his son Adam. But Bob's son, Adam Crepin, stays clean, avoids the carnage in KA Masters. He'll score the Heat 1 win and check over and see, yeah, there's no one there.
I've got to say, looking at Adam, I got a funny feeling there's going to be very little opportunity for him to. He's going to unlikely to be underweight. Put it that way.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. All done. All 3 across the line. Kart cleanup, unfortunately, will take place. We'll take a moment to step to the wayside. We'll be back with X30 Pro. Engines are fired. X30 Pro with a hefty purse on the line, and it began in the road towards it yesterday with qualifying an all Rawls and Performance Group lockout of the front row. But Henry, while you were in the air and working your way here stateside, we got to witness a bit of the testing activity on Thursday and the official practice yesterday. And I will say, first and foremost, a huge tip of the hat to Hayden Jones for a driver that only got to run at the Route 66 Sprint Series, and we'll have to ask him if he's been able to drive outside of that event and this Trackhouse Motorplex Round 2 this year, or if those have been his only days behind the wheel of a go-kart, because he was by and far the driver to beat on the racetrack from the moment they started on Thursday. In fact, the last practice session on Thursday, his teammate, the man starting on the pole, Ryan Norberg, started in front of him. Hayden caught him, passed him, gapped him. We joked with Ryan, said, "Hey man, what Raleigh send you out on the old beater motor, some junk tires?" He's like, "No man, I'm getting old. Hayden is just on it. I got work to do." And well, in classic Ryan Norberg fashion, the best go to work, and they find a way. He did so in qualifying, beating his teammate by a mere matter of hundredths to start on pole for all three heats today, and it's just a matter of time for the best in the business to get up front, and that's why it looks like it does. Austin Garrison, last year's champion, a rough go at round 2, had to sit on the sidelines, missed out on round 1. It puts him on the hot seat. He needs to perform this weekend and in the finale for a chance to defend the crown, and on top of that, bank on some bad luck for Ryan Norberg, because off the 2 round wins he's got so far, just a strong round today could clinch it. But when it comes to the money, the one-off drivers like Joe Turney, Alan Isambard, Zachary Clayman-DeMello, they're focused on the race win, and they all roll from well inside the top 10 as Paulie Massimino and Alan Isambard make up row 3.
Zach Clayman-DeMello and Quentin McPherson go from row 4. Don't count either of those 2 drivers out, with Henry Leppard and Maverick McKenna on row number 5. David Roberts is still in elementary school until he is not out of elementary school yet, and he plays with the big boys in the go-kart. I did speak to him this morning. I said, "Have you got to move to the middle school yet?" And he went, no, I'm still in elementary school. Tallest elementary school kid in the country. Brian Garcia, Michael Boyadzis, Ming Yang Zhu, Lillian Scarborough, Alex Novich, Levi Sanguera, Kyla Cheeser, Mateus Gonzalez, Joseph Huey, and at the back of the pack, Enzo Vidmontier.
He was way off in qualifying. There was something well amiss with that SLA Kart Republic. We'll see how much ground the rookie can cover. He'll have to do it from the back of all 3 heat races today. There he is, slotting into line. Heat 1, X30 Pro, 12 laps. Let's do it. We're racing from Road America.
And, was I mistaken with Enzo Vidmontier diving to the inside? He's having a go to try and make up a bunch of places at the start. I know Dalton Haynes is working with SLE Kart because they're
we had a couple slow there at top of the hill. I don't know if there was some contact or what. There was looked like one of the Sodis. It might have been DeMello slowing there on the run to 3, but yeah, Enzo was doing what he could to game the start. A good start. I will give credit here to Hayden Jones from the outside lane. I think that's the best the second place man has been able to do, and that's hold position off the opening couple of turns. So it's now Garrison 3rd, Paulie Massimino able to get by Joe Turney for the 4th spot here, and Ryan Norberg is already starting to try to go to work and build up the margin. 1 down, 11 to go. We're racing here from Elkhart Lake, and Zachary Clayman-DeMello indeed. The 313 Sodi did not look like it fired off good at all. Up the hill to 3, he is headed for the scale line with something amiss there.
Yep, Lillian Scarborough also down at the back of the field. Now, of course, as you can see, the cottonwood, the flutters of cottonwood all over the place here. But Ryan Norberg, the newly married Ryan Norberg, the expected father Ryan Norberg, he needs the money. Getting married and having a child.
We asked him about it with that big payday from Trackhouse, $6,600 and some change. He said, "Yeah, no, this is all going in the baby fund. Kids are expensive." And again, his wife Shelby, of course, expecting very soon, and well, it'd make it a lot easier to know that he could wrap the championship title up for whenever his first child is headed his way here, baby Norberg in fall 2025. But let's focus on the action. Joe Turney already on the move. He goes by Paulie Massimino for 4th, and Hayden Jones over the last 2 laps has closed that gap down. It is just a bumper between the two. This track has historically always treated Hayden very well. He was very good on the debut here back in 2020 and 21. He's been good ever since we've headed to Road America. And while he's not native to the area, his home for the summer, he'd love to christen it with a national win this weekend. And of course, Austin Garrison right back there in third, following him along towards Norberg. Let's go down to Alex here really quickly, figure out what went wrong for ZCD. Alex.
You know, the motor's been really strong all week, so I didn't want to chance it. I saw the belts were gone. I came in right away to try and not damage it. Tried to get out of everyone's way as best I could, but long weekend, going to keep our head down, and I'm sure we'll get back to the front. And of course, we have one session better tires than everyone now for the heat, so hopefully we can take advantage of that.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
So indeed, engine issues plaguing the Velocity Racing Sodi driver as he watches along. And while we were side by side with him, we've had our first lead change. Hayden Jones going on Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison and Joe Turney are now locking in. In fact, Turney, I think, is on track to potentially put the fast lap of the session together right here. Let's see if he does it. That's a 46.235. Indeed, it'll be the best so far, a 2.41 for Jones that time around.
Jones, Norberg, Garrison, Turney, Massimino, Isambard, your top six. When you can reel off those 6 names at the front of any go-kart race, life is good. Hayden Jones, though, yeah, Trackhouse was going to be his only run of the year. Obviously, the success that he had there, finishing P2, has bolstered him to come back for a bit more. And there is Joe Turney now in third position, closing in.
He made that move up at the top of the hill, Henry, turn 3. And now, still with a lot of racing left, can go to work, although Norberg is already closing back up to Jones. And as you mentioned, Hayden Jones told us at Trackhouse that he wasn't quite sure. Well, at that time, of course, I don't imagine he had, big moment there for Turney. A rare mistake, dropping the right sides off there through the chicane. And a little bobble will put him vulnerable here as he tries to clean those tires off before he crests down the hill in the 4, 5, 6, 7 section as they drop down right in front of us. What a great angle that is over at camera number 3. But for Hayden Jones at that time, Henry, I don't think he had his internship lined up or at least confirmed yet. But as soon as he knew where he was headed for the summer, a mechanical engineering student said, well, let's see if we can pack a couple go-karts in the back of the pickup truck. He and his father, Corbett, drove up. He's got him here to be able to do some training if he wants, some races when he can. He won the Route 66 race here 2 weeks ago, and he is leading the way here in X30 Pro, but again, not far out at all. Norberg there, Turney there, Garrison fourth, and we just witnessed as well Alan Isambard passing Paulie Massimino back for the 5th spot. And how about the local kid as well back in 7th, just barely in frame, Quentin McPherson, the native Wisconsinite. Rolling on. Here's a look at that moment for JT. You saw the kart just kind of 4-wheel jump on the turn 2 curb and plow straight. He was on the limit, couldn't afford a bad ricochet, and that's what sent him just barely to the edge of the grass.
But what was more significant than the incident itself, was you picked up on it, was the way that as Joe came out of turn number 3 down the hill, he gave he cleaned the tires very, very quickly. You know, under speed, but he gave very, very quickly as Enzo Vidmontien there. Well, he's in the UK, we have Weetabix cereal, and when someone wakes up in the morning and has their Weetabix, it's normally the sign of a very good day.
Weetabix?
Weetabix.
Yeah, see, it's just Wheaties over here. Nice and simple and easy. Eating Wheaties.
No, Wheaties are different.
No. Wheaties. We're in America.
We're in America.
Well, or maybe he had some cheese here in Wisconsin. Either way, Enzo's up on the wheel. This is a 21st to 8th place drive in the making. He's obviously a good ways back, kind of ahead of the midfield, behind the main group of 7 with 3 seconds to go. He'll probably at this point, I think with 4 to go, start to ease back off. And up front, things will not be that way. Norberg now back around Hayden Jones. So Hayden Jones back to 2nd, Turney still there 3rd, Garrison, Isambard, Massimino 4, 5, 6, and getting reports as well. One of the RPG Cosmics has gone off. Lillian Scarborough, the young lady on her X30 Pro debut, will join ZCD as an early exit. Not run all the laps from E1. Look at Turney here, right on Jones. Let's see if he wants to go. If he wants a shot at this heat win, he needs to go now all over the 316, going to the last turn. doesn't want to pull it yet. I think he wants to manage the time. Let's see if he tries something at the end of the straight.
Does he want to manage the time, Xander, or does he want to manage how much he shows of his potential performance to his rivals in a mere heat race? Yes, he's made the move there, clean as a whistle. Oh, and now Hayden Jones having to defend, and that might be a little bit of ring rust being just, eased off there. He gets eased out of the line, and now he's in trouble. There goes Isambard back as well. Hayden Jones getting roughed up, and Quentin McPherson's not out of this one yet. He's there in 7th.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I don't know if I would put Hayden under the bus that hard about being rusty. That was a very, very smart move by Joe Turney. Not only did he wait till the last possible second to pull the pin, but he made sure not to over clear himself and force Hayden to really be in an awkward spot on the outside of 2A and then be out of shape for the rhythm at 2B, and that's what put him under fire into turn number 3, and what could have been a seamless 1-position loss has turned into a 4-position loss, and with 2 to go, his best potential recovery might just be 5th, as Isambard is away, Garrison is away, and now all he's got left in front of him directly is Paulie Massimino.
Driver Psychology 101 from Joe Turney. You've got your fiercest rival. Make sure you put in a storming last lap, potentially take fastest lap, but also be right behind him when he finishes. That is what Joe is trying to do, just to remind Ryan Norberg, hey, remember me? You haven't beaten me yet. And as if Ryan needs reminding. But that, again, Turney's kart looking so pointed through turn 2 there. Very, very quick indeed. Down the hill once again, Norberg, he's not phased, the president of Norberg Nation. You won't see him looking over his shoulder nervously. He knows that tomorrow is payday. This morning and this afternoon is just a mere warm-up.
Well, indeed, right? I mean, he knows at this point he wasn't going to be able to get there before the checkered flew. A 7/10 gap, as good as he's been, Ryan Norberg is a top talent in his own right. And the reigning vice champ and round 1 and 2 winner continues the streak of perfection. He has not yet fallen outside of the top spot with the Heat 1 win. Joe Turney 2nd, Garrison 3rd, Isambard, Massimino your top 5, Hayden Jones and Quentin McPherson 6th, 7th, Vidmonti in 8th. Maverick McKenna in 9th, and Davin Roberts completes the top 10. Henry Lepard, Brian Garcia, Alex Noez, Michael Boyazis, and then Mingnan Zhu, your top 15. Again, some pretty big gaps and already some separation. It feels like we've kind of got a class of the field in our top 7 drivers, and maybe Enzo able to join them to make it 8. We'll see what we can get out of Zachary Clayman DeMello. As he mentioned, fresh rubber for heat number 2. Barely even got it up to temperature on the outlap. A DNF for him and Kyler Cheatham, along with Lillian Scarborough. But there it is down on the scale line as the on-track activity comes to a close. Ryan Norberg, Heat 1 winner.
Check.
All right. Checker it on. Mic one. So I came across the line. Checking that, like, look back on the stereo to make sure.
All right, down here with Alan Isambard. Alan, you were kind of in the mix of it all there in the top 5. Kind of walk me through that race.
Yeah, just rode with the pack in the beginning. I don't think we're fast enough to stay with them if we were leading. Just rode in the draft and let him fight and just took the chances.
How tough is it with the long straights? Obviously, you have the middle sector of the racetrack is kind of technical. How hard is it to kind of stay with the pack?
It's hard with the long straights because I suck in the last 3 corners. So like the draft for me does nothing.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, there you go, folks. We'll put the countdown timer in the top right corner of your screen to know when we're back underway. Heat 2 kicks off with Micro Swift, 12:49 p.m. Central, 1:49 p.m. Eastern. Heat number 2, 2 full rounds of racing remain for all 7 divisions, 9 sessions apiece. So we got 18 more races on tap today, but we're halfway in. We'll take a moment to let the hardworking track staff, US Pro Kart Series officials, and our fantastic camera operators who have been out there since first thing in the morning, bringing you all the coverage, head on in, get something to eat, take a breather, and get back out there for the afternoon activities. We'll see you then.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Activity has picked back up here at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex at Road America. We are just about set to go green with Micro Swift, presented by Team Ferris Racing. The engines have come to life, and you'll hear them up at full song moments away from this run around the turn 12 hairpin. Now, a much different start, and I imagine maybe with the added time of the lunch break and the waiting on the grid, the race marshals had a quick word with our front row saying, hey, we want to keep you boys safe. We also want to make sure that all the boys and girls are all together in position and ready for that race start. But again, they'll give them the punch off right after this and allow them to sort themselves out on the run down the straightaway. And just like that, Heat 2, Micro Swift is up and away through turn 1 and up the hill of the chicane. And of course, engine sounds all across the property here at Road America. Not only that, on the racetrack here at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex with the Micros, but the Trans Am Series underway with, I believe, the TA main event just got going. The kind of dual headline divisions they have. TA2 will run tomorrow around this time. TA on the track today. You'll hear them in the background, but these kids are not focused on that at all. Lights out here on heat number 1 and dialed for the leader. Great start again for Slade Harrell as he's gotten away with Brody Stoffel in tow, Henry.
Yeah, the support races, still overrunning a little bit before the main events of the weekend get back underway here on the kart circuit. Yeah, you can hear the deafening, throaty roar of cars on track in the background, but our focus on the future stars of racing, and Lennox Lockhart, one of those future stars. There he is in the number 14 Velocity Racing Sony kart, moves into P3 at the expense of, I think that was the number 37, Dylan Braun, as the top two, Slate Harrell and Brody Stoffel, pull away at the front. Lockhart in third. Then it is Braun and the number 95 of Leo Simoni, ahead of the 7 of the Nash Motorsport kart, Mason Brody. Down towards the end of lap number 2, Harrell trying to pull away.
Side by side back there, that's Jack Katowski, Alvaro Medeiros, and following him is going to be, I believe, Dutch Westbrook. Not nearly as good of a start to heat number 2 as it was for heat number 1 for Dutch. Back to 10th from the 6th spot on the grid. He's now put 3 wide as Alvaro wanted to not only get that spot back from Jack, but get it back from Dutch. He does it in the same corner, and he makes it work, but that's going to open the gaps up now. You can already see the top 3 starting to split away from this middle group of 4. That middle group of 4 just before turn 3 was arguably still 7-8 deep. As we see Mason Brody now make a move. That's on going to be Dylan Braun in the 37 MPG machine. He slipped back a little bit on this lap. And I don't think these 3 are done, Henry. They've already traded it up and gotten exciting once. Let's see if they pass again.
Yeah, Braun got his wheels off the track coming through turn 7 there. That cost him some time. Here they go now into the slipstream. You can see Katowski chasing Westbrook and Medeiros up towards turn 2. A lot of curb there from the Orsilon Racing number 15 kart of number 15 Alvaro Medeiros. Down the hill, up at the front now, Brody Stoffel has retaken the lead from Slate Harrell. Stoffel leading the way. Now, I know on the graphic there it says a Velocity Racing, but that looks like a Jay Howard driver development kart, if ever there was one. And in fact, Jay Howard has got 3 drivers up in the top 5 positions. With Leo Simoni and Hudson Howard working together to try and close the gap to Lennox Lockhart. Although Hudson Howard decides, I want to lead, Leo, you can push me. Let's see if that tactic works. And Leo Simoni dutifully does as he's told. And here's a good one. Katowski, Westbrook, Braun and Medeiros still going at it, hammer and tongs, a little bit further back.
Hammer and tongs. Weetabix.
Hammer and tongs.
You're really bringing quite the culture here to Wisconsin State. That's definitely got a lot of it. but it is a very spread out in terms of hometown front five. You have Brody Stoffel down from Texas, Lennox Lockhart from Florida, Slade Harrell from North Carolina, Leo Simone from Canada, and Hudson Howard from Indiana. Mason Brody from California, even back to Nash Motorsports. Another Midwest kid there in Dylan Braun, and then Alvaro Medeiros, one of many South American oriented families. I don't know if they have relocated here to the U.S., but also in racing, bringing the Latin and South American flair with a ton of international talent under that green and black tent. Alvaro, one of many, and he is the highest running of the bunch that they've got in Micro Swift, although he might slip back a little bit. It looks like Dutch Westbrook's been pushing him along since we last caught up with them a couple laps ago, and they're making some inroads even with that.
And look how much he's struggling. That left rear tyre, number 15, Alvaro Medeiros, he didn't clean his tyres. So he ran off track and then he oversteered into turn number 4. And then he was struggling to get that tyre cleaned off as he then needed to put the load down on it through what was turn number 7. And again, it goes back. We saw Joe Turney do, and there is, do you know what? That's our first actual incident of the day. 2 drivers off on the approach to turn number 2.
Caden Cladera is one of them. The other one looks to be Andrew Anastasio.
Yeah, they're both up and out of their karts, absolutely okay. I'll tell you what else is okay. This battle for the race lead. It's going to be more than okay. It's getting quite good, you know. Stoffel, Harrell, Howard, Lockhart, and Simone. 5 at the front. And yeah, so you've got Jay Howard Drive Development Karts leading the engine. They're the caboose, and they're the middle carriage as well. So Lennox Lockhart, like you said, based in Florida, but from Nassau in the Bahamas, chasing down. He's giving a signal there to Leo Simone, saying, "No, come on, we've got to work together." We're on lap 8 out of 12. And Simone says, "I've got to go. Time is running short." He's heading towards the front.
Yeah, Leo Simone, obviously a great Heat 1 result. If he can bag another good one here in Heat number 2, that'll make the rest of the afternoon smooth sailing and a lot less pressure to perform. Brody Stoffel leading the way still of this group of 5. Anything could happen, though, even when you think you're in a safe spot. In a pack race like this, we've seen it already plenty of times today with more than 2 karts, even sometimes in Masters with just 2 karts. Your day can change and flip upside down in an instant. And with 4 laps to go, this race will be done in just that amount of time as well. We are 2/3 of the way through, and we're getting ready to, I think, really get after it. Check it out up the hill towards turn 2A, 2B. 1, 2, 3 inside for Stoffel, 3 wide for the lead. There it is. Kicking off, Slade Harrell with a big-time move to take over the top spot.
Again, Slade Harrell now, he has got a trio of Jay Howard Drive Development karts behind him. Lennox Lockhart, he wants to try and become a 4th teammate for the purpose of the next lap and a half. Because if Stoffel can open the door, then although Harrell may be realizing how much trouble he's in, he has turned tail and run. Because if one of those Jay Howard karts gets to the inside, they will just ease Harrell wide, and he will lose not 1, not 2, not 3, but potentially 4 positions. Because Lockhart, he doesn't want to now try and break these 3 karts up, because he knows they're going to work together. He just wants to be the uninvited guest at the party that slips in whilst the door is open.
Indeed, and he's going to have still plenty of time to make that potentially even easier. That was a great run through 2A and B for him. Another pass for the lead will bring him close again. In fact, he'll make a pass himself. Pass for 4th, pass for 1st. Brody Stoffel to the point, Lockhart by Howard.
And I'm surprised that Leo Simone didn't dive to the inside as well and just force Harrell White to lose another position. So potentially, you know, that was an opportunity missed for Leo Simone. Harrell, okay, yeah, he's got to think about defense as well as offense, but he's still in P2. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a much bigger blow to it, but it will also be even maybe back to 5th if Brody Stoffel is not careful here with how close Lockhart and Howard still are. Dutch Westbrook continuing to dig away and try to eat at the gap back there in the 6th spot. The blue and orange Bennick is close. Slate trying the outside into 2A to put some pressure on Brody. It didn't work there, and he's got to be mindful here as he opens the door into turn number 3, and this time Leo did try it, but he wasn't aggressive enough there, Henry. I think he could have closed the door. He cut Slate a break, and he's going to pay the price for being nice here. He'll go back to fourth.
Yeah, because Lennox Lockhart followed him into turn number 3, and then when he had 2 options coming down the hill, he chose to go with Harrell, which got him on the inside line, and then that meant that Simone was slotted back to fourth. But at the back of this group, Westbrook, you said how hard he was working. He has caught the lead group, and he has brought Katowski, Brody, and Medeiros with him. We're going to start the final lap with 9 drivers, 8 drivers, pretty much nose to tail. They're all trying to chase Slate Harrell.
Yeah, Medeiros, like you mentioned, 7 pushing 8 there, a little ways back, as now Lockhart takes over second. Stoffel's in a tough spot.
Oh, yeah.
He falls to fourth. He'll have no momentum up the hill. Here comes Jack Katowski. High side, low side. Brody is going to carve a gap for Jack to get back in by passing Dutch Westbrook, and those two are still beating and banging down to turn 4. Into the S's, the drop down for the final time. This 5-pack, 6-pack now as Medeiros joins in is going to be the eventual fight for P4 as they go 2 by 2. The leaders are spread apart just a little bit up the road with a nice gap for Harrell, Lockhart, Simone, and then here, Stoffel back on the inside still over Katowski.
Slate Harrell, a smart drive there from Slate Harrell. We're watching a young driver, you know, maybe in the years previously, okay, Microsoft last year, all about Zane Burgess. Now, Slate Harrell, we're watching him mature on track, fast, very, very clever win there. Lennox Lockhart, likewise, a great P2. Could have been, you know, he got past all 3 of the J. Howard karts there through smart racing. Simone, Stoffel, Katowski, Brody, Howard, Westbrook, Medeiros, and Dylan Braun, your top 10.
Bo Wyatt, Michael Supka, Tyler Blackwood, Mateo Gomez, and Ajax Capitan Garduno, your top 15. We did have a moment, obviously, there we caught the back end of, or the aftermath of, Ranger Anastasio and King Cladera. Of our 27 micros, those are the only 2 that really had issues getting to the line. The last couple, I think, are actually still working their way around. But Heat 2 wrapped up for the young gun, 7 to 10 years old. Slate Harrell topped the box from the first starting spot. He lost the lead, gained it back. Looked like he never lost it in the first place. He'll be really riding a wave of momentum into heat number 3. You can hear the micros drivers, they wait in the scale line, doing their own little post-race debrief and breakdown. Slate Harrell tops the heat there, and now we move over to the first of 2 heat races here for the KA100 Junior class presented by BBS Race Engines. This is for groups A and C, so first and third overall in qualifying for Tristan Murphy and Nathan Dupuis.
Travis Pettit and Bain Abernathy go from row number 2, with Edward Kennedy and Teo Salamau on row number 3.
Then it goes back to Brandon Saraki, Isaac Payne on row 4. Emerson Lane and Lucas Palacio are going to conclude your top 10 here for this group.
Drew Jensen, Giovanni D'Antonio, Valentino Santion, Edgar Rodriguez. Looking back, the nut drivers coming thick and fast. Talon Laney, Isaac Nolan, Grayson Knoll, Maya Lewis, Thomas Anthony, Luca Popescu, and the rest. Into the tram lines, lights are out, the flag goes down, we're off and racing as they thunder towards turn 2.
Oh, big contact here in the middle of the field. One driver got turned right around in front of them all, and it was a roadblock effect, and that has cleaned out. About 15th on back here in K Junior's second heat for the first of the 2 runs.
It was Felix Catch, I think, was in the 879, was the driver that got turned round first of all, and the back half of the field were caught up behind Catch.
Unfortunate, as the lead group, though, got away scot-free. Good start for them. Great start for Travis Pettit. Already to the lead now, and he's going to have another driver joining him up there. Edward Kennedy makes a move on the pole sitter and goes up to second on the energy. He'll take over that spot with his fellow countryman Nathan Dupuis now looking on to bring the fight to Tristan Murphy through turns 1 and 2. And Brandon Saraki right there, easy to pick out in that lime green and black Franklin Motorsports. Merlin a little bit wide there for Brandon in turn number 3, but with a little bit of experience and a track he's finally familiar with, and the kid's limited national schedule getting a bit more action this year, he is having his best run so far. 6th in the group, that mark him in the top, almost the top 10 overall so far today. Good stuff for him, and while the regulars up front, they're not wasting any time. That was an aggressive move there by Dupuis.
Yeah, Nate Dogg, baring his teeth ever so slightly and growling at his opposition. And we know Nate can defend, he can also attack as well. Looks over his shoulder just to give a quick signal to Tristan Murphy, the vanquished Tristan Murphy. Here's a replay of the start. Now, the top 10, 12 karts all get around, but yeah, it's that Lando Norris kart. In fact, it wasn't Catch who was the first kart that got turned round. The driver was starting much further up the order, maybe the 846 of Maya Lewis. Certainly Maya Lewis has dropped down the order. Looking there, though, pretty much everybody has been able to continue, though. And I've got to say, considering that at most tracks where the first, it's called turn 2, but it's the first real corner on the circuit where you have to do a lot of braking, considering, that's the first major incident we've had there on the opening lap, which, touch wood. But, so far, everyone's pretty much behaved themselves, although you've got to run 40 plus of these tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, there will be a big group of them. Actually, I believe they just stayed above the 50 marker as we've got one off there in the infield. I think that may still have been from that first lap incident. Yes. But nonetheless, a good amount still running, and indeed that looks to be Anthony that's out there.
Yeah.
Thomas Anthony in the 871 AMAX Tony Kart. So that group, obviously, they got the rough run of it. Andrew Avalos involved, Felix Catch involved. But this group, Benham Abernathy getting by a fellow Wisconsinite. He was, Abernathy was on the gas in his opening heat. He looks to be at it again here. Having to start on the outside of the second row from this heat, put him back a little bit, but Benham was so good in both junior classes this morning.
Yeah, just a quick reminder there. Thomas Anthony, he's from Champaign, Illinois. Sadly, though, in this race, the Champaign has corked. There is a move. There is Saraki to the inside of Abernathy. You were saying how impressive he was, and that is correct, Andy. Abernathy be very, very impressive, but Saraki, hopefully he's going to become a more familiar fixture on the various national circuits here in the USA, showing what he can do, as there's number 825 on your screen. That would be Lucas Palacio. Palacio down outside the top 10 and just in front of John Antonino, who, let's remind ourselves once again, has to start all his KA 100 Junior heats from the back of the grid. He's already gained 15 positions, has John Antonino.
And now, with the way this race has shook out, I think he might be able to get more than
yes.
heat number 1. He's already up to Lucas Palacio. Not going to get over aggressive with it there. He could have made a crazy last lap move, and we've seen him already make a few. His most recent event was the Stars Championship Series King of the Castle just 2 weeks ago with a 5th to 1st run on the final lap to get the win. He's crossed the line first in both of the Stars OKNJ mains this year. Had a bumper penalty that happened on the warm-up lap in round 1, and he made up for it with that crazy last lap in Newcastle. And again, being put to the test, definitely this weekend with the hefty K Junior field, as stacked as it is, as many drivers as there are, and he's cutting through them like butter.
Oh, absolutely. You know, when Kart Chaser put together the end of 2025 compilation of highlights of the year, that 5th to 1st move from Antonino is going to be in it. I am certain of that. Whilst everyone else is worried about defending on the last lap, well, sometimes offense is the best defense around, and Antonino passes another one. That would be the number 877 Kart of Isaac Payne, who has been put to the sword.
So that'll put him now 17 up. He's into the top 10 with just under half the race to go. 7 laps complete this time by. Travis Pettit continues to show the way. Edward Kennedy, of course, got up to him before we went back through the midfield here. And since then, it's been kind of a push and pull effect on the gap. Last time by, Kennedy had him by 4 thousandths. So he was a tick better, but then again, the lap before, Travis a little bit better, holding right kind of on the cusp of being in the draft window. And he's got at least Nathan Dupuis there behind him, so you'd think, all right, 2 karts better than 1, big straightaway. But as we touched on again a good bit in the morning, and I don't want to beat it into the ground too hard, that the fact that they are in even this last section alone, turning the wheel more than they've got it straight, means that a go-kart that's performing well, of course a driver keeping their hands steady or being able to keep their hands steady, is going to really pay dividends at a track like this, even with this massive run that brings the RPMs up towards 2A and B.
This is going to be the hottest part of the day as well. And of course, you know, the front tyres, when the kart is turning under power, the front tyres are begging for mercy. So, you know, you want to look after your tyres as well. 22 laps tomorrow in the main event. You know, the drivers thinking about that. Also, this is heat 2 out of 3. And of course, it's only half the drivers. So nobody is 100% sure where they stand in terms of heat points, you know. So you don't want to throw away a good result here. A lot of these drivers, they had a good first race. Let's consolidate it in this one and then see if we need to be a little bit more aggressive in heat number 3. Maybe the second round of heats, certainly in the K8 classes, might be more of a thinking man's race than an all-out, elbows-out affair. We shall see, but that's potentially what could happen.
Well, I think that's, again, what's kind of going on right now for these two, right? Nathan Dupuis waited a good bit, gave Edward Kennedy the opportunity to get some clean air and try to close the gap to Travis Pettit. Had enough time to obviously learn behind him, study his line, and go, well, am I a little better out in front than he is for us two both? And obviously he thinks that may be the case, or that Kennedy is starting to lose a little bit of speed as he's already broken up to maybe a full car length gap ahead of the energy driver.
And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but on a circuit with so many twisted turns, we've looked and talked about the differences, all the different types of bodyworks, the different nose cones, the different styled NASA panels. Aerodynamics comes into it. The front tyres, you don't want to heat them up too much. Dupuis now defending from Kennedy. No matter what the heat race is, no matter what the situation is, when you come to the last 2 laps, you do want to try and get every position. But look at Kennedy saying, no, just go, Nate, go. Nate Dupuis goes, maybe a fellow Canadian, do I trust you? I'm not quite sure.
But again, you saw Nate there with a 4-wheel slide down the hill. It even lifted the right front tire off the ground by going offline. He's going in the dirtier part of the racetrack. Not as much grip, and it's going to compound over the next lap if he continues to drive in this lane. And not only that, of course, it's going to stack up the field behind them. It'll potentially frustrate or irritate them, and they might make a move that they wouldn't have done with a cooler head. 1 lap to go, and now there's 5 of them, and there were only 2 in the fight for second, and unfortunately Kennedy is going to lose out on third. Murphy gets by, and behind him, Teo Salamau on the move, gets past Brandon Saraki.
That was a key look over the shoulder there from Dupuis as Salamau passes Saraki. Dupuis has now seen here, he's backed Kennedy up. Kennedy's been passed. Dupuis got some clean air, and notice Nate Dupuis is no longer driving at all defensively. That looked like it may have been a little bit tactical from Nate Dupuis. Just he didn't want to have a one-on-one scrap with Kennedy. He wants to just back Kennedy into the chasing pack, then go. But this man, Travis Pettit, wins by a country mile. Easy as she goes for the Speed Concepts racing kart. And here's the chasing pack. Dupuis, Murphy, Kennedy, Salamau, Abernathy in 6th. How many places? Plus 20 for John Antonino. That is, I mean, are we keeping track how many overtakes he's doing in this class load? He's got to be approaching 40 already.
Yeah, that is getting up there on the pass count for Buddy. P7 before any other intervention, and being that close to second. Any penalties that anyone got throughout the race might put him even a little bit better as long as he kept his nose clean. From what we could tell, it looked like he did. It'll be a top 10 run for him. Other notables from that heat race there. A bit of a backward slide, unfortunately, for Isaac Payne. He goes from 8th on the grid down to 14th at the checkers. And another driver moving forward, Robert Lash for TKG Bureau Art up 5. Bristol Blorman up a couple. And further back as well, Evan Patton, Brady Zeich up a handful. But definitely a few that will ride into the scale line, not under their own power, sadly. Felix Catch pulled in after lap number 2, and we saw the chaos on the opening sector. But all good for Travis Pettit, Hurricane Trav, Heat 2 winner.
You weren't able to have the greatest of qualifyings, but you were definitely able to maximize the most of what you could in that heat race. You're up 20 spots. Tell us about that journey for you.
Yeah, on the start there was a bit of a wreck, so it was good for me to get around that. And then after that, I was just kind of making my way through the pack.
What are you doing with the setup-wise to be able to be as fast as you possibly can?
Just a lot, you know. I can't really set up drop, but yeah.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Well, keeping it close to the chest, John Antonino, indeed.
Indeed, nice try, Haley Donaldson. You can't blame a journalist for trying to get a few secrets, but the smile on John's face said it all. I shall not tell you my secrets. As we now move ahead to the second half of the KA 100 Junior field. It is roasting outside, I have to say. You know, the temperature, it was really nice and warm this morning. Now it is just hot with a capital H, I have to say. You could see in the background a few people taking shelter. And, you know, let's look at that. The Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here at Road America. Karts in the foreground. In the background, you can hear the sound of race cars on the 4-mile Elkhart Lake road course. A better place in the world I would not want to be, especially as I've got a feeling that this group of K100 Juniors is going to put on a bit of a show, led by Brady Shad and Condor from Ecuador, Julian Rivera. Ethan Sky Manjencic and Nate Golseth go from row number 2.
Row 3, Asen Dramalev on the inside, Mad Max Weiland on the outside. Second at Trackhouse, winner in X30 Jr as well, or winner in K Jr, second at X30 Jr, I believe. Mixed those two up, but he didn't. He remembered, double podium, first win. Rolls from the outside of the third row. Gabriel Balog, new colors this weekend. TV Kart with the new USA squad led by a couple of other drivers joining them alongside Tucker Treve with Ryan Perry Motorsport. It's concluded your first 5 with Marco Samet and Davis Henry. In total, this one, just like the last, 26 to 27 go-karts. Groups B and D together and away for heat number 2 in KA Junior.
We hold our breath. Oh, Max Weiland was up and over the rear bumper there of the driver in front of him. He was lucky to escape without getting involved in anything harder than that. I think it might have been Nate Golseth that Weiland mounted as they went through turn 2, but up at the front, good start from Ethan Skymanjancic. He's got the, now, I'm going to get it wrong, is that the Serbian, he's the American stroke Serb, or I think it's the Serbian or the Slovenian flag on the kart there. I noticed that Gabriel Balog, he's got the Hungarian sort of coat of arms on the top of his crash helmet, that red and white pattern on the top of his crash helmet. But here comes, like a rocket, Ethan Skymanjancic, new race leader.
Ethan Sky now to the point. Brady Shad right behind. Oh, Julian Rivera was looking to follow down there through turn 3. He did. Shad to the lead, Rivera to second, and Manjancic down to third. This year for Ethan Sky, my goodness, this kid, he has had to really have his resolve tested. A broken arm injury, then returned to Trackhouse only to be involved in another scary moment there in that crazy red flagged, I believe it was during that, or if not earlier in the weekend. But Ethan Sky's happy to be back, and he's fast, obviously, here. Let's see if he can keep it rolling. He's going to lose one more spot before this lap is done. That's Golseth going by, but at least he's got a little bit of breathing room now back to drama lead. So 4th for Ethan Sky at the end of lap 1. Brady Shad, your leader, up the hill to turns 2 and A.
Into the top 4 now, breaking away. There's Asen Dramaliev and Max Weiland. Max, if he hasn't got a nose cone issue after that turn 2 incident on the opening lap, I'll be very, very surprised. Then the mean green Hungarian-driven machine, the TB kart of Gabriel Balog, followed by number 813 kart. Now this is a good Carson Barry, the team Go Win Races, making a foray into the top 10. Helen Marco, some of Davis Henry, and the rest. There it is, the Gillard chassis, and good to see Team Go Win Races. You know that, again, without wanting to, you know, cast any dispersions, not a team that you're normally accustomed to running consistently up at the front in everything, but hey, Carson Barry is doing a good job there.
So with the GWR squad now having their logo up in the top 10, who else has joined them? Well, Marco Samet obviously still stayed there. Braden Wagner on the GFCs into the top 10 also on the 894, and a little bobble there from that main group. That was either Weiland or Manjancic going wide at the end of turn number 3. And that's, again, backed them up a bit into Dromalev with the likes of Balog lurking on. All the while, almost falling out of frame now is your race leader, Brady Shad. It was 4/10 last time by. I'd be willing to bet it might be up to 5 or 6. Nathan Golseth is going to need to get on the power and do it now if he wants to keep track of the Wisconsin kid out of Plymouth. And now 7/10 the gap here for the race lead.
I was going to say 49.157 for Brady Shad. There goes the Bulgarian driver, Esen Dramaliev, into what would be 5th position, passing Ethan Skymanjancic. So Bulgaria leading Slovenia and Hungary. It's an Eastern European, whole, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a bouquet of Eastern Europeans chasing down the front runners here, and look at that there through the pack down to about 26th, 27th position. All the drivers 6 seconds separating the top 17 at the moment.
Yeah, very, very close action here for KA Junior, and we're not surprised. Oh, wow. A little bit too close for one driver at the end of last lap, evidently. That has gone off right in front of everybody.
And that is the Indian driver. That would be Arman Dewan, a driver out of New Delhi, who is driving for the Benick team. Saw him earlier. Sadly, his race is run. and those yellow flags came out, and it looked like Balog was just sizing up to make a move and then ducked out of it, didn't want a penalty, but someone who has made a move on this lap, Wyland, has been passed by Rivera, and so Rivera now into P3, Wyland back to 4th, and Assen will work on whether it's, well, Dramaliev is up into P4 now, Wyland back to 5th. Xander, this is where the old Max Wyland would have lost his cool and either gone backwards or gone off. Now he's a national race winner. Does he just think, okay, look, 6th, 7th place is not what I want to be, but let's make sure it's not 16th or 17th.
Yeah, this is a mini championship day, right? 3 heat races, 3 opportunities to throw it away at any given point, but 3 opportunities as well combined together to set your grid tomorrow. You don't need to win them all. You don't need to win every session, every pass. Test things, be willing to take chances on setup, maybe on line a little bit, or your approach to the session, but keep your aggression dialed back. Maybe put some things in the back pocket for tomorrow. If you want to attempt to move, well, the downside to it is you show your hand before Sunday, but there are plenty of times that drivers that just average a 10th to 15th place speed and a 10th to 15th place result even will still start inside the top 10 off of a matter of attrition.
Yeah, today you will have give as well as take. Tomorrow, one main event, take all you can get. But today, yeah, you can give a little. Well, the rest of the field have given Brady Shad a 1 second advantage. We haven't given him. Brady Shad has earned his 1 second advantage. Now, there's Wyland picking off Dramaliev once again on the Techno USA kart. So, Asen Dramaliev drops back, but Max Wyland, that was a safe move at the final corner. It wasn't a dive bomb, the door was left open, he made sure of it, didn't squeeze Dramaliev on the exit, gave him racing room, so he's, picked up 4th place. Skyman Jencic and Balog, well, Skyman Jencic has passed Balog on this lap. The gap is growing still, however.
Yeah, he made the move back at 3 at the beginning of the lap here, just up the top of the hill. An easy pass there, and you talk about Max Wyland keeping his head on his shoulders, staying patient, and not letting, the race rattle him too early on. Ethan Skymanichik is another testament to that. He's going to have an option to go. I think he's going to take it right here on Asen Dramaliev, and he will for 5th. A little bit out of sorts there for Asen. He didn't want to give it up. Now he's under fire from Balog, having to go that far wide as he did in 2A and 2B to hang on, and that's going to give Ethan Sky some more breathing room. And that's, again, just keep your head on, know where you're at. If the pack is nose to tail, 20 cards deep, yeah, you probably need to have a little higher sense of urgency because it won't stay like that. And if you fall back to 10th, there's no guarantee that 5th is going to be within a second or within 2 or within 3 or even, again, yourself staying out of the danger zone. But in this case, with only 6 or 7 of them up front, once Ethan Sky let his tires clean back off by just putting in clean laps, even though he fell back, he's now on the march back forward at the right time, as is Braden Wagner with that nice move on Carson Berry.
And this is really encouraging, as you can see, Carson Berry now having to try and attack Grayson Wagner again in the number 894, Braden Wagner, I do apologise, but on a track that is so technical and where setup is so key. Yeah, you've got your OTK brands are up there, your Cosmics and your what have you, but you've also got the Magic Kart, the TB Kart, the GFC, you've got the Techno chassis. All these different chassis manufacturers, not just brands, but actual different manufacturers, evenly matched and completely different. That is, again, very, very good for the sport's health in general. We've got 1 lap to go. Nate Golseth has managed to claw back a couple of tenths of a second. In fact, Brady Shad, the only driver in the top 3 who wasn't lapping under 49 seconds last time around, because Golseth and Rivera in 2nd and 3rd were a tick quicker. Here comes Wyland now defending from Skyman Jencic for 4th place, but I think Brady Shad has done enough on that Rollerson Performance Group Cosmic chassis. Half a lap from home.
just about to put a nail in this one. Max Weiland still defending a bit. He knows Sky Manjenchik is on the way. That'll go to the line, but up front, Brady Shadd will make it look easy. He manages Heat 2 to the finish. Golseth, Rivera, Weiland, and Sky Manjenchik. Your top 5, Dramaliev in 6, Balog, Samet, Wagner, Carson, Berry. Check out this run to the line, 2 and 3 abreast. Further back at the mid-teens and onward here for groups B and D. But again, a lot of that due to some of the drivers cleaned out in the first corner trying to march back forward. Nolan Carney rolled from 16th, fell way back, drove back up as much as he could. He only ends at 21st. Aldo Iturriaga, this day has already been rough. He had that DNF, or well, half DNF, if you will, in X30 Jr when he went off, the only driver to go off on the first lap. And then here in this one going down as well.
Is his name in X30 Jr not Hector Iturriaga?
Oh, you're right, Hector. Well,
does he either have a brother or do you have to get a bit of a complex?
You've got the list in front of you. I might be mixing them up, but I'm pulling off memory. We've got paper to at least help us out.
Yeah, I'll go old school.
A couple knuckleheads trying to go over 200 drivers might get it wrong.
Yeah, well, one knucklehead and the man behind Kart Chaser.
Brother, yeah, confirmed here. Yeah, Aldo and Hector. So Aldo and K.A. Jr., Hector. So for the Iturriaga brothers, a Saturday of bad luck. Aldo and K.A., Hector in X30 Jr. But still, he wasn't alone. There was a lot of chaos in that one further back up front. About as clean as you can get him. Brady Shadd, home race. Well, it's probably feeling like home up front. Is a little shrug there from Max Weiland.
A bit of a rough start there. How'd you recover that?
I got hooked on with Golseth at the start. I didn't have the pace I wanted, but a 4th is not too bad. I can work with that.
Speaking of pace, how do you feel like your pace and the track has evolved over today?
The track's evolved a lot since Thursday. It's a lot more grip, and it's going to be a different driving style and everything, and just doing the best you can.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
There you have it from the stories of old of this racetrack being like ice, a super slippery surface from the new pavement as it's taken some wear, taken some years of aging. It is really starting to get dark on the main groove, and you'll see that be a talking point probably even more so as we get into the hot part of the day. Still only 1:30 p.m. Central Time here at the National Park of Speed, the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here at Road America. And there's your top 2 finishers here from heat number 2 for K.A. Jr. Groups B and D. Nathan Golseth and Brady Shadd waiting for the official word to roll through the scales while they check through the rest. But when one race finishes, well, when it comes to the U.S. Pro Kart Series Wisconsin Grand Prix, you can bet there's probably another one getting ready to start. And that's the case here. KA100 Senior, Eli Warren and Mateo Rubio Luengo awaiting the call. What a battle this group was in their first heat race.
Indeed. Now you can tell that Eli Warren used to be a privateer driver, because when a privateer driver needs to do something on the cheap, what do? Well, you just get a white marker pen and write it on the nose cone. So that is Eli Warren's idea. Well, I'm sure his dad Keith probably had something to do with it. Yeah, we are with HOTS, we just don't have a graphics kit for the nose cone. So yeah, white marker pen, privateer army, that's how you do it, even though when you're with a team. You know, hey,
well, for anyone thinking that Race Select is bringing in the big bucks and just spending money on Eli Warren or anything else they're doing just because, well, that's not the case here. No need to put the stickers on. If it's fast, we're going to keep it like that. And a big reason why Race Select is the official registration and timing associate partner here with the U.S. Pro Kart Series is because of that family aspect that the Warren family bring and Keith brings, and they have a lot of cool things cooking up, Henry, that we're going to get to see later on this year.
Yeah, Keith keeps telling me that I should open my heart and my eyes to the world of artificial intelligence.
Yeah,
but when you don't have any actual intelligence, which is what I don't have, I haven't got one set of AI, I'm not going to start learning a new set.
Yeah, I mean, but it makes up for it, right? You know, that artificial intelligence.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of other artificial things you could, have for yourself or do to yourself. I don't want to see you do anything else, but I'm good with artificial intelligence if you want to focus on that.
Okay. Here we go. I noticed the pregnant pause when I said I haven't got any actual intelligence from Xander Clements there, ladies and gentlemen. But, well, you don't need to have any intelligence whatsoever to realize that Eli Warren is very, very fast in a go-kart. Matteo Rubio Luengo, Brandon Lemke, Austin Olds, Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky are your top 6 starters in what is another stacked grid.
Yeah, how about that here? Going back from them, Sebastian Garzone, the rookie, had to go from the outside lane in his first heat race here. Now outside the way the start shook out, going backwards as if he started on the outside. Inside again, alongside Blake Nash. Zachary Clayman DeMello had to wait all the way through the lunch break after that bummer of an X30 Pro Heat. But if you remember back to his great opening heat in KA Senior, he should be able to roll easily from 9th. He joined Shea Haldrich back there.
Cash Perkins, Chris Verum, Matteo Papis, Connor Ferris, Alex Feldstein, Sebastian Venegas, Lorenzo Kaufman, David Morales, Mateus Gonzalez, and the rest. They come into the tram lines, and the first half of a gigantic KA100 senior field. Take the green flag. Eli Warren will lead the train down to turn 2.
Oh, around goes Garzone and DeMello. ZCD and Sebastian Garzone collide. One more involved as well. The 933 of, who was that? It was another one of the teammates there.
It was David Morales. He's going to be singing a very unhappy tune after this one. Looking back there, Zach Clement DeMello had made the move. Somebody, an unknown assailant, tipped Garzone into DeMello. And then Garzone and DeMello, that's why you could see Sebastian Garzone apologising. But although, to be fair, I couldn't quite see who it was escaping the scene of the crime as they came around the corner. But up at the front, it is Eli Warren, Brandon Lemke, Matteo Rubio Luengo, and Austin Olds. The top 4. Here comes Lemke. Now, what's that with Warren? Is Warren looking slow, or he just left the door wide open?
Wide open, and Matteo Rubio Luengo said, Brandon, it's not just you, I'm going too. You better send it, and he shipped the 901 nearly into the side of Eli Warren, and that got them all backed up to where now Warren is going to lose another spot. That's Jake Drew in the red helmet on the Formula Works GFC going by. His teammate Kaminsky, who had that great opening heat as well, back in 6th, and in between them there is Austin Olds. And let's see, Austin inside on Warren. He'll try to take advantage of the pull center. Here's look to be, is that Chris Wareheim hopping into line. Another one of the tall RPG Cosmic drivers. Almost mistook him for Quentin McPherson, who had a great run in that X30 Pro opening heat. Wareheim, Blake Nash. He's helped work for the Nash 10 and probably helped coach Blake quite a bit, and Blake taking the fight right to him there.
And there is another Rocket Racing Company drivers making a move a little bit further back in the pack. Was that possibly Sebastian Venegas? Couldn't quite catch the number, but up at the front, a 3-kart breakaway now. Lemke, Rubio Luengo, and Jake Drew. I've got to say that Rubio Luengo, his reputation as being not a driver that is shy about making a really big move. That reputation has not been unwarranted, I have to say. Aggressive, yes, but forceful, yes. Within the limits, yes.
On the limit.
On
maybe.
the limit.
I'd put it on the limit as well. Matteo, for sure, is not shy at all about trying to get after it and get what he wants, and that's right now the Heat 2 win for groups A and C. Now behind them, you can still see Kaminsky and Olds going at it, but how about it for the shoe? Jake Drew leading the way, and this is probably a sight for sore eyes for the California native after what has been a topsy-turvy run on our cameras here this year. He was so excited to get a full ride put together as GFC made a concerted effort for the SCUSA Pro Tour and X30 Pro with himself, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Chase Hand. And they have been, in the limited time they have raced together at the Supernats, at a handful of one-offs, even in KA Senior here at the US Pro Kart Series, been able to roll off the truck and be instantly quick. And this year, they haven't always had that. So to have a weekend like this where Jake Drew is doing his thing and is fast has got to feel fun. And it's going to be a little more fun if he can continue to build that gap that just opened. Rubio, Luengo, Lemke back and forth, and Lemke takes it back.
Now, as you're concentrating on the action on track, here is another look at now watch Sebastian Garzon. He's on the inside. It looked like there was somebody inside him. Now he almost apologizes there to Commander Mello, but the storyline is what you're about to see now, because in the background there was a marshal helping Garzon to take his race suit off, because I think he may have tweaked a wrist or a finger in that steering wheel. So we hope Sebastian Garzon is okay. Good work there from Caleb Viesca, up on the hill, up on a scaffolding where he loves to be, high in the air. Caleb, there he is in the background.
No, he got off the scaffolding really quickly.
Why?
He said, Nate Dean, you're going on the scaffolding, I'm going on the hill on the flat ground. So this is Nate's shot right here, Cam 3, and then Grace Overbeck, sister to James Overbeck, has our awesome shot down the front straightaway at turn number 1, along with our fantastic boots on the ground crew, the likes of Kyle Cuthbertson, Simon Sykes, Haley Donaldson, and of course Alexander Searle, all around the property. But here, side by side there, Eli Warren, that was a short corner. It really, that side angle from Nate really shows you how quick it goes from 11 to 12 and how tough it is even on the run from 10 to 11 to make a move. He's going to now be able to easily do it in 2A and 2B, but again, Olds was ready for it, saw him drop the tire there, and is going to go right back on him, and they're going to continue to go side by side, but the pole sitter's on the outside. Shea Aldrich is lining up, and Eli with the dirt on the tires is going to barely keep it on the racetrack, but still going off like that, going wide. He's wounded for the next half a lap, and the field behind him knows it.
Yep, veteran move there from Austin Olds. Just kept Eli Warren out offline long enough for him to get some marbles on those tyres, which means that he's not going to be a threat now for the next half a lap, at least while he gets his tyres cleaned up again. And again, Austin Olds turns around and goes, well, what do you think I was going to do, boy?
Yeah, you talked about the hand signals. I think the heat's getting to everybody here today. It's also, again, been already 2.5 days of full on-track activity. The hotels are usually a little bit further away if you're not camping here, so long days for everyone, including our fantastic crew we just outlined. They're doing a great job, and the field is giving us a lot to work with. This battle is not done. Warren back by.
And Warren, he did exactly to Austin Olds what Olds did to him, hung him out to dry just long enough so that Olds gets some crud on his tyres, and that costs Austin Olds a position to the number 932 of Shea Aldrich, although Olds now thinks, well, I've got nothing left on my tyres, I've got to go back in to regain the position. Suddenly, Eli Warren's got an advantage again.
And Chris Wareheim, watching the whole thing, was just trying to play it smart. He just got the boot scooting boogie by Sebastian Venegas. And Cash Perkins going by, and now Wareheim is back to 10th with dirt on his tires. Here comes Mateo Pappas looking for that spot in 3, while the leaders charge to 4, and now the top of the pylon is all black and white. Keegan Kaminsky has gone by Lemke to make it a GFC Formula Works 1-2, while Jake Drew continues to show the way here in Heat 2.
And I've got to say, credit to the GFC team, the Works team, as well as the GFC Formula Works team, the satellite crew, getting that chassis dialed in, because they haven't got a lot of experience to work off to get the kart working well at a track like this. There's not a lot of data to fall back on. It's not like all the OTK chassis are the same thing. You know, really good work to get that GFC wagon rolling and rolling quickly, although Brandon Lemke on the tried and tested Speed Concepts Racing, it's a Carlos Sainz chassis underneath Lemke at the moment, is right there. Don't count out Blake Nash either. We've got 2 laps to go and still plenty of hosses in this race.
Yeah, there's just a chance that you see the teammates pass, and if they do, Blake Nash will be there. If there's more than maybe 3 passes or 2 even in the front group, then you'll see Rubio Luengo get another shot at the top spot. And the driver I think that's going to really kick it all off, if he could get a good run, is the man in 3rd. Brandon Lemke is all over Keegan Kaminsky right now, and as Kaminsky is able to get the draft at the end of the straight to pull back up to Jake Drew, he's going to be faced with a tough decision. Go or get past, because Lemke is there, and he will not want to surrender any potential championship points at a racetrack that he knows oh so well. Going back nearly a decade and a quarter, Henry, when there were hardly any club racers here at Road America, long before the repave, long before all of the fantastic facility improvements that have been done to this place, and a kudos to the staff Brandon Lemke was here from the Great Lakes Sprint Series to the Route 66 Series in any event in Wisconsin, and he was one of many big ambassadors, him and his father Bill and the family, to say, look, this place, it has a lot of promise. This could race amazing. We need to get more big events here. The track's invested. The series have rewarded them with big events. The drivers are putting on a show, and we've got a lap to go. Let's see it. Jake Drew covering the inside down to 3.
Yes, so Brandon Lemke, he has probably done numerous races here with just 3, 4 other rivals when times were tough here at Elkhart late at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. He's now going to show what he can do against a full field of America's best, but he's under pressure from Blake Nash. He's going to have to swap offense for defense, but still, he's in with a shot. Are we going to have any last turn lunges? No, not this time.
All good on a GFC Formula Works 1-2 in KA Senior Heat A and C, or Heat 2 A and C. Jake Drew, Keegan Kaminsky, Lemke, Nash, Rubio Luengo, the top 5. Eli Warren will end in 6th there with a good recovery, able to get back away from Austin Olds. There you see Zachary Clayman DeMello rolling by, and something happened to Shea Aldrich here on this final lap. We just saw him cross on the inside of the front straightaway. I don't know if we have another view at that. Obviously, a great instant replay presented by Shop AKR moments ago of the start that we were able to see the breakdown of. I don't know if we did get it of what happened to Shea, obviously falling down the board now to 15th as he crosses there. But he was right again around the likes of Venegas, Cash Perkins, Olds, and crew. Still, he crossed the line, and he ends up ahead of about 10 others. DeMello, Gonzalez, and Morales and crew, and there's still a little cleanup to be done. Sebastian Garzone, you mentioned, obviously, the marshals tending to him. Kudos to him. He said they would have stopped the race if he was seriously injured or not. He did not want to interrupt the day, and that's a sign of respect of a true racer out of that young man. Congrats, though, to Jake Drew, Heat 2 winner for the first of the 2 races for KA Senior. Kart's on the racetrack for Brandon Jarschak Racing KA Senior, the second of the 2 heat races here. B versus D, heat number 2, out onto the racetrack. And, well, Caleb Gaffera, a front row lockout for himself and Eli Warren. They got to race each other and work together in heat 1. They'll be split apart for the rest of the day, heat 2 and heat 3. And he's joined alongside by our 4th overall qualifier, Joe Turney, who has to start from the outside lane for all 3 of his heats, including everyone behind him, the likes of McPherson, Caden McQueen, James Overbeck, and Big Ben Gaunt. Paulie Massimino, Quentin Angeli, Mick Gabriel, Adam Maxwell, the inside of those first 5 rows. And they are already rounding that last turn, getting ready to head our way. Heat number 2, groups B versus D, underway. All good through 1, 2, 2A, 2B, now through 3. And the field has survived it as we head down the hill to turn number 4. A little bit of side-by-side action there. Charles Ropke there was trying to make a move at the turn 4 apex point. But out of that drop-down corner, here we go. Working through half a lap for heat number 2, groups B and D. Caleb Gaffera continues to lead here, and it looked like McPherson might have been able to get down the inside of Joe Turney off the start. Paulie Massimino definitely didn't know. That's Quentin Angeli up to 3rd. Great start for the Rocket Racing Company driver.
I've got to say, now there's obviously there's nothing going on the big track for the time being. That was Kart Chase's own version of Crank It Up, going through the first 2 quarters. Really good to hear the engine sounds. There's probably a company that needs to sponsor that little segment as it goes through there. Just thinking company, the Kart Chaser Crank It Up section sponsored by. Here we go. Caden McQueen's on the move, chasing down the Rocket Racing Company machine of Quentin Angeli, who in turn is keeping Joe Turney honest in 3rd position as Gaffera and Massimino try to break away.
Now that's Overbeck there. Nice move for him. He gets by on McPherson, and that'll put Quentin outside the top 5 a little bit further as the top 5 drivers now get a bit of a gap. So 6 for Overbeck, and the gap was 6/10 of a second there. Caleb G still leads up the hill towards turn number 3 with Paulie Massimino in tow. Joe Turney, oh no,
dear.
Big contact here. That's McPherson going off. He was side by side with somebody. That's the 909.
That's Brayton Zervez.
So maybe McPherson, Mick Gabriel, and Adam Maxwell across the line right behind him. Maybe he was getting passed in the run up to turn 2AB. Tried to get into line, and it all kind of just bottlenecked and collided with Zervs, who would have been 3rd in line.
Yeah, it certainly had all the hallmarks of 3 or 4 karts going into that complex, all vying for the same piece of real estate. And the net result is the drivers directly behind them have gained about 5 or 6 positions apiece. Ben Gaunt and the number 962 of Chris Harrower up into the top 10. Good to see those 2 Brandon Jarschak Racing drivers. Now they Brandon is in association with Mike Doty Racing and Brandon Jarschak up in the top 10, both Harrower and Gaunt.
Split finally. So
did they? Oh, right,
year,
okay,
this
sorry.
year together for quite some time, and this year the full branch off and kind of launch off of BJR on its own and MDR on their own still, but 2 very good programs, no doubt, that have produced a lot of talent together, and even still, divided, they've got a lot as well. So Massimino now to 2nd. McQueen's back there. Contact, Quentin Angeli. Oh, into the wall with contact from James Overbeck, who was on the inside, and Angeli now is facing the crowd on the outside of the last turn.
I mean, Overbeck went for the gap. It closed as he was making the move, and Angeli vaulting through the air into the pit lane. Again, that could have been big. Up at the front, Joe Turney, Paulie Massimino, Caden McQueen, and Caleb Gaffera have pulled away. Here you have 4 veterans. Different teams, different chassis, all experienced, and just look at this. It's flat 5 out of 12. Are they making moves? No. Are they just pushing each other along? There is good news. in some respects. Angeli up and out. Bad news, he is up and out of the race, but looks physically unharmed. Now, this is going to be really interesting. You know, so much experience here at the front. You know, even if Massimino thinks he's quicker than Joe Turney, does he really want to give Joe Turney a couple of laps at looking closely at how his car performs around the circuit? Because let's not forget, this is possibly round about the time, well, maybe an hour or so, when the main event's going to be taking place. So track temperature-wise, ambient temperature-wise, very similar. Caden McQueen is thinking, well, no, do you know what? I'm on a new deal. I've just signed for Velocity. They've signed me to get their kart to the front, so that's where I'm going.
Well, and understand as well that for Caden McQueen, he wanted to be able to be running both classes this weekend, racing as much as possible, where ZCD, of course, is able to be in that spot. He already had his deal completed. Caden's only came together in the last week and a half or so, finalizing, and even up until this week, he was like, man, anything I can do to try and get to run both. I want to run both for you guys. I want to get as many laps to get acclimated to the new chassis as possible, and I want to put it up front and deliver. And obviously, this weekend they said, hey, Caden, we're here. We want to build with you too, but let's just do KA. Let's ease our way in. And Caden's like, all right, I'm going to show you that I'm ready for your full support and commitment. And right now, I would say he's doing a great job of trying to prove that. Winner in Heat 1, and second, tracking down the only driver on a winning streak here in this field, and that is Joe Turney, 7 in a row coming into this weekend.
You know, and that's, hey, if you're a driver out there that, you know, is a young driver, wants to become a paid professional go-kart racer, take a leaf out of Caden McQueen's book in terms of attitude. Okay, one ride with Energy Course, that comes to an end. He's left back in the UK. He works, he picks up the phone, he sells himself, he comes here. We did an interview with him this morning, and he said, before we start going, let me just go and get a Velocity t-shirt before the camera gets turned on, to make sure I'm representing the team that are now employing me. And then, on the track, let's go and do the business. It's every part of it. It's not just how fast you are on the track, it's how you conduct yourself, and you're an ambassador for the team and the brand off track as well.
As they run down the hill to turn number 4, Joe Turney's gap to Caden McQueen, 4.5 tenths last time by. Caleb Gaffera, Paulie Massimino. Much different story for the pair of them here in this heat race compared to heat number 1. And Oliver Hodgson really made a great point at this, and it stuck out to me of all the different interviews we've done. We chatted with him back earlier this year, only back in March, about, or I believe in April, about the differences and how sometimes you'll get to a KA Senior main event or a heat race, and it'll look a bit like this, a bit strung out, and not be a crazy all-out pack fight, dog fight, even like what we saw in the first heat race. And then other times you will have that. You'll have back and forth, 10 driver, 20 driver, 15 driver battle packs that are 2 and 3 wide, and it's just chaos. And he's like, well, it really just depends who gets to the lead early. Is it the fastest guy? If so, we're all going to end up getting strung out a bit, trying to chase him down. And then by the time that we all want to race at the end of the race, when the 2-to-go signal comes out, we can't because we're too far apart. But if maybe the fastest guy isn't starting up front or doesn't get to the lead early, yeah, you'll have a bit more shuffling, or if we're able to shuffle him back. But in this case, Joe Turney consistently even or better than everybody else on the circuit right now, and he has strung out the field successfully. 2 to go, still just under half a second, just over 4 tenths. I mean, a game of thousandths. That was 8 thousandths. He was better than Caden McQueen last time by. And you can see McQueen, he was all out of shape in 2A.
Yep,
What an angle.
Trying hard, the back end stepping out. But you know something? These are the professional drivers. And this is a very professional performance from them all. Because, hey, the main event's tomorrow. It's not today. You know, with 50 drivers, we've said it before, one mistake could be the difference between starting second, 12th, or 32nd in the main event. There's James Overbeck in P5. Ben Gaunt, big Ben Gaunt, up into P6. His dad, a proud Englishman from Leicester. Big Ben in P6. Then Mick Gabriel, Chris Harrow having a good run. Up into 7th now, ahead of Mick Gabriel. with Quentin McPherson and Drew James rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, Drew James is up 4 spots as well, by the way, 14th on the grid to 10th, so a great charge here for Drew as Joe Turney drops down into the 4, 5, 6, 7 complex for the final time. And the Alonso Kart, well, they had Joe debut the Dep Kart on his second U.S. weekend back in 2023. The red and yellow throwback colors, of course, the livery that Ayrton Senna took to his karting world championship. And now the Fernando Alonso Kart brand available, ready to buy if you'd like it. And the way it looks, I can tell you right now, Henry, it looks fast. Heat 2 goes the way of JT.
Yep. Unfortunately, you don't get a free Joe Turney with every Alonso kart, but it's a very proven package. It's a good wagon. I've got to correct you, and I'm surprised Emery Lyder hasn't corrected you instantly. Instead of the Motorwheel Kart Championship.
Ah, you're right. You're right.
He got beat.
He
but
got
there
beat.
we go.
You're right.
Here
You're
we go.
right.
There we
You're
go. But
correct.
you're absolutely
there
right.
we go again. The Netflix documentary can tell you the drama there. I want to take a look, though, quickly through this results grid, specifically because, first of all, obviously we had a lot of airtime for the front drivers here. How about that run for Chris Harrower? 5 spots up, a P8. That's a solid performance in a year that has seen a lot of growth out of the 962 BJR driver. Ben Gaunt as well, very impressive, picking up a few spots. And again, you don't need to make up a lot. You just need to make up a lot by the end of the day. 2, 3, 4 spots a session. That's a great heat race Saturday. But as Joe Turney rolls into the scale line, I want to take a moment here and take a look at what happened with this young man, Caden McQueen. We caught it there. What a great angle. This one was straight from Caleb Vieska's angle down at turn number 2 earlier in the race. On the second to last lap, he was all out of shape back at turn 2A. And I believe we may be able to pull that for you. But first, let's go down to the scale line here as we go to the scale line audio with an all UK top 2.
Thank you, Xander. Caden, well, first of all, we were kind of showing it there on our broadcast, but I want to hear it from your perspective there. 2 laps to go, you're all out of shape in turn 2. Kind of describe what it was like from the seat there.
Yeah, I just turned in a little bit too early. It's a bit too much curb, and the car bottomed out on the curb, and yeah, we ended up having a bit of a slide. But yeah, a win and a P2 so far. Can't really moan about that. First weekend with the team have done an amazing job. The car is amazing, the engine's amazing. So yeah, we pushed for more. I think Joe had a little bit more than us at the end of the race. But yeah, we'll come back stronger.
Thank you, Caden.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at that here. We'll take a couple moments of this. Caden McQueen sending it with 2 laps to go. Look how out of shape he was there. What a quick heads-up correction by the Velocity Racing Sodi Kart driver. Obviously, Alexander Searle able to chat with him there in the scale line. He was hunting there back to Joe, but this racetrack, I mean, again, as big as it is, as uphill as it is, if you have your package on point, it is tough to keep up with you, to bring you back, and to make it a bit of a battle. ready for more action here from the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex at Road America. Velocity Racing Mini Swift is all out onto the circuit. These young drivers here, ages 8 to 12 years old. And, well, Maxwell Macha, Jake Manolio, they are your front row. But if Heat 1 showed us anything, there are a lot of fast drivers and go-karts in this field. 12 laps, stack them up, get ready, and let's go away with it here. We're not gonna go that time by. It looked like hands in the air, and Porter said that's not the way I want to get this one going. He will send them around one more time. For those of you that are enjoying the coverage here on the Jumbotrons around the beautiful National Park of Speed here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and are enjoying the on-track activities on the car and the go-kart tracks, of course, the Trans Am Series just wrapped up their TA main event on the day. We've got plenty of action here at the US Pro Kart Series Wisconsin Grand Prix. Well, we are only halfway through our second round of 3 heat races across 7 classes, with 2 of them so big, bursting at the seams, we had to split them in 2 groups. This class is group 4 of 7 overall in the rotation, or again, technically 6 of 9 on our lineup. And another run through them all for Heat 3. But for Heat 2, Mini Swift, this time is green. Little bit wide, a big moment for Jake Manolio, and it pops the chain. Jake Manolio with airtime in 2A and 2B, and when he slammed back down after going a bit wide, comes to a halt in the grass. It also sent Santi Orioli into the grass, and he was able to continue, though. He has now lost some positions, and that has changed up our picture up front entirely. Orioli buried in the field now. Where is the MPG driver? Deep in the pack, it looks like. Not even in the top 10. Somewhere there he is in the bright orange and red machine there around maybe 12th or 13th. Meanwhile, the top 2 now have a huge gap back to this group here. It is Francisco pushing Maxwell Macha and going by him. Paxton Romero and then Cameron Johnson, and then the rest of the field. Great start for the likes of Simon Jack Klein, Dominic Gaddis, Eric Wojciechowski into the top 10. Daniel Dragunov is in there, and Mauro Nario into the top 10 as well. Here's some moves inside. That looks to be, I believe, maybe Clayton Stiles in the 137, as there's some more dust getting kicked up off the back of turn number 3. But at the end of lap 1, well, he's pretty in pink, and he loves to put it out front. Jaden Francisco and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart to the lead. He'll come to the line to officially lead lap 2. It was a close call at the end of lap 1. I believe the scoring monitor gave it to him. No question this time. 2 down, 10 to go, and the 130 takes us back up the hill to 2A and B.
You know, when I spoke to Jaden about being called pretty in pink, his dad said, look, this is mum and dad's choice. But we want to see where he is on the track at all time. Jaden took some convincing, shall we say, that it was a good, but now he's got a cool nickname, and he realizes, hey, I'm easy to spot, not just by my mum and dad, but by announcers and the TV cameras. I can live with being pretty in pink. He leads the way, but look at this battle, the bright green crash helmet. There's no mistaking that. That looks like it's a Franklin Motorsport kart of Eric Wojciechowski. Is that number 119? He is easy to spot as well.
Yeah, indeed. Eric Wojciechowski there, lime green helmet, easy to spot. He's just ahead of Clayton Stiles. We're checking in with Santiago Orioli. Henry on the start. Heartbreak for Jake Manolio. I'm sure the boys are hard at work to see if we can get a Shop AKR replay of it. But side by side for second and third, as your pole sitter Maxwell Macha got the jump, and Manolio went straight 4 wheels right here over the cut at 2B. As he landed, it popped the chain off, probably bent the sprocket, bent the chain, took him out 2 turns into the race. And as he also re-entered and landed and ended up braking, it sent Santiago Orioli to have to make evasive action. He went through the grass, and for starting in the top couple rows, he's gone back, and now he is nearly going back again there with a wild moment right in front of us in the drop-down corner, turn 7.
Combination of short race, angry driver. He's down there from no fault of his own, no fault of anyone's really, just being in the wrong place, wrong time, trying a little bit too hard, looking to make moves where really there's no opportunity to, though, but you're frantic, you want to get back to the front, lives to fight another day. He will pick up places. We're only running lap number 5 and 12. Is he in with a shout of victory? No. Can he still salvage a good top 6 finish in this heat 2 out of 3? Yes.
No doubt. He could definitely still make something of this. And again, this is as I called it earlier, a mini championship. And what do they always say? What do they tell the kids, Henry? Championships are not won on your good days.
Nope.
They're won on your bad days. In this case, a bad moment for Santi Orioli. If a bad moment still ends up with a top 10 finish, he'll be in a great spot still to fight tomorrow. And not only that, again, in terms of the actual championship, salvage the weekend, because you don't drop a session, you drop your overall points total from qualifying through 3 heats and a main. And if you have a bunch of so-so overalls, well, that doesn't really benefit you. You want to be hot when you're hot and hopefully have no more than one cold weekend on the tour. And if you can have 3 hot ones going into the final one, well, you can breathe really easy, as Orioli makes that move look easy as well. Turn 3, another one down.
Now that was 3 passes. We've just been following Orioli. Wachakowski, then he passed, was it Nario and Gus Wunderlei. Easy passes. Didn't risk the kart, didn't risk himself, just made the move, and he's already pulling away. So again, it just shows he knew probably that, oh, hang on a sec, that one move I made wasn't quite on. There's another move that is Jaden Francisco's cousin, the number 114 kart of Liam Francisco, making a move. But look at how Orioli is now driven up to the back of Simon Klein, Daniel Dragunov, and the rest. Here's a look. Oh, airtime. And yeah, that was Orioli, wrong place, wrong time. But unfortunately, poor old Manialio, Jake Manialo, out of the race.
Here's a look at Enzo De Janeiro. His opening heat race, a bit up and down, but again, that comes from unfortunately not having the best qualifying that we have seen out of this young man. Already a multi-time race winner on the year, but 6th overall. By the number isn't bad. By the starting spot with a bottleneck chicane that favors then the next corner as well to the inside lane, and an even bent front straightaway. That inside groove is a big improvement almost automatically by 1 to 2 spots on the starts, and that multiplies down the board. So for Enzo De Janeiro to be up to 3rd, it is technically by the, again, the notebook, only a net gain of 3, but more than likely it's a net gain of maybe 5 or 6 at the end of turn number 3 on the opening lap. So this is a good showing. Clean racetrack ahead. I mean, it'll be tough to catch the top 2. They're 3 seconds out with 3.5 laps to go. But if he can put a couple good laps together here, maybe break away from Cameron Johnson, he could at least seal the deal on a P3 finish.
Don't sleep on Maxwell Matcha winning this race just yet. He has managed to keep Jaden Francisco within about a kart length of him. And again, very smart driving. A little look over the shoulder from Jaden, a little acknowledgement from Maxwell saying, hey, it's okay, I'm not going to go yet. Yet being the big word there, as just to give you an idea of how much elevation there is here. When you're walking back through the paddock, as I just was there, you're looking up, you're almost craning your neck back up to the top of the hill. For these mini drivers, it must seem, like you're climbing the karting version of Mount Everest. But yeah, Maxwell Matcha sitting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah, just to give you reference, folks, I mean, this angle right here from overhead, as we see there was more from the end of the opening lap of Orioli getting back going and falling deep in the field, is that, that angle, our 3rd camera angle, and Nate Dean is up aboard, that is 2 stories high, and he is still beneath where Caleb Vieska is from this angle at the top of the hill. As we watch Orioli now working with his teammate, Dominic Gaddis. You saw him look to maybe go by him there on the straight, ran out of steam. He should be easily able to get the job done in the drop-down banked turn number 3 corner, and that will now put him all the way up to 6th. So this is a heck of a recovery drive that, again, will net out to what could have been, again, anyone's finish in the lead group of the fast drivers in heat number 1 when you think about it, because that race, of course, came down to the final few turns. A battle like this with not just 2 go-karts in it, but 6 or 7. And we've obviously seen now a change in the lead. Maxwell Macha to the point, coming to 2 laps to go. And Henry, he has really been like a fish to water with the Parolin chassis and the Parolin USA team. They have worked great together in a short time period to get adjusted. But what I will say seems to not only be good picking up where he left off in his previous run with the likes of SLA Kart Racing, where he won the Super Nats, with Velocity Racing with Sodi. What's been so good with him here is his qualifying has drastically improved. In speaking with his parents at a race a few months ago, his mom was joking. She's like, yeah, I understand you have to follow the action and make sure you catch the leaders a bit, but I know that, you know, Max is racing when he finally gets onto your cameras by Sunday, because we always qualify in the back. But he has, again, put a great qualifying effort together, put it on the pole, he's kept it up front, and as they head to the white flag, he's going to have a chance to fight for a heat race win, and it's a mono-y-mono fight. He's made it good for 1 lap. He's got 1 more to do it.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha is giving himself less work to do to get where he is now, but he's going to have to work very, very hard to keep Jaden Francisco behind him on the final lap. Up to the top of the hill, Maxwell defends. Francisco will swing to the outside. Will he try to cross over and sell Macha the dummy? He tries to go to the outside. The crossover again is not going to work. Now we're into the corkscrew turn 7. Maxwell runs a little bit wide, wheel to wheel. Macha still has the inside, however.
Yeah, he's parked it perfectly here to this point. 3 more switchbacks remain. This one, the biggest of them all, and then it'll get quick back and forth through 11. Over to the final turn. Don't pinch it off too tight. He'll run wide. Francisco's got to run. I don't know if he'll get there. They'll race to the line. Macha holds by 0.05 of a second. And at the line there, Cameron Johnson steals 3rd away from Enzo De Janeiro. In the same fashion he was able to get the win in heat number 1 off a last corner stunner. He does it again. P3 for the 110.
Yep, and that's Santiago Orioli, P5. What a recovery, using his smarts there in the second half of the race. And let's not give a shout out, Dominic Gaddis. That's a good result as well for Gaddis. You know, he let his teammate, by his de facto teammate, they run the same graphics kit, you know, slightly different operation. And then he followed Santiago Orioli, and they both managed to get past Paxton Romero at the end. Simon Clyde, Daniel Dragonov, the Dragon Wagon, finishing P9. And Mauro Nario rounding out your top 10. Oscar Wunderley, Liam Francisco, Clayton Stiles, Thomas Montalvo, and Flynn Fallon in the top 15 as a look back at the full list of finishers.
Only 1 DNF, again, unfortunate for Jake Manalio. More racing continues here on Kart Chaser. X30 Jr is ready to go for the Wisconsin Grand Prix. Heat number 2 continues on the other side of this break.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you sick of making the wrong setup changes? Or arguing with your kid about their driving? Apex gives you the answers within seconds. Apex is the latest innovation from Kart Class, which can solve thousands of karting queries at the press of a button. No more asking random people kart setups, or being intimidated by larger teams. Just type it in and let Apex do the rest. Apex covers different kart brand setups, axles, rims, seats, and everything racecraft related. For as little as a can of chain loop, you can learn from over 30 years karting experience in seconds in the palm of your hand. Check out Apex at kartclass.com today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're ready for more racing. We've got a lot of it.
I am. I'm ready.
Here we go. X30 Jr. Speed Concepts Racing, the title sponsor of the division. Sarah Bradley and Max Weiland on your front row. Local kid doing good. Brady Shad on the inside of row 2, and John Antonino has to start from the back for his K. Junior Heats, he gets to start up front in X30 Jr. rolls in 4th.
Williams Driver Academy. That's the Williams Formula One Team Driver Academy prospect. Lucas Palacio goes from the inside of row number 3 alongside Tristan Murphy, Bailey Abernathy, Teo Salamao. They're already into the tram lines. Junior X30 Heat number 2 is go. Here we head down towards turn 2.
Side by side. And it'll be a little bit tripped up further back. Looks to be okay as they come up the hill to 3.
I think that may have been Parker Ives at the back of the grid that was just getting a little bit delayed there, and one of the RPG carts, hopefully not Mr. Turiaga. Oh yeah,
oh, no,
he's been more than a little delayed. That wagon is broken. He's trying to get it restarted, is young Parker. And of course, yeah, Parker, the youngest driver in the class. But out of this one, he knows it's going to be a tough baptism, but obviously laps are so important. Get your laps in. But it's early days. He's still got another heat today, yet you can see the cart off the side of the circuit as the leaders come through the turns 2 chicane. Weiland to the inside of Brady Shad. Shad fights it. Weiland gives him room. They're still wheel to wheel. Palacio behind them. Oh, and Brady Shad gives Max Weiland a little bit of the old hip check, icky shuffle going into turn number 4. Weiland now tumbling down the order. There goes the number 711 cart of Tristan Murphy past him. So for Santi Orioli in Micro Swift, read Max Weiland in X30 Jr. Does Weiland now, he needs to just compose himself, not get angry, and slowly work himself back towards the front. He's not going to win this one, but he could still get a very, very good finish out of it if he drives smart. He's 11th right now.
Getting reports maybe there's something dragging heavy on Max Weiland's Magic Cart. I don't know what it is. We'll try and see if we can listen for it or look for it as well. Obviously, we've seen him just go straight backwards, and the Magic driver is, well, now behind the 721 of Aston Wyatt, and it's hard to say what that could be. I mean, nothing visually from the side looks to be off or broken. It could be anything as simple as just a tool maybe even left on the go-kart, or the floor tray breaking loose. Again, this racetrack, we talk about how technical it is, Henry. And yes, the curbs in turn 2A and 2B are relatively flat, but you're still flying them. You're getting airtime. You're jumping a metal frame with no suspension and landing. And so it really is a heavy test on equipment, and it can break and break bolts loose or break things altogether, as we saw with Manolio in just the last session. So there could easily be, again, any of those bolts or all of them, but maybe one breaking loose on Max's chassis savers or floor tray that try to protect the bottom of the frame rails, because again, we saw him go off there top of the hill at 3, and then right here, that moment side by side with Brady Shad. Shad obviously had no idea Max was still there going into turn 4, opened his hands for the corner, and it just again knocked the front end of Weiland off the racetrack.
Do you know what? I think, and all credit to the camera crew. Great to have the Shop AKR multi-camera angle replay. I think the front of Max Weiland's floor tray has come loose. I just think at the very front, the floor tray may have come loose. You could almost see under the nose
Yeah,
coat.
the left side of it, for
Yeah,
sure. Right
you
where,
know.
again, it kind of high-sided, and that part would have, again, been grinding against the pavement while the right side of the go-kart went off and into the grass. So if so, kudos to Mad Max for hanging on and still wheeling the thing. Again, anything dragging middle of the corner, especially on one side, is going to affect the handling, but he just made another pass.
But of course, you're resting your heels on the floor
That too.
tray.
Yeah.
So you've got to try and move your heels off the floor tray to stop the problem getting worse. And I'm glad that we managed to sort of diagnose that issue, so that you can just see there.
Yeah, it'll be on the left side here on some of the angles. Now, again, don't want to take away too much from the activity. There's a lot of other notables. For
Yes.
one, Ashton Woon, this young superstar, was a shining star at the opening round of the season in Daytona. He had a great run to kick off the spring set of events here. And last year, SCUSA Pro Tour Mini Swift champion. This year, full on in every junior class they can get him in, and now working on the back bumper of our most recent KC Junior 125 main event winner, John Antonino Jr. And another funny side note here for Ashton Woon. Now, he is a small driver again, but he is, I believe, 12 nuts, just maybe turned 13 as he makes the move on Antonino. He got his first taste of a Formula car just not long ago in the last gap of races with the Skip Barber Racing School. And when he was strapped in tight with the belts, he literally cannot reach the ignition. He can shift, he can reach the wheel, and he can reach the pedals, but they had to have a mechanic on standby to turn the car on for him, and he still wheeled that thing, I'm sure, as fast as he's wheeling his X30 Jr right now, or darn close to it. But kudos to that young man. He is rolling right now. I mean, that's now going to put him up to 6th.
He can do everything apart from switch it on. Now, looking at the front, Sarah Bradley has used this opportunity to sort of eke out a 0.6 of a second lead over Brady Shad. Lucas Palacio runs into 3rd position. Then there's a bit of a gap behind this driver on your screen to the next group, Kennedy, Abernathy, and the aforementioned Ashton Woon. John Antonino, it seems as though when you don't give John Antonino 30 go-karts to try and overtake, he doesn't make as much progress, but I'm joking, obviously. I say it in jest. Then Max Weiland, Teo Salamau, and Tristan Murphy.
And yeah, here we go. Back behind them, the likes of Aston Wyatt and kind of this next battle pack. This is Nico Katowski on screen there, just ahead of one of the Hotes DD drivers. That's Isaac Nolan, I think, in front of him, or behind him. But all the way back to the 733 machine of Royce Vega, another mini Swift move up. Of course, plenty of championships and wins amongst all the drivers we've outlined, including Palacio. He and Ashton Woon had plenty of battles over the 2023 season. And then last year, didn't get to see as much of Lucas. This year, maybe a little bit of him here, as he's still a bit young, I think, in most of the cases to run OKJ. They've been able to run him in OKNJ with 1 year lower on the FIA regulations, gearing him up to run OKJ next year with the Kart Republic factory team. And I have to imagine with the performances Lucas has put on here and already abroad, I mean, he went over there and was instantly winning in the cadet categories that the motorsport big movers are keeping a close eye on the kid in 3rd. But they definitely need to keep their eyes up on the other couple up front here, as there's a move behind Aston Wyatt, because as Palacio gains ground here, local kid Brady Shad, this will be a very popular win if he could pull it off, but I would say arguably as popular if Sarah Bradley could get it done here this weekend. She has been on rails, and just as we talked in KA Senior, what a change of the atmosphere. The fastest driver ends up leading early and stringing out the X30 Jr Heat race here, because Sarah Bradley, she has been putting in great laps after great laps after great laps. And well, now she is finally getting tracked down and getting her first challenge for the lead by Brady Shad. And she's fending him off here, hanging tough. 2 more laps to hang on to it, girl. The young lady shows the way up the hill with 2 to go.
And now Brady Shad's going to have Lucas Palacio to deal with, or is he? Because he now makes the move. And Bradley, 2 to go, doesn't fight it yet. Quite wise there. They say that even though Bradley's just dropped to 3rd position, that's quite smart. She didn't fight at what was a losing battle right now.
Yeah.
Hey.
She wanted some help. You saw her tap her helmet. She was hoping Lucas would follow. He did not. Of course, he's got a lot of forward momentum because he's tracked down both Brady and her over the last half of this race. But like you said, Sarah could have tried to pinch Lucas Palacio down, try to hold the outside. She didn't. She saw him going, let him through, found a gap behind, and now she's going to let these 2 boys get after it. They're going to trade paint. Here she goes with a big run right back to Palacio's bumper, and Brady Shad trying to hold on to 1 spot, might lose 2 as they go up to 2A, 2B. Single file, he's going to send it deep. He'll hang on to 2nd, and we've got now Bradley's teammate joining the picture. Here's Ashton Woon in the blue helmet back and forth.
Yeah, now Sarah Bradley, she could have stuck her nose up the inside of Brady Shad going into turn number 2. She didn't. You know, maybe, again, it's a heat race. She could have potentially been a bit more aggressive, but that would have cost her a lot more than it would have gained her, because Palacio and Shad aren't done yet. Now Bradley gets her chance round the outside. She's got to be careful that Woon doesn't push her back to P4. She's still there in 3rd. Palacio on the anchors. This is going to be a 4-way drag race to the line, but Palacio takes it, and 5/2 seconds separate the top 4. Good driving, smart driving. I've got to say that during the lunch break, there was discussion between myself and our man Simon Sykes over which was going to be the best race of the class of the weekend. Simon voted X30 Jr. I voted Mini Swift, and at the moment Simon Sykes is 1-0 up on me.
Well, again, we're only talking Heat 2. I would argue either one of their opening heat races could go for race of the day, but they're still all going to the racetrack again with crunch time. Heat number 3, the drivers that finished up front here and also hopefully had a good run in Heat 1 will be hoping to just cruise and take it easy and close out the day with a top 5 or top 3. But the drivers further down the board on your screen, down to the likes of Teo Salamau in 9th, Edward Kennedy 7th, Benham Abernathy, good Heat 1, so Heat 2 and 8th. And even further back to the likes of Calderon, Katowski, and those outside of your top 15, like Parker Ives with a DNF here in heat number 2. Jackson Elefante, he's a scratch, I believe, for the weekend. I don't think we've seen him in either session.
He has gone out in K100 Junior.
So maybe just not the X30, but
yeah.
that'll tell you right there. So X30 Junior, Lucas Palacio, Heat 2 winner. What a great run for him. Sarah Bradley, again, P3. Led most of it, showed a lot of speed, and continues to improve and impress. And this young lady is joined by our budding superstar on the mic, Haley Donaldson, in the scale line. We'll send it down to you girls.
Sarah, it looked as if it was going to be a flag-to-flag lead for you. Tell us what happened those final laps.
No, it was a pretty solid race from lap 1 to lap 10. I think Brady was pushing me a little bit, helping me out. I knew he was there. I looked back, last couple laps I was leading, and I saw that we had what I thought was a 2-car breakaway. He passed me once, and then out him in the corner, and then I'm kind of points racing, and I honestly had no idea Palacio was there. I looked back, and he must have been invisible. I had no idea who was there, but kind of the name of the game in the heats is just survive for me. I was definitely hoping for the win, but at least we got through it and hoping to bounce back the next one.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
So KA Masters engines firing to life there. Apologies those folks listening on and tuning in online there. Right as the engines fired, it seemed to get a little miscue on our end. But nonetheless, KA Master and a good bit of words from Sarah Bradley as she stays composed and confident. That was a nice interview and a bit from her saying, yeah, it's. I think overall, my biggest takeaway for body language and expression is we can still work more, we can still find more, learn a little bit from that heat, and keep going. The weekend is only halfway through for the X30 Juniors.
Sarah Bradley summed it up perfectly. I can't remember the coach's name, the North Carolina Wolfpack, when they won the NCAA title in the early 80s. Survive and advance. Survive and advance. It was quite simple. A quick rundown of the grid. We'll struggle to get them all in. Hang on a second. Adam Crepin and Carlos Calderon on row number 1. Martin Stone and Scott Falcone on row number 2. Eric Schumacher and Junaid Din on row number 3. Now, Adam Crepin won the opening race with the Bob's Son Racing. That's what BSR stands for. And you can see Bob, the picture of Bob on the bottom of his NASA panel there as we head off. And we've got the start going into turn number 1. But it is Carlos Calderon. And one of the Orsalon karts, I think that was Scott Falcone, over the grass at turn number 2 as we head down the hill with Martin Stone, Martin Stone and Carlos Calderon may not be exchanging Christmas cards this year after heat number 1, but they both have, again, what's the worst you could do in this? Start from the third row of the grid. Yeah, but still, you want to be there up at the front. If you can get away without passing any go-karts in the main event, then do so. Don't give yourself too much to do. And I did defer to Simon Sykes so far, but Simon does need to get chirpy on the Casey WhatsApp chat, or else I shall tell the public how slowly he drove his Junior F2000 car around the kink at Road America when it rained compared to his teammate last year. Oh, sorry, did I just do that? Oops.
Oh, man. Oh, Henry, come on. That wound's probably still stinging a little bit. But nonetheless, he's doing a heck of a job here, helping continue to get our broadcast rolling and firing and improving. And again, to those that are watching along, we do apologize about some of the technical difficulties we did endure in the first couple of heat races in heat number 1. We've since obviously doing our best to work through those and make sure this is nice and clear and beautiful from one of the most picturesque venues that we'll get to visit all season, the America's National Park of Speed here and the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex at Road America. You can see, obviously though, even going uphill, and as much as we mentioned that it's not necessarily a huge draft or aero racetrack, Scott Falcone is doing everything possible to get out of the wind with that lay-down slouch, the opposite of the tuck that the kids do. He's getting low by scooting forward and getting the knees up to the heads out of the air and try to close up to Schumacher.
I think that Scott, that's about my driving style as well. It's not through choice, put it that way. But yeah, Falcone, a lot of the Japanese drivers that I've commentated on, they do that. It's very difficult. Whereas they go down the straight, instead of leaning forward, they sit back in the kart. That seems to work for them, and that works for Martin Stone, or does it? He makes the move on Carlos Calderon and makes it stick as well as we head into turn 2 to A to B, and Falcone now giving Eric Schumacher all he can handle and a little bit more. That Franklin Motorsport kart of Eric Schumacher. Now he's got that sort of, on the top of Eric Schumacher's crash helmet, he's got that sort of design. J.D. Stacy, who used to be a bit of a maverick NASCAR team owner, always used to put these sort of chevrons on the front of his cars. And Eric Schumacher's crash helmet reminds me a little bit of that, without the maybe millions of dollars of embezzlement that J.D. Stacy went and did. But again, that chevron on the front, that blue chevron on the front of Eric Schumacher's kart, Schumacher's helmet rather, does remind me a little bit of the J.D. Stacy chevron on the front of one of his NASCARs. Here comes Falcone to the inside. Oh, backs out of it at the last second. Up at the front though, Martin Stone has caught Bob's son Adam. What would Bob be saying right now? How would he be telling him to defend? But that's going through Adam's mind. Martin Stone, who again, I think Martin's kids are here. I think it's Martin's kids. If it's not, then there was just a small child running around where Martin's kart is in the Wallace Performance Group. But so far, Crepin keeping Stone and Calderon at bay. Will Carlos Calderon be the would he be a little bit more cautious about making a move on Martin Stone, bearing in mind what happened in heat number 1?
Yeah, I think at this point here, he's probably not only, keeping that in his mind now of, okay, well, I need to be careful, maybe a little more than I was around Carlos, but yeah, maybe a little bit of love lost. There's kind of two takeaways, I feel like, Henry. The smart driver response, or the 100% smart driver response, or the 100% emotional driver response. The emotional response is, all right, if I ever get a chance to be faced with help Adam Kreppen or help Carlos Calderon to the end of the weekend, I'm going to help Adam Kreppen because I'm mad at Carlos for colliding and hurting my race in heat number 1. But the calculated, take the emotion out of it, coaching response, I would say, is if I had a young driver that was in that incident, is go, okay, what can I do as a driver to prepare to not give Carlos, or any driver for that matter, the opportunity to do to me what was done to me in heat number 1. And that is, again, whether it's a matter of defending harsher going into the corner beforehand so he can't get alongside, or giving a little extra space and instead saying, yeah, they're going to take the real estate more than I expected, so let me concede this corner and see if I can counterattack in the next turn. That's, I think, the two takeaways for me from, if I were both, again, trying to take the emotion out of it, take the frustration out of it, say, what can we learn? But from the competitor's standpoint, because racers never forget, right? I don't know if you'll see Martin Stone bump drafting Carlos Calderon as much as he has been with Adam Kreppen, but he's not going to push him here. He'll take the lead away with 4.5 to go.
Yeah, practice what you preach. And then you realize it's harder to practice what you preach when the red mist has descended and you're in the heat of battle. But we are at 2/3 distance, and half the field have still got a realistic shot at victory here in KA 100 Masters. In fact, half the field separated by just 0.4 of a second, and 5/6 of the field separated by just 3 seconds. Schumacher and Falcone, they haven't fallen. There we go. We've got nearly everybody in the same frame as we head up the hill towards turn number 2. But Martin Stone, again, bided his time, waited for his chance to strike, and yeah, like Sheriff Dirty Lyle in Convoy, bided his time, waited for his chance to strike. But I'm not calling Adam Kreppen a big rubber duck or anything like that, but certainly Stone is pulling away. And Carlos Calderon, should I say that Alex Speed with the Alex Speed race suit.
Oh, not again! Contact there. Calderon, he had the bumper behind the tire. And, well, right as we were getting ready to, call the end and get ready for it, a little moment there. And, well, who better to talk to than the man whose suit and helmet he's wearing than Alex Speed himself. Alexander Searle taking a... Ryan Norberg on deck, though, with Alexander Searle down on the grid. Well, let's talk with our top qualifier and Heat 1 winner in X30 Pro. Well, I definitely want to hear from Alex Speed still about what he's thinking, but Alexander Searle mixing all my Alexes up. Let's go to you.
Alexander Clements, down here at Ryan Norberg on the grid. Ryan, first heat in the books, nice and steady. How would you kind of compare the way this track's feeling to when we were last year, a couple years ago?
I said earlier that it's difficult to be consistent here, and that's really the hard part about being up front. All these corners are blind corners, or not all of them, but a lot of them are. And when you have someone in front of you, it really maps the corner out for you. And so when you're out front, it's just difficult to see the racetrack super well. But all in all, we were able to come away with the first win. We just got to kind of keep that same pace up, and everybody's catching up and it's fast, so mistakes are going to be the difference maker.
How difficult is it to kind of set your go cut up around this racetrack with tight corners in the middle, long straights to start the section of the racetrack? I mean, how difficult is that to kind of manage?
It's tough. I mean, because honestly, you have so many. It's like you said, you have some banked corners, you have some, opposite, whatever banked corners, but. Overall, you just got to be consistent. It's all up to the driver. You got to change your driving style per corner. It's just to kind of manipulate the kart a little bit to make it run better through the run. So, yeah, I mean, that's just what we got to do and just try to stay as consistent as possible.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Apologies for that Alex Searle and Alex Speed for the pardon wake-up call there for Carlos Calderon. Obviously, he's now faded back while we were talking with Norberg, but what a great bit of insight there from Ryan. Appreciate how open he is, and there's a reason why he has very quickly become successful with his local coaching program, the Norberg Karting Academy. They just recently went on a tour throughout all the tracks of Florida, developing some of the next generation. And, well, if you want to see what the coach has to offer and what that team has to offer, well, that team is headed for the checkers again. This time it's Heat 2 for KA Senior. First time this weekend, Martin Stone is the first to the line. He hangs on over Adam Kreppen. Calderon will end third. Scott Falcone in a good battle there with Schumacher. He shakes his head, but he got the pass done on the last lap.
Yeah, I was going to say he did.
Can't be too upset.
No, exactly. You know, he had a couple of stabs at it where it didn't quite work. And Junaid Din, you know, the pride of Pakistan, Junaid Din crosses the line in 6th position. As there we go. I mean, I know Alexander Searle gave you a little bit there, but it comes something when Haley Donaldson is taller than Alexander Searle, which is, you know, even hard. There, you look at that. You can hear and everything. Doing a great job there down in the pits. Great job, great insight to the drivers. You know, Alex is going to be looking up to the Minimax drivers very shortly, the Mini Swift drivers very shortly. The trackside sounds of X30 Pro head out onto the circuit. Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones Leader Rollison Performance Group 1-2. Austin Garrison and Joe Turney share the second row of the grid. Had a Paulie Massimino and Alan Isambard. ZCD, Zachary Clamandamello, fresher tyres after his Heat 1 retirement. He starts 7th alongside Quinton McPherson, Henry Lepard, Maverick McKenna, Davin Roberts, Brian Garcia, Michael Boyadzis, Mingyang Zhu, Lillian Scarborough, Alex Novich, then Levi Sanguera, Kyla Chiza, Matias Gonzalez, Joseph Hue, and Enzo Vidmontien from the back of the grid finished 8th on the road, I believe, in heat number 1. Well, we spoke to Ryan just before the start of this race. Now we will see what Ryan Norberg, the president of the Norberg Nation, can do about Hayden Jones and the rest of the top 6. But if Zach Clamandamello can get through the first couple of corners without losing ground, with fresher tyres and a very refreshing attitude, he could be one to watch.
As they form into the lines, we think back from what we learned from heat number 1. Hayden Jones was fast, but he got swallowed up once Turney got by him. Norberg ended up as the winner, and he starts from pole with another great launch up the hill to turns 2A and 2B. Oh man, everybody's good through there, and this time that black and orange Velocity Racing Sodi as Zachary Clamandamello is firing with the full cylinder and full power. And so he is right on the heels of the off-pole man, Hayden Jones, who has slipped all the way back to the 4th position. Both Austin Garrison and Paulie Massimino have gone by, and that's also meant that Joe Turney has slipped behind ZCD, and he's now got Alan Isambard knocking on the door, nipping at his heels here at the end of lap 1, and that's why he's going to cover it off a little bit into turn number 9. But Flying Ryan, Austin Garrison, 1 and 2. These two have contact here. Levi Sangera over the top of one of the JHCD drivers. Who is that off to the side? Is that Kyler Cheatham maybe? No, it is going to be Michael Boyadzis.
Yeah, because Kyler Cheatham, he retired from the opening race. Michael Boyadzis finished well. Now, Zach Clamandamello has probably been waiting. I mean, Joe Turney has never sort of had to go head-to-head with a focused, fired-up, fit Zach Clamandamello on good equipment yet. And now he is about to go. I mean, obviously they've raced against one another, but again, this is where Zach Clamandamello, remember me, yes, you know, I was doing Ryan Norberg type things while Ryan was still a junior. So this is a really good, interesting little perspective to see how Joe Turney deals with this new threat. But here we go, there's Quinton McPherson, another driver, running a wave of confidence coming in here, chasing Henry Lepard and Alan Isambard. This on your screen is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, this is just right at the edge of that main group here for the lead. That Ryan Norberg is starting to open up over Austin Garrison as Hayden Jones tries to claw his way back through the field. You see Turney still with Isambard in tow. Now Hayden Jones is going to lose a spot actually. DeMello gets by, Turney gets by as Jones gets up way wide into the marbles, and now Alan Isambard is going to be all over him here in the final 2 corners. Let's see if he tries to pull the trigger. Yes, turn 12. Isambard a little wide on exit. Jones will get back to the inside, and he's got help. Here comes his teammate. Henry Lepard is there in the 311 to try and push him back through.
And at the back of this group, just coming into frame now, Davin Roberts, youngest driver in the class. He's just passed one member of the RPG team. Elementary school or not, Davin Roberts is ready to play with the big boys. But do you know what? Davin's also going to learn that the big boys don't like getting pushed around in the playground.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if Emery Lida can get us a Shop AKR replay of that moment there and that quick exchange back and forth. But it's not done, and we got to wait and see how it ends up. Side by side, Lepard and Roberts. They have been at it the whole lap, and now McPherson sends it on his teammate. Quinton to the inside. Here comes the 327 of Lillian Scarborough, the young lady on her debut, is getting her elbows out. all around her teammates. It's a sea of purple and pink, and Enzo Vidmontien is there and nearly ends up getting speared by the out-of-control Henry Lepard, who was just trying to find a gap to stay on the pavement. All kinds of chaos behind your main pack.
There were RPG karts going every which way, but in the right direction for a brief moment there.
Oh my goodness.
I was going to say, Mike Rollison there, just take your tablets, Mike, take your tablets, they're all still going.
Yeah, take a breather here. Now at least Vidmontien split him up. Look at this moment here. Okay, first of all, let's go back right here. This is the little bump and run. You saw Lepard, a last-second move. Davin said, okay, you want to cover it right after I'm already showing a nose, I'll give you the bump, and then obviously Lepard went back by, the contact continued, and then again, even too, if we could get a moment back at right here a lap ago in 2A, 2B.
Oh yeah.
What a hairy moment that could have been for Enzo Vidmontien. He's probably got a little mark on that left side pod, but now as he falls behind Lepard, it's not been maybe as easy as, well, obviously not as easy as Heat 1 was with that moment alone, but I don't know if he has the edge over the field. I think that the rest of the pack is starting to really come to grips with this place and close the gap to the front drivers that are already out in front now. You can see a significant gap from the battle that we're watching here and the battles up front. Roughly call the bridge between them Davin Roberts because of that chaos, but even still, Alan Isambard upwards, that top group of 7, they are still about a cut above. Look at this moment here. Enzo, I mean, this has got to be a pucker factor moment when you're trying to, you look across. He saw him. He looked over. He saw him. He tried to give him space and still ate a tire and front bumper with his left side pod.
Yeah, indeed. A puckering moment is correct. You can visualize that, ladies and gentlemen at home, as you will. But interesting. This is the moment. Norbert, Garrison, Massimino, Turley, DeMello, your top 5. Things, they are changing up at the front. Davin Roberts, 5.86
seconds. He's about in no man's land. But I wanted to point out, Joe Turney, the last couple laps after getting by CCD, 2 laps consecutively now, he's been faster than Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, and Paulie Massimino. Just like in Heat 1, where he was good, but again, just a bit late in the session to get to Norberg. The gap is even bigger now, and I don't know if Massimino or Garrison are going to get to Ryan, battle with him, and kind of bring it back this way. And again, for Hayden Jones, having to start on the outside, having to basically get used up in the first few laps, lose all that time, all that track position, it has been super detrimental to his hopes of trying to maximize the points. Henry, we talked about him a little bit as we check back in here with 2nd and 3rd, and I'll make it brief, but yeah, Hayden's only plans initially were the Trackhouse Motorplex event. He didn't know that he was going to get an opportunity to intern up here in Milwaukee and spend his summer working and have a few more chances to maybe make some money as well as learn on his path through college and university. But since he performed as good as he did at Trackhouse, and of course you add in, it helps a little bit, the purse money that he got into, ending up in 2nd with the 100% payback, they have decided, hey, it's 3 out of 4. We weren't at Daytona. We had a great 2nd round. Let's go have a good one at a track that he won at 2 weeks ago. And no matter what, as of now, the plan is for Hayden Jones to finish out this championship at Newcastle, make a run at Flying Ryan, and the rest of the top 5 in the points. And on top of that, of course, 2 weeks or 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later from the USPKS finale, well, it's the All-Star race in North America, the IAME USA Grand National Championship. Tons of money on the line, and, well, it's at his home racetrack where his family still is in North Carolina, so I'd be very surprised if we didn't see the 316 on the lineup, pulling probably double duty in KA and X30 Pro for the Labor Day weekend extraordinaire. So we're going to get to see a little more, I think, of our RPG orange helmet friend. But back to the action. 2 to go. DeMello is closing a little back up to Turney, and Paulie Massimino has gone by Austin Garrison. We're catching up with them. It looked like he was getting ready for it. He pulled the trigger at the end of last lap, and now Paulie is driving away.
Let's not forget this morning, and I will quote Austin Garrison ad verbatim. My hips hurt, my butt hurts, but hey, let's go get her done. exactly like that. That was a replay of Austin Garrison's interview. He wasn't giving away the fact that it was hurting to the point where it was putting him off his game. He's still there. The man from Davie, Florida, hustling that kart. He's got that hunched over driving style, so different. Look how high his shoulders are compared to Joe Turney. Just as effective. And Turney, again, the last lap, he's gained 6-7 tenths of a second on DeMello since he's passed him. He's got 4 tenths to make up, but nobody is going to catch this man, Flying Ryan Norberg. Down the hill towards turn number 4. It doesn't matter who they throw at him, both within his own team and other teams. He finds a way to stay out front.
Well, I want to say too, Henry, I don't think I've seen a weekend like this where it's such a steep progression run for Ryan Norberg. To start Thursday, struggling a bit to find the speed, to get it on the end of the Friday to qualify pole, win Heat 1, and now to win Heat 2, there's a drag race there. Turney gets Garrison at the line. Austin Garrison was really fading in the last few moments, and Joe Turney, in classic JT fashion, turns it up at the last hour, and he gets another spot, P3 for the JHDD Alonso kart. Garrison 4th, DeMello 5th, Hayden Jones 6th, Alan Isambard and 7th, Davin Roberts 8th, Lillian Scarborough. The young lady here, this is a great building block race for her before tomorrow's main P9 and Enzo Vidmontien P10. And we talked about earlier when Ryan won Heat 1 that he has been top of the pylon since we left North Carolina for the U.S. Pro Kart Series concerns at least. Now this is his 10th consecutive official session atop of the board at Road America. He is good. And P1 for Norberg, P2 for Paulie Massimino. Let's talk to the man in blue and yellow and red. P3 on that final lap move for Joe Turney. Let's go down.
Thank you, Xander. Joe, I kind of want to ask you, it seems like on a handful of your starts today, you've been struggling to get going. You think it's more because you're starting on the outside?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously I can't get into the chicane, and you're stuck on the outside, so then drop a few spots, and you have to fight a bit at the start, and the track's pretty dirty offline as well, so yeah.
Obviously a new track for you this weekend. Doesn't seem to take you many laps to get at this point in the weekend. Do you feel like you've kind of come to grips with it all?
Yeah, for sure. Still, we're missing a tiny bit in the X30, I think, but the KA we're really strong. We need to keep working and see what we can do to get back to the front.
The late race pace looks pretty good for you, though. What do you think you need?
Yeah, no, it is good. But also we're following. I think out front is harder as well, so I think Ryan's still got a bit on everyone.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Great bit of insight there from Joe Turney as the work continues here through Saturday. And just like that, 2 rounds of heat races complete on the day. We have one more batch of heats to roll through, and then it'll be time to put the karts away, stare at them, decide if you want to make any other overnight changes, because you do have one final test session in the morning tomorrow before the main event rolls around. But just as we were mentioning there on the closing parts of that heat race for Ryan Norberg, I mean, he has just continuously raised his bar session by session. I mean, it has been from working from behind, then to being even, then to the fastest at the end of the day Friday, but not by a lot. A little bit better at points in Heat 1 and the points where it counted. And then in Heat 2, I mean, he was the best start to finish. At no point it felt like anyone was making serious inroads towards the race leader. We got to definitely put the spotlight on the midfield battles, and those were a ton of action and a ton of fun to follow along with. But nonetheless, yeah, the rest of the pack, they not only have to work to catch up to where Ryan just was in Heat 2, but the vice champ, the multi-time, one of the most decorated champions in North American karting, is going to go to work again and learn and try to find more speed in heat number 3. Engines are rolling. Micro Swift on deck here to kick off the 3rd round of heats.
Here we go then. Round 3, the third set of heat set to begin. Slate Harrell, Leo Simone lead the Microswift category. Brody Stoffel, Jack Katowski on row number 2. Dylan Braun, Dutch Westbrook, Lennox Lockhart and Liam Astalis on row number 4. The top 10 rounded out by Mason Brody and Michael Suka. Hudson Howard, Alvaro Medeiros, Caden Cladera, Tyler Blackwood, Harrison Appel, Ajax Capitan Gardudo, Bo Wyatt, Liani Schiavo, Evan Leash and Mateo Gomez. The top 20, the remaining runners, Darius Zaremba, George Ho, Lincoln Willie, Dusty Strayer, Bernardo Nascimento, Diesel Maxwell and Andrew Anastasio. 27 of the youngest drivers here in front of a enthralled spectator grandstand, all eyes not on the big track but on the kart track here at Briggs Motorplex, Briggs and Stratton Motorplex at Road America. Here we go down towards turn 2. And 27 drivers go in, 27 drivers come out up through turn number 3, down the hill. Harrell in that red and black Nitro kart, followed by Leo Simone. Then the MPG liveried machine, that is Mr. Braun up into third position. Third or fourth position. In the number 37 car, the number 11 dropping back there a little bit. Bo Wyatt at the back of the pack, down in a tail end of the top 20 as we come around to complete lap number 1. Harrell, Stoffel, Dylan Braun, Lennox Lockhart, Leo Simone, Mason Brody, Hudson Howard, Liam Astalis. Into turn number 2, Lockhart makes the move on Braun. Braun losing 2 places, and Leo Simone locked on the rear bumper of the Bahamian-born, Florida-based Lennox Lockhart down towards turn number 4 as they continue the descent down the second half of this wonderful, tight but yet flowing, very technical, full of gradient circuit here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And that was the number 92, Jack Katowski, making a move. There goes Hudson Howard to the inside. Howard picking up a position, passing who I believe was Mason Brody in the number 7 Nash Motorsports kart. It was indeed. Side by side, and there's another of the J. Howard Driver Developments entries, Liam Astalis, into the top 10. And a wonderful conversation with young Liam earlier this year when he was a little bit aggrieved that he had been moved out of the way by a competitor who hadn't been given a penalty, and it was a real nice learning moment because both myself and Liam's father were able to say, well, listen, hey, this is the way it goes sometimes, next time you could be a driver that gets a slice of good luck instead of a slice of bad luck. And look how well, when these drivers are this age, I absolutely love just be able to talk to them and tell them that this sport, it teaches the young men and women in it so much. It teaches them predominantly that life isn't always fair and that you don't always get what you want, and you can try your very, very, very best and still not come out as the winner. It makes for very, very successful older men and women when they move into adulthood and have to face real life and not the life of a young go-kart racer running around the country, sometimes the world, chasing whatever dream they've got, or just enjoying and being fortunate enough to do this wonderful sport that we all love so much. The top 4 remain Brody Stoffel, Slate Harrell, Leo Simone and Lennox Lockhart. Then a slight gap back to Hudson Howard. Harrell looks to the inside with help from Simone, and Leo Simone helps Slate Harrell pass Simone's own teammate, Brody Stoffel, with Lennox Lockhart now in 4th position. And even though there is chopping and changing going on at the front of the field, and there is Jack Katowski running wide at the top of the hill, kicking up a whole heap of dust. You can still see it at the back of our Kart Chaser camera shot as we head into turn number 8. Further back, there is Dutch Westbrook in 7th place in the leading Team Bennick entry in this particular race. Tyler Blackwood, who was victorious here a couple of weeks ago, I believe, or has been very successful recently here. He is there in 13th position, and all 27 drivers started this race still running, which is good. You know, we've only had 1 or 2 retirements in the whole of the first 2 heats in Micro Swift. Down the hill towards turn 4, that wonderful off camber right, the cart flicks right, then you turn left and straight into the flip-flop, downhill flip-flop section at turns 5 and 6, into the sort of downhill corkscrew at turn number 7. It's like a magnified, slightly shorter version of the carousel corner on the main Road America track, which is just behind the back of your camera shot there, behind our paddock here at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. We've had the cross flags, half distance in this 12-lap Micro Swift, the final heat of the day. There's number for this class, of course, there's Caden Cladera in number 38 machine. Cladera running, where's Caden Cladera running? Outside the top 18, just down, 14th is Caden Cladera at the moment. Simone, Harold, Stoffel and Lockhart have now been joined by Hudson Howard and Dutch Westbrook. 6 at the front with Mason Brody, Jack Katowski, Alvaro Medeiros and Dylan Braun, all within striking distance. There are the top 10 runners as we start lap number 8 out of 12. Into turn number 2, Hudson Howard gets it slightly wrong. That's cost him track position, if not an actual on-track position, because now the top 3 have cleared off. Simone, Harrow and Lockhart have a break over Hudson Howard. He actually made the move on Brody Stoffel, but then slid wide going into turn number 2, lost all his momentum, and of course you're going steeply uphill coming out of turn 2, so you really are a sitting duck for the next couple of corners unless you defend. You can defend and not lose a position, but you lose a lot of ground, and that is what Howard has done. And you can see now 1.2 seconds separates these 3 from the 4th place battle now. And the 2, Jay Howard, and over the grass was Mason Brody on the Nash Motorsports number 7. Here comes Katowski to the inside of Westbrook. Medeiros and the Orsalon Racing Machine looking to capitalise. And then you have, I'm going to call him Colin Braun if I'm not careful, Dylan Braun in the number 37 MPG Motorsport machine, the man with the black crash helmet there looking menacing in 9th position. The top 10 still separated by just 3.5 seconds, but the 3 leaders have cleared off. In fact, now Lockhart is pushing Simone away. Lennox Lockhart for Velocity Racing makes the move, takes the race lead. And Lennox, and I keep talking about him being Bahamian. The Bahamas is a country that hold very, very dear to my heart. The Educarting Bahamas program, which eventually sent a team of Bahamian drivers to the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. Sadly, the funding wasn't available to send Lennox to the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games, where he really could have given the Bahamas a chance to win a medal in the Olympic Games of motor racing. but he flies the flag very proudly for the Bahamas. Whenever he does things, his dad Miguel, you know, has a lot of friends back home in Nassau, and I have been joined, well, I've lost a Xander, but gained an Alexander. Alex Searle, welcome aboard, sir. I firstly will apologise for making fun of your height. Xander told me to.
Yeah, it's unfair because I can't respond down there on the grid.
Exactly, that's why you think I do it. You can't fight back. That's perfect tactics. Say it when they can't reply. Lennox Lockhart, Slate Harrell, and Leo Simone are putting on a clinic here at the moment. They have gained an advantage, mainly because Hudson Howard and Brody Stoffel have tripped over each other, but now the two teammates are coming back to try and make it a 5-car battle as we begin the last lap.
Yeah, Lockhart going down to the bottom of the racetrack here. This is where we've seen Slate Harrell do a couple of great moves throughout the day so far, but here in the third heat, Lennox Lockhart, I think, speaking to him and his dad, you know, he's been very timid the first couple heat races, a 6th and a 7th under his belt. This race, much more aggressive. Speaking of aggression, further back, Leo Simone now around the outside there with yellows in the air. That's going to be difficult.
Did they? Oh, there's two drivers off the side. Did they all fall back into line? Touch and go. That's why we got cameras, not just these cameras. That's why the series have got cameras to sort out judicials. They're squabbling over the minor placings, but that has given Lennox Lockhart the chance to maybe break away. Here come, yes, there we go. He negotiates the final corner. Alex, almost a perfect time for you to join us so you could talk a little bit about Lennox. You've worked a lot with him, and I could see the pride in your face as he wins again.
Yeah, I mean, that kid, I've gotten a chance to work with him since his first day in a go-kart, right? And that's something that I kind of take with me, and like you said, the pride in terms of the success that he's had, but a lot of that is just that young kid is so talented, and obviously for 2 years straight over there at AMR Motorplex down in Homestead. Got a chance to work with him all year long last year and in 2023 as well. This year now on the Velocity Racing team, he's been one of, if not the biggest star in the micro-swift class. I mean, along with Brody Stoffel, Harrell, Simone, Howard, this is one of the most stacked micro classes that I've seen in quite some time, all the way down to Medeiros, Westbrook, Katowski, Brody, Dylan Braun even was in the top 3 at one point in this race as well, right? So this has just been such an incredible class, young talent. We're going to see these kids for a long time, but to Lennox Lockhart's point, like I said earlier, in the heat races, watching him throughout the morning, again, very timid, talking to his dad, saying that was just kind of his strategy going into the races, but in Heat 3, obviously you got to turn up the wick just a little bit there.
A question, did you have to stop working with him when he outgrew you? Now, come on, you've got a microphone now, Alex, you can't, come on now.
But the thing is, he's still half my height. He's still half my height. Probably next year.
Okay, there we go.
But
I queued you up. You could have come back and be there.
No, that's okay. I'll get you tomorrow.
Excellent. That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
I'll make sure we do a morning show together.
Oh well, good. Yeah, there we go. You know, you've got all night to think of it. You know,
exactly.
All night to think of it.
I'll write them.
Now, as we're looking, obviously, you've been down there on the grid. You can see Haley there holding a camera. What's the atmosphere been like down on the grid?
It's been very relaxed, actually. I mean, again, this racetrack, it's good to be back here, right? First of all, I haven't been here in a couple of years on the national calendar. Some drivers, obviously, hometown heroes all throughout the entry list, right? We have Route coming here a couple weeks ago. We have still the Tuesday night races. I've actually had a chance to run a Tuesday night race here. They do it every Tuesday.
Really?
They're night races, yeah,
Oh,
and
nice.
they're a blast. And that's also why this track continuously has some level of rubber built in, because they have these races all the time. But with the rental carts as well, that tends to actually wash some of the rubber away because they have the harder tires. But this racetrack, again, the best part about it, it's starting to put a lot of rubber down. I was actually here when they first repaved it back in late 2018.
Yep.
And that track was a complete ice rink. That's what it was. It felt like you were slipping and sliding and had no grip. I haven't had a chance to drive it this year. I got a chance to drive it a couple of years ago when it was starting to build some grip. But since then, it seems like just watching the go-karts from the fence line, I'm seeing some hopping in a go-kart. And that's something that I have not seen around this racetrack in quite some time.
Well, you know something, as we're watching the starting grid for the next KA100 Junior race, the winters here are very harsh. The summers here very hot. That means the tarmac is very, very weathered. And as the tarmac matures and the cracks open up, Now, let's take you through the starting lineup for KA100 Junior. This will be Group, let me see, it'll be Group A versus Group D on the screen, not the Micro Swift, but, well, you know, it's going to be the number 811 Kart on the front row of the grid, pole position for Tristan Murphy, and it looked like it was the Condor from Ecuador, Julian Rivera, on the outside of row number 1. We had a relatively calm second set of heat races. Now we're going to see different ways to approach. If you've had 2 really good results, you're going to be a little bit more defensive. If you've had 2 bad results, you're going to start pushing the envelope. But watch for the man at the back with the Italian colours on the top of his crash helmet, John Antonino. He has been, like I said earlier, picking him up and putting him down like they owe him money.
Interesting strategy there from Antonino. Has a couple of go-karts around, one of them being Easton Kabinski and many, many more, and somehow Antonino out of it, but 2 of the BGR drivers, 3 of them I think are around here.
The 879, Felix Catch again, that's the second time, and who was that?
Valentino Santillan.
Off the side of the circuit, and one driver that we didn't see get involved, John Antonino. He hung back at the start. That's some heads-up driving, and we have almost got a lead change there because Travis Pettit sent one up the inside. Now he goes again. Now we have a new leader, Travis Pettit, and it's Pettit from Murphy, Rivera, Kennedy, and then the 809, Brandon Siraki.
So here's a good look at some of the drivers that were involved in that incident. Yellows are still out, so no passing here as one driver, the 832, has stopped up the hill towards 2A and 2B.
Robert Lash. And, Robert Lash, hands in the air. That's
I got to say, I think Edward Kennedy might have passed Rivera up the hill there. I might be wrong here, Henry, but I thought I saw him make a move with the yellows out.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. See, if you see it, you've got to say it. We'll look down. Santillan is down to 19th position. And elbows coming out already. Julian Rivera and Brandon Siraki are taking chunks out of each other here at the moment.
Well, that's the thing. The way this racetrack is designed, it's usually a right followed by the opposite direction corner, right? So it's right now we start with a right, then left, and that's how this whole racetrack's designed. And so a lot of the times you see situations where drivers can kind of just open their hands and straight line themselves towards the next section of the corner, right? So here, right-hander down the hill towards the left. So oftentimes you'll see drivers plan their moves 1, 2, 3 corners ahead, and around this racetrack it's very prominent. And so that's why oftentimes drivers are getting on the gas really early, opening their hands, making the move stick. We saw it there with Rivera last time around where Siraki got around him. Rivera straightened his wheel, made sure he got to the apex on the left first, made that move stick. In turn, though, with that, like we know, Henry, anytime you make a move, you tend to lose a lot of spots or a lot of, kart length to the carts in front of you, right? And in this case, all this battling, look at the gap it's created. It's a 3-car breakaway, and now it's Rivera heading this train of Golseth, Siraki, and now Weiland.
Looking, unfortunately, for the second race in succession, 2 drivers out on the opening up, Thomas Anthony and Mr. Catch. Unfortunately, Felix Catch and Thomas Anthony, Pearson Golseth, and also we saw Mr. Lash going out, so 4 drivers out of the race. I said earlier, Thomas Anthony from Champaign, Illinois, 2 early finishes out of 3 heats. Well, I mean, put it this way, he's going to earn his champagne if he can come from probably about 48th on the grid in the main event tomorrow to get up there. But as you can see, Travis Pettit, Tristan Murphy, Edward Kennedy, the top 3 at the moment. Rivera, Siraki, Weiland. Then number 822 of Tucker Tribe, I think it's Tucker Tribe, and Davis Henry. Then Nate Golseth, Mason Barry, Nico Katowski, Aldo Itaraga, John Antonino up into P14 from 27th on the grid. We figured that he's probably passed nearly 40 drivers in this class before the start of this race.
Yeah, this is a pretty good group here. Mason Barry, Katowski, Aldo Turiaga in that mix as well. And then Benja Fernandez is actually speaking to his driver coach, Dalton Haynes, and saying, listen, I mean, they're struggling with some engine problems this weekend. And in turn, it's making Benja, I think, overdrive a little bit. And that tends to be the case whenever you have an engine that seemingly is not cooperating with what you want it to do. You tend to try to get too much out of it and he make more mistakes. This is probably the best heat race so far of the day for Benjamin Fernandez, inside the top 15. He's now 13th as he crossed the stripe, 11th crossing the stripe this time around, almost for a top 10 now here. Obviously, split the groups, so that pretty much equals 22nd overall, but a solid heat race forming here for the SLA driver.
And of course, we know that Ben just quickly seen him win a Supernats.
Exactly.
And then get dropped by his mechanic live on camera during the celebrations. But we know Ben just quick. Dalton Haynes is there working away with the SLA drivers on some driver coaching. There's John Antonino, not coming up to the pack. He gained quite a few places on the first lap by virtue of avoiding the issues. But then, I mean, it could be a number of cases. Here, let's have a look. Now, let's go through. And there was a Hots Kart, and at the back of the pack there is the demise of Catch and Anthony. The shop8kr.com replay showing Santillon then losing ground. And that was Mr. Lash, hands in the air like you just don't care, as we look at some of the early action here. Antonino, and was that no, that was the move from Kennedy going up the hill, potentially the yellows. Now Antonino has caught the number 899 of Aldo Iturriaga, and now he moves past Iturriaga. But maybe tires. Maybe he's thinking,
No.
I've done enough here. I don't want to, push my luck too hard.
I mean, the pace is there, right? He's running 49.3. The leader last time out was a 49 flat, now a 48.9. This time around, a 49.1 for Antonino with a pass. That puts him on par with the pace of the top 5. As we're going 3 wide here, and Antonino is going to be the last of the late breakers, make it a 2-for-1. Katowski puts the side pod to the 8.49 there of Mr. Davis Henry. And so, again, like I was saying with Antonino, though, this racetrack is pretty difficult to be consistent at, for one. We've heard it from Norbert, from Turney, from a lot of top-level talent. Number 2, when you have to start so far back, naturally this track starts to develop some aero wash. Number 3, like you said, probably pushed a little bit too hard on his tires, Heat 1, Heat 2. So Heat 3 is feeling some repercussions. But, I mean, again, the pace is there. If he had a better qualifying, he'd be, without a doubt, in the top 5. The pace is showing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we spoke to him this morning, the reason he's starting at the back is it was a technical issue after qualifying yesterday. But time and time again, we talk about racing smarts. John Antonino, he is an old head on young shoulders. To avoid the incidents, to not lose his head, I've seen him now a number of times over the last couple of years, and he's always impressed me. Okay, yeah, he's got involved in a couple of incidents, that's just natural, but generally not of his own making. As we look at the number 820, now another driver further a little back, I was pretty, Grayson Knoll. I got to meet Grayson and his family this morning. They're under the Go Win Races logos here, but they've got their own, Grayson Knoll Racing, I was going to say Grassy Knoll Racing. They were the second shooter. But again, privateer team, having a good time as a family. There's a driver off the side of the circuit, getting out of the way. And why is number 811 slowing down? Murphy out of second place. And was the other driver, it could have been Travis Pettit. That was the other driver slowing down. What has happened to Tristan Murphy?
It is all kicked off here, and what a late lunge from Antonino there on the bottom of our screen last minute there, getting around Tristan Murphy as well. But yeah, did not get a chance to catch the other driver that was off in section 2A, 2B, but one of them was clearly Tristan Murphy. And again, that section, just like what we saw at the start of the race, Henry, where it's just a classic bottleneck situation. There's Pettit, he's still leading, calm, up the road, 1.2 from Kennedy. Then it's 4 back to the next group of Nate Golseth, Wylan Rivera. Wylan's going down to the inside of the racetrack, and then at that situation, if you're Golseth, you're kind of out of luck, right? You're on the outside, and once you get trained, it's pretty difficult to kind of manage that spot around the outside.
Yeah, the 826. Number 826, that is Nate Golseth. It was Nate Golseth because it had the Ives on the front. Golseth is several, it was Pearson Golseth that went out. I'm sure Nate Golseth was the other driver going slowly, and I don't know why that would put him out of position, but it was definitely a driver with that Ives logo on the front of the go-kart that caught my eye going slowly. I could be mistaken because I am getting old, but there's no mistaking. Yeah, Golseth dropped right back. There's no mistaking the race leader. Travis Pettit all on his own. Edward Kennedy. Was there a pass on the yellow or not? Who knows? This could really benefit the likes of Max Weiland and Giuliano Rivera.
Well, it's about to all kick off here, Henry. 6 seconds back from Edward Kennedy is where the action's really going to unfold. Weiland, Rivera, Golseth. Look at this group. So Weiland at the bottom of the racetrack, ahead of Rivera, Sirotki, Golseth, and the rest of the crew. Benja Fernandez up to P7. He had the second fast lap of the race this time around. Mason Berry from 20th is up to 7th right now.
And Antonino from 26 on the grid to 9th. Just a normal day at the office for John Antonino. I tell you what will be even more impressive than Antonino's results as the checkered flag comes out for Pettit and then Kennedy. And look at this gap back to Max Weiland. Well done to Brandon Siriaki. And what has gone on there?
Wow, they were 3 wide across the stripe, and I think there was not enough cooperation happening from the 3 drivers.
I think those last couple of laps got a little bit fractious, and maybe that boiled over ever so slightly. I don't know. I couldn't quite see exactly what happened. But I'll tell you what will be even more impressive, and this will maybe not something, but this is what impressed team owners when they're looking at, factory drivers. If John Antonino, in a class this competitive, can start from 27th in 3 races and finish in the top 10 in all 3 races and not get a single pushback penalty, that in a way is more impressive than the passing itself. Doing it cleanly. I don't know if he had any penalties in the first 2 or if he's going to get a penalty in that one, but if he doesn't get a penalty all day and he's made all those passes, that is something that the likes of, the guys that run MPG, the likes of Chase Jones, the likes of, Mr. Vincent, that would be even more impressive.
It's just a simple case of maximizing the day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the day started out yesterday, had a decent qualifying, like you said.
Maximizing the day without putting the shovel to anyone.
Exactly, right? Maximizing what was available to you on the table. He played his cards perfectly, and I think for Antonino there, a handful of top 10s throughout the day is all you can ask for. Here's a recap, and again, this is a classic case of a bottleneck situation. You have a right followed by a left, and whenever you have a racetrack that opens up with those 2 style corners, this tends to happen.
Yeah, there was Santillon running out of track going down the grid, and he eventually would finish down in 16th position. At the top, now we'll try and find out what was the why Mr. Murphy suddenly slowed down, because here we are beginning now. This already something had gone wrong. Well, it happened a little bit later. There's Antonino and the Hots driver Davis Henry behind him. There is off at the side. He did it of his own accord. Was Murphy just went off? Don't know why. Maybe a mistake. Maybe he went for a move. He just lost it. Oh no, that's that behind.
I think Murphy did the exact same mistake, but grabbed more curb, and because the inside of that curb has so much dust that if you hit it at the wrong angle, it's actually going to hook your rear tire and it's going to snap. And that's just my prediction, because obviously we didn't get to see the beginning of it all.
Probably absolutely right.
But that's probably exactly what happened.
So there was your Coastal Inc. replay. And Coastal Printing, Mrs. Gassio Lee of Coastal Inc. She celebrated a birthday earlier this week. I can't possibly reveal a lady's age, but she was 50. Sorry. Was that? Did I say that right? Yeah.
Well, you revealed it.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Here we go then, Alex. Look at my. Sorry, Mrs. Gassio Lee. Right. The second group of KA100 juniors set to go out. And this is the number 865, Brady Shad, and then Nate Dupuis in the number 841 Kart on the outside of row number 1. There's a... that's not Mr. Moncrief. He's missed a bit there. He's still got a bit of skin showing, that guy. Haven't quite covered all the tattoos. Sorry, we joke with that all the time. Missed a bit. What do you do, Brady Shad? This is, you're having the weekend of your season on your home track. So far, so good. Do you you're going to get challenges in this race, undoubtedly. It's very unlikely you're going to clear off and do a lights to flag win. But do you stay with the aggression on your home track?
Yes.
You do.
My reasoning behind it, I've never been a big fan of changing the way you've driven all weekend long.
Okay.
Because I think driving, for one, is just a big mental game, right? If you are locked in to one style of driving and it's working for you, why would you change it? Now, that being said, you've had a great, first 2 heats. Heat 3, minimize risk. But don't change the level of aggression, because all of a sudden, once somebody sends it on the inside and you let them have it, everyone's going to notice the same thing. The eyes pop open, and all of a sudden, you drop 10 spots in a blink of an eye.
Okay, good point. Let's see if that plays out. Brady Shad, Nate Dupuis, row number 1. Ethan Skyman-Yencic and Bainam Abernethy on row 2. Asen Dramaliev and Theo Salamao, row 3. Gabriel Balog and Isaac Payne on row 4. The top 10 rounded up by Marco Samut and Lucas Palacio. This is the final KA100 Junior race of the day. And they look like they're a little bit too spread out, and indeed we will go around again, and that will give us a chance, Alex, to look at some of the names further down. Carson Barry and Giovanni D'Antonio, Rodolfo Levine Jr., the son of IndyCar driver Rodolfo Levine, Edgar Rodriguez, Braden Wagner, Isaac Nolan, Jackson Elefante, Maya Lewis, William King and Luca Popescu, your top 20, but yet there are more. If you're one of these 6 drivers, what's your strategy, Alex Earl, as a driver?
Doing exactly what Antonino did. Back off, let the field kind of unravel in front of you and pick up the pieces from there. You never want to be the driver that's involved in those incidents, and you're furthering the risk if you're diving in there when you're already further back in the field, because you're going to catch the end of that bottleneck situation, that accordion effect.
Well, the lights have gone out, the flag has gone up, and we are racing. Let's see if the drivers at the back heed Alex Searle's advice, or if they go in all guns blazing. Well, there was no incident at the front. Alex Searle, they have obviously listened to you. Down the hill towards turn number 4, that's CRG looking very, very smart with the Ayrton Senna style crash helmet aboard it. That is Luca Guttari, just to give him a name check. But up at the front, it's kicked right off.
Yeah, good start there for Brady Shad. Bainam Abernethy, not a great start, and that's just part of the issues when you're starting on the outside. It's been very difficult for that outside row all day long to make anything work, and for Abernethy, it looks like his fallback continues. He's going to lose another spot there now to the likes of Gabriel Balog. He's going to fall to 6th. Teo Salamao loses a spot down to 7th, but the biggest mover right now, looking at it, you got to look at Lucas Palacio up a handful of spots up to 8th. Salamao down 1, Balog up 2, Dramaliev down 1. Maniacic, though, a great start for him, up a spot to P2, pushing Brady Shad. And he's been a driver that's just been improving all year long. He does a lot of races down at AMR Motorplex on the senior category, actually, for KA100. But here, obviously, on the national calendar, still running junior.
Now, you said you've driven around here quite a bit, Alex. That turn 7, the cameras just cannot do it justice. How tight. It's downhill, off camber, like a reverse corkscrew. How much fun is that corner to drive? How tricky is it to get right? And how steep is it?
It's one of my favorite corners on the calendar, and that's why I'm glad that we're back here, because that was my favorite corner to drive, but it's blind. You are turning in completely blind. There is no reference point to enter that corner. I spoke with Davin Roberts, actually, yesterday, and he said, listen, after qualifying, like, what happened in qualifying? He said, listen, just didn't put a lap together. I missed it in turn 7. He said, I cannot find the apex there. Even Joe Turney, he said, makes mistakes there, and again, that's just part of the deal. Blind corners, we don't have a lot of those in karting. And that's what makes this place so special, the elevation, like you said. It feels like the go-kart is falling down the hill all the way through, as we didn't get to highlight it, but Maniacic now up to P1.
Yeah, as they went through turn 7, they were describing it beautifully, Alex. The best corners in the world is blind, off camber, flat out. They're the best corners in the world. That one's not quite flat out. It's got 2 of the 3 elements, gradient being the 3rd. As we've got a new leader, Brady Shad is back in the front. No, Ethan Skyman-Yencic retakes the lead. Nathan Dupuis going around the outside, wheel to wheel, and then Bulgaria's Asen Dramaliev Oh, easing Brady Shad wide. And now what does Shad do? Okay, been pushed back. He's been, even though the aggression levels, were still there, his rivals taking the opportunity to peg him back as much as they could.
That's part of it, right? Because they know that Brady Shad has had 2 great heat races, so they can throw the cart up the inside, and most likely he's going to back out. He can't afford a big issue here.
Yeah, no, exactly. Driver psychology. I love that. My favorite part of a race when I was racing was the rolling lap, because that's when you can get into everyone else's head. That's when you can harass them and you can mess around with them, play cat and mouse before the race even gets underway. The driver that Ayrton Senna called the greatest kart racer, the best driver he'd ever raced against, Terry Fullerton, he would completely demoralise the rest of his rivals in practice. He would go out vastly underweight and just skim round, driving one-handed, looking for all the thing, and of course everybody else would think, well, their heads were shot before the race day had even started. Mind games, gotta love them.
I think an underrated aspect that hasn't been talked about too much today is the amount of dirt being thrown on the racetrack. We heard Norberg speaking about it a little bit. Leading around this racetrack is difficult just because, for one, it's hard to put the lap together, but two, so much dust being thrown around. We're seeing drivers drop it on the exit of turn number 11. We're watching drivers all day long. We saw it every lap pretty much cut the corner in turn 2A, right? And we saw Murphy make a mistake for that corner because of it. On the exit of turn number 4 and the exit of turn number 7, a lot of dirt, not a lot of almost drifts here. A lot of drivers using the exit maybe too much, throwing dirt on the racetrack. And again, it's a characteristic that we see at a place like Newcastle, Orlando, and then here especially is starting to plague, I think, a couple of drivers. And that's why we're seeing drivers get out to a lead and then maybe lose that lead rather quickly because they hit a dirt patch.
Yeah, but I mean, you're coming over, coming over the crest at turn 3. I'm not saying they're doing it deliberately, as Palacio makes a move on the number 851 kart of Teo Salamao. We've hit the cross flag, so we're on to lap number 7. Think of this, you're coming out of turn 3. You're going up the hill, round a hairpin, over a crest and down. And you see a dust cloud there, you're going to back off momentarily.
Drive through the smoke.
You're going to, it's daylight, I'm going to make it like a Lightning McQueen style. But no, seriously, for a fraction of a second, you think about lifting, and that can be the difference. So maybe there's a tactical bit of dust kickery going on. Who knows?
Well, the driver that's least affected by dropping a slight bit of dust is actually the driver that causes it.
Yeah.
Right? Because you might get a slight bit on your left or right rear, but not a whole lot unless you have a big off. But the drivers that get affected are the ones that have to go through that cloud, and it's on all 4 tires.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also a mental thing. Is there a cart sideways in front of me? Palacio up into P5 from P10. Edgar Rodriguez up 5 places as well. As we look at Ethan Skyman, the entrance. There's number 815 kart on your screen. Isaac Nolan on the Hots Racing Tony kart. Further back now, Brady Shad. He stemmed the tide. He's back to 3rd position. So that is, making a statement for Brady Shad. Hey, you can force me wide, but I'm not going to get flustered, and I'm not going to throw my toys out of the pram and then do something silly. I'll just come back at you.
Well, we have a big shape up here. Dupuis, Shad, Manjancic. So that's now a big shake-up here in the top 3 with a couple laps to go. Dupuis now leads, not for long. Shad to the inside, late on the brakes. Dupuis even later. What a move there for Dupuis to at least hold on to P1 there. And now the blocking commences, but he opens up. Shad through to P1.
Yeah, Brady Shad was not to be denied going into turn number 3. And, statement drive from Brady Shad. We talked about turn 2, saw Caden McQueen almost lose it in turn number 2. Joe Turney got his wheel off at turn number 4, but then we saw Joe do something we haven't seen anybody else do. He'd give the car a wiggle to clean it off going down to turn number 4, so he wasn't affected by it. That's something that I'm surprised that we haven't seen anybody else do since.
Yeah, it's something that it's not uncommon to see, but I guess it's just difficult around this racetrack to have enough time to do that. That being said, again, all the defensive driving has caused a lot of this. Abernathy over the top of Teo Salamao, and at least Salamao is facing the right direction, but unfortunately, all of his good work to finally make it to the top 5 is undone.
Yep, and the top 3 are now all signaling, saying go, 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 because Abernathy has fallen back, and it's now the Bulgarian driver on the Techno Kart USA entry, Asen Dramaliev. There he is, the red, white, and green of Bulgaria. There's a move. Nate Dupuis as the cross guys in the air. And, Bainam Abernathy, all 4 wheels. And that slowed Palacio down as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Salamao there, just a passenger in that situation. But look at this. Wow, what a move. Brady Shad around the outside. It becomes the inside for turn 3 up the hill. The only issue with that is now you lose a handful of time to the likes of Dupuis. Further back, Dramaliev back into the mix. Abernathy, even after going up and over, is still in 4th.
Skyman Jencic almost ran out of track going down through turns 5 and 6. He still might run out.
Edgar Rodriguez.
Through. Edgar Rodriguez, the Telcel back driver, he gets shown the outside line. Up the inside now goes the number 813 Kart. That's Carson Barry. You can tell it's the last heat. Every driver, they spent all morning giving and taking, giving and taking. Now it's more take, take, take. Look at Ethan Skyman Jencic. He's down to 7th as they cross the line. That's going to become about 10th if he's not careful.
As long as the top 4 really are smart enough, they should remain in the top 4. The order is obviously to be known later on in this lap. But further back, that fight for 5th is raging on. Palacio, Samet up 5 spots respectively. Manjancic was up 5 throughout this race, now down a couple here as this last lap's unfolding. Let's see where they stand. Samet to P7, Manjancic on the outside there. That's not going to do him any favors here. I think he's further back than 7th here, actually, Henry.
Yeah, I think he's lost a lot. Now, Brady Shad versus Nate Dupuis. Is Brady going to get the run to the line? It's a drag race. They cross the line, looking at each other, thumbs up. Dupuis takes it by 800ths. And, the rest of the field come across the line, in about 3 or 4 different lanes of traffic. And we're 8th for Ethan Sky Manjancic on the road. Rodolfo Levine Jr., good drive, up to 10th. Let's have a quick look down. Let's have a quick a rundown of the top 15.
Yeah, you go from Nate Dupuis to Brady Shad. They are by themselves up front. Then Abernathy, Dramaliev there hanging on 3rd and 4th. And this is where the battle really commenced. Gabriel Balog from P7 to P5. Palacio, great drive to P6 from the 10th on the grid. Salamao recovers to 7th. Manjancic, unfortunately, lost a handful of spots in that last lap. Samet was up to 5th to start that final lap. He finished in 9th. Rodolfo Levin Jr. in 10th. And Edgar Rodriguez, the driver that was passing for 4th, finishes 11th. Still gained some spots, started 14th in this one, but probably would have much rather had a top 5.
Carson Barry, Isaac Nolan, Giovanni D'Antonio, and Isaac Payne, the rest of the top 15. The good thing is, look at that, 26 karts started this race, 26 karts finished it. Not an awful lot of opportunities for those drivers we spoke about starting at the back of the field to gain ground, but they were still there, and a couple of places, you never know what might happen. Now, there, standing, leaning over the barriers there, that's Keith Warren, Eli Warren's dad. Eli Warren with the privateer, but he's not a privateer, but that is a true privateer style. If all else fails, just get a bit of white pen and write it on the front. He doesn't need any white pen to tell us who he's driving for. It's the Hots driving development team. Let's have a look down at some of the starters on, we go down grid cam here as we move out of KA100 Junior to KA100 Senior.
Yeah, this class, Henry, is as stacked as I've ever seen a karting class. I mean, they split them into 2 groups, but no matter what, there's about 20, 25 drivers that you can look at this grid and say, man, on any given day, on any given Sunday, they can go out there and get it done.
Yeah, indeed. There is the gentleman with the the Emery Lider coloured hair, I think we should call it. That's Rasmus Lindt, who is a very, very quick driver indeed. Now, let's go racing in KA 100 Senior. The juniors have sort of, that was a nice appetizer. Is this going to be the entree? Here is your starting lineup. Eli Warren and Joe Turney on row number 1. Brandon Lemke and Quinton McPherson, row 2. Then Jake Drew and Caden McQueen on row 3. Hopefully, not too injured from the early race, Sebastian Garzon and James Overbeck on row 4. Zach Comandamello and Ben Gaunt go from row number 5. Cash Perkins, Charles Roepke, Matteo Papis, Drew James, Alex Feldstein, Cale Zimmerman, Lorenzo Kaufman, Chloe Mack, Anthony Rivera, and Camp America Chambers, your top 20. For the drivers at the back of the field, John Main and Raider Santos. Hey, just see who falls off in front. But Alex Earl, this could be very, very good.
Well, the thing that I'm looking out for the most here is Joe Turney, because 2 for 2, I think, in the KA Senior starts. It hasn't really gone his way, and he said it in the interview earlier on. It's just tough to start on the outside here. Even if you're on the front row, it's just difficult because you're kind of on the outside looking in, because that first turn immediately becomes the opposite direction corner. Green's out. Good start for the inside row once again. Turney's going to try the outside, and again, a big push. He'll hold on a 4th. Further back, no contact throughout the field. A really clean start here for the KA Seniors.
Yeah, the 2 Velocity Racing Sodi karts drawn together for the first time. This is the first time that both Zach Comandamello and Caden McQueen have been in the same race. And can they work together? I am, talking about it, I'm so excited to see if this driver pairing, if they could keep it to the end of the season, and what these 2 drivers can do. Because they've already started working together, you know, utilize their experience. You know, they both have their own reasons for not just wanting to make this work, for having to make this work. You know, they feel as though they have to make this work, and they're doing everything they can to combine knowledge to make it work.
Well, here we go. Caden McQueen last time around had the defense from Sebastian Garzon, so don't be surprised to see a move on the inside here. And it's not going to be Garzon on McQueen. It's going to be actually Matteo Papis on Sebastian Garzon. So Papis already up 5 spots there from 13th now to 8th. Look at this late lunge inside and through for ZCD on McPherson.
Yeah, Quentin McPherson. You know, he was bubbling with confidence coming into this weekend. He said that normally I come in looking for top 10s. This weekend I'm coming in looking for podiums. It is proving very difficult, but again, just hold your nerve. Don't beat yourself today. Here comes a 3-wide move behind James Overbeck, and Overbeck made it work. So well done. 3-wide go. Oh, and that was a little bit of, well, you know, you're probably not old enough to remember the Icky Shuffle. Darrell Waltrip doing it in the victory lane at Daytona, but that was the old hip check and Icky Shuffle there that Quentin McPherson received.
It happened again there down the hill. Yep. McPherson again got moved. They didn't get a chance to see what happened, but now McPherson, I think, is just returning the favor to anybody who's in front of him.
Yep, the first driver was Matteo Papis. He was like, right, that's it, time out enough. And Matteo Papis was the first driver just to get, you know, just eased wide. As we look back, there's that Inter MS car of Lorenzo Kaufman into a 5th position. Inter MS, you know, only a hand, maybe one driver here, 1 or 2 drivers here, not many at all, but hopefully we'll see them pick up, you know, the amount of drivers they got, because with ADT last year, they were always a threat.
Yeah, well now I think essentially just with Lorenzo Kaufman, at least for this weekend, a much smaller operation now than what it was last year, but they still charging strong here at the United States Pro Kart Series here in the KA Senior class. But up front, Joe Turney, this is where he started to shine all weekend long. This has been his strong suit no matter what track we go to, right? The starts might start out a little bit slow, and that's a lot of his driving style. You know, ease the tire in, lower tire pressures. Once the kart kicks in, there's almost nobody stopping him. And I know we kind of joke around that he's inevitable, but that seems to be what it takes, what it is with Joe Turney. I will say, Eli Warren, this is the first of the 3 heat races where he's actually been able to remain in the lead. and actually keep it for a couple of laps.
Okay, watch Joe Turney's lap time here, and then go back and I'm sorry, Joe, I'm going to give away attention. Watch his line going into turn 2, because he took a radically different line than I've seen him pretty much all day going into turn 2 on this lap. Why would he do it? Okay, he's got no one directly behind him copying his line. He's got clean air in front of him. He's got still half the race to go, and he wants to see, can he catch the leaders? The lap of 48.95 for Turney. Actually, and again, that lap was a slightly different entry into turn number 2 than the lap before.
I think more than anything, that just shows how difficult it is to stay consistent around this place.
Possibly that could have been, it could have been just a slightly different apex, but you know, Joe, he saves, like all the best drivers do. He saves a certain line around a certain corner for certain points of the weekend. You know, you keep them in your back pocket. That's what. It sounds strange. New leader, Jake Drew, halfway home.
This will help Turney, though.
Yeah, it will. This might sound strange. You don't drive your ultimate lap every lap. Why? Because if you drive your ultimate lap, now look at that. Look at Joe Turney, that he was so far over the curb. I mean, his lap, it was a 48.9. You know, everybody else skirting around the curb on that lap. Thank you to the Shop AKR replay. You know, 48.7 now for Turney.
Yeah, but that 48.7 came on the lap where he didn't use that much curb.
Yeah.
I would argue that much curb is tough to get right every lap, because we saw Tristan Murphy a couple sessions ago. You get just enough curb, your rear tire digs into that dirt, it'll actually get the car to rotate too much. And that's why a lot of drivers like Turney are using a lot of curbs. These are actually new curbs from when we were last year, a couple of years ago. They used to be a lot flatter. And so now these curbs are being used for rotation more than anything. But I think there's something to be said about using too much. That, to me, is the right amount of curbs. In the KA, not enough bottom end to where if you mess up turn 2A, you're not going to have enough speed up the hill. That's a pretty steep incline here, Henry. Probably the highest incline we have all year long.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, like the micro and mini drivers, they're like looking up the top of Mount Everest when you go up the hill. It is so steep here. Behind the two Velocity Racing machines, you've got Brandon Lemke, James Overbeck, Sebastian Garzon, Cash Perkins is there in the number 963 Kart. And then rounding out the top 10 is Cash's the X30 Kart, the Hot Drive development of Alex Feldstein.
Wow, well, I'll tell you what, the draft is really helping out Turney now. 48.4, 40, 3/10 quicker than the rest of the field at their best this lap around, but this is the first lap where Turney's had a bit of a toe. So I will give Jake Drew some credit. Last time around, he actually was quicker than Joe Turney, but Turney put together a stormer of a lap here, 3 to go.
But would you say that's a fair, Alex, thing? You know, you don't use, you've got your ultimate lap, your ultimate lines, but you don't use that every lap, do you? You don't want to.
If you don't have to.
No, you don't have. No, you save.
Especially if you're sitting in the toe. If you're Joe Turney, you don't have to.
No.
You're gonna get pulled up the hill no matter what.
Yeah. So you know, save some of your save some of your tricks, your driving tricks, for when you need them. You know, because you never know who's watching and who's going to watch back and have a look as they cross the line. Now in 4th position, Caden McQueen. We're on lap 10 out of 12. New leader, Eli Warren. Joe Turney goes through seamlessly. Turney, mirror, signal, maneuver, race lead. Simple as that. It's not done yet though. Warren, I am sure, as my backside is pasty and Welsh, he will go for it, because you don't get this opportunity every day.
Turney looks quick though. These next 4 to 5 corners are going to decide the heat race here, because if I'm Joe Turney, if I'm Eli Warren, you got to put the corners together, because right now Joe Turney is starting to really stretch his legs here, Henry. Out of the final corner, we're going to see 2 laps to go. We know the run to turn 2 is huge, but let's see if the draft is large enough here for Eli Warren. It doesn't look so. I think Turney can do a normal line here through the chicane, and as they climb the hill, I don't think Warren's close enough. If anything, he's got to be more concerned about Jake Drew at this point of the race.
I mean, I've got to say, that Alonso kart looking so planted. you know, the sweet spot, it looks, I mean, from the outside looking in, that looks, at this late stage in the race, at this late stage in the day, having done 3, Joe looks like he's just able to put it anywhere he wants on the circuit. The back end doesn't want to come round, you know, it's in sync. You could see Eli Warren just hustling the way on the steering wheel. Turney, apart from the bumps, hardly looks like he's turning the wheel. White flag, 1 to go. What has Eli Warren got? He's just about in the slipstream. Is he going to risk it for a biscuit? No, not yet.
Yeah, but climbing the hill here, this is the closest that Eli Warren's been, forcing Turney to the fence. So now as they go down the hill towards turn 5, this is where if you're Eli Warren, do you go down the inside and take a risk? Jake Drew's going to be the smart one here. Take the outside, look for the over-under, but unfortunately it leads to an S section towards turn 7. We talked about this. You feel like you're going downhill the entire time, like a roller coaster here, and Turney again defending, but he can get away with that because we've seen it all race long. He can do that tighter line. The cart's rotating for him nicely.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Turney, he can't celebrate just yet. Couple of corners to go out of turn number 12. Turney will win again from Warren Drew. Caden McQueen in 4th. McQueen closed in quite a bit on the last couple of laps. Brandon Lemke in 5th. James Overbeck, Sebastian Garçon. Well, Zach Clement lost a couple of places there in the closing lap, but hey, he has proven today that he is back and back with a vengeance.
Absolutely. Again, Clement Mello, quick as well. McQueen, really quick. But again, top 3, Turney, Warren, Drew, and the rest of the field. We didn't really get a chance to highlight much, but Lemke, Overbeck, P5, P6, consistent. I was looking at the lap times all race long, and really nobody was able to match what the top 3 were doing. They were doing 48.5, 48.6s at their best. Obviously, we saw the 4 from Turney, whereas the rest of the field was in the high 48s, low 49s. So I think still, at least in this group A versus D, the top 3 were the 3 that were the quickest.
Yeah, and I noticed that when you interviewed Zach Clement earlier on, he had his sleeves done up. That's deliberate. That's to show how much he's been working out and to how much he's lost weight. Yes, let's have a listen in to see. Yeah, Joe's he's been given a fair old workout though.
He's running 2 classes as well.
It's nothing for Joe. He is him. As we're looking there, it's got to get used to seeing him in yellow. He's been told to wait. As they now go in, obviously we're not going to be able to bring you an interview because the interviewer is stood. Well, the one interviewer is holding the camera, the other interviewer is stood next to me, sat next to me, Alex. But yeah, he is getting on a bit now, is Joe.
Oh, he's relaxed. Look at him.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a sweet. Oh, grape. There's a grape. Have a grape. Ooh, I would.
Oh, he's gonna eat now. Whoa. What if he wasn't going to make weight before that grape?
Oh, no, come on. Oh, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Alex Earl. He's had a wonderful career. Someone is going to pick up on that. No, but let's have a listen if we can.
I've never sweated so much in a day. I don't know. I feel like the session before was worse than this. No, it's like today. Sweating all out.
Well, we now know how much Joe Turney's been sweating.
It is hot out there. I can vouch for him there.
Yeah, no, it's great. And again, looking at those 2 drivers together, I've known them both since they were 8 years old. Joe raced for a wonderful team, run by David Bell Chambers, for his younger careers. Caden McQueen was the last driver personally selected by Mr. Karting in the UK, Martin Hines, to be a member of the Zip Young Guns team before Martin passed away. Two great young men, neither with necessarily the biggest budgets, interviewed Joe going to Daytona Milton Keynes as a cadet for a little bit of a rental kart session. Caden McQueen is through a lot. His dad Andrew, works very, very hard back home. Great to see them both becoming professional drivers. Here is your grid, your last KA100 senior. Caleb Cafara, Matteo Rubio Luengo on row number 1, Paulie Massimino and Austin Olds on row number 2, Quentin Angeli and Keegan Kaminsky on row 3, Mick Gabriel and Blake Nash, Adam Maxwell, Shea Aldrich, Braden Zervis, Chris Wareham, Chris Harrower and Connor Ferris, Ibrahim Dean, Sebastian Vanegas, Dallas Dunlap, David Morales, Oliver Gaffer and Matias Gonzalez, your top 20. And rounding out the field, Luca Reyna, Santiago Gonzalez, Shane Reddy and Mauricio Hernandez.
But actually, it's not Mauricio Hernandez. So Mauricio is pulled out of the event.
Oh.
That's Alan Isambard now in the 917.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So Isambard taking over the entry.
Starting this heat race.
Starting right now?
Starting right now. So
really?
it was Mauricio Hernandez all weekend up until right now. If you look at the back of the screen, that's Alan Isambard in that go-kart.
Wow, that's allowed. Oh, well, obviously it's allowed. Off we go. There is the new entry halfway through the weekend, Alan Isambard. And everyone's safely through turn number 2. Well, I mean, he's going to be starting last, I guarantee you. Is Mauricio okay?
Yeah, from what Alan told me, he just was done for the weekend. So it's now Alan Isambard. That being said, up front, his teammate, Quentin Angeli, has been quick all weekend long, up into the top 5 so far, down a spot now as Austin Olds up into the 4th spot.
Yeah, Quentin Angeli there was a finished last race in the pit lane. Luckily not to get hurt. Obviously, so Isambard has picked up a couple of, is this maybe, let's prove the go-kart might not be the problem. We could, allegedly, it's just conjecture, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows why Mauricio Hernandez has decided that it's no longer for him today and that he can do no more. There is a battle, and that's the number 906 of Mr. Aggression himself, Matteo Rubio Luengo, making another sort of Matteo Rubio Luengo style move.
Yeah, but Keegan Kaminsky, the beneficiary of it all, up to P3, Luengo, and then it's down to Blake Nash, Angeli, McGabriel, Adam Maxwell, Braden Zerves. This group is starting to grow here. What a move, or an attempted move here. Quentin Angeli is going to lunge up the inside, but unfortunately for him, the next corner is a left, but at least if he can hold it for long enough, it becomes a right for the final corner. The problem with doing that is you don't get a good enough run. You see the shake of the head from Austin Olds. He's not very happy. To be fair to Quentin Angeli, it worked for him. Not for long, though. Mick Gabriel through. There goes Zerves, and then Austin Olds back through. So actually, Quentin Angeli loses 3 spots instead of gaining 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who was, excuse me, I'm trying to remember who was the driver that collided with Quentin Angeli.
James Overbeck.
Who's
Overbeck.
Oh, okay. It wasn't Austin Olds. I wondered maybe that's why Angeli was being somewhat aggressive around. But there's Mick Gabriel going through your screen in the number 970, just ahead of Brandon Zerbs. Chris Weirheim in the Weirheim in the top 10 as well. But all this battling is very good in the middle of the pack. It is allowing our leaders to slightly pull away as we look at. So, Alan Isambard Hernandez has cracked the top 20 already.
This is going to help, though. This amount of defending for the likes of Weirheim, Olds, and the rest of the field is going to bring the likes of Isambard back into the play. I mean, he's only a couple seconds off of this group, and again, starting P last here for this heat race, and obviously going to put him on the back burner for tomorrow's main event. But for Alan Isambard, at least, like you said, just going out there and showing what the package can potentially do. And again, his first time in a KA all weekend long. He's been a pretty big name at this point in his career in the KA side of things, besides his shifter time, his X30 sides. But here in the KA class, he's been a big enough name. As we saw last lap, I saw the big cloud of smoke.
Yes.
That's the confirmation. It was, in fact, Caleb Gafera that threw it off the racetrack slightly. And Massimino said, thank you very much. I'll reclaim the lead of this one. And that's going to bring in Kaminsky now back into the mix.
Yep, and Gafara again, just inch perfect that lap, you know. Right, you couldn't have squeezed any more tyre out on the curb before kicking up the dust once again. Now that was the 902 Team Ferris racing car of Connor Ferris. Haven't talked much about Team Ferris racing machines. They have got that beautiful sort of glossy, you know, blue and black livery and chrome on the graphics kit. It's on the blue skies, the beautiful sunny day. The colours absolutely pop off the screen, and now Ferris pushing the number 926 car along. We actually get a chance to see them. Up at the front, new leader Caleb Gafara, but Blake Nash and Matteo Rubio Luengo have all joined the party at the front. This is now a 5-kart battle as we run lap 6 out of 12.
Here we go, halfway home here in this one, and Gafara is now going to have to head this train, and I suspect this train's going to grow here, Henry. Right now, it's as Austin Olds off the racetrack from P10 as it stood. That looks like it was climbing the hill towards maybe turn 3, turn 4, but Austin Olds out of this one.
Now, I mean, looks like the kart is, you know, fundamentally undamaged. That might have been a mechanical failure. That was about the same type of area that we saw one of the other drivers, whose name escapes me now, Manalo, go off after he flipped the chain off.
Whoa, Kaminsky. Oh, wow. All sorts of sideways there and back on the racetrack. And way to only lose one spot there for Kaminsky, but he brought a whole bunch of dirt now on the racetrack.
Do you know what? Let's get a Shop AKR replay of that coming on, because that is why drivers spend so much money on their crash helmets. Because that Lando Norris livery car, was it Ruben Luengo? Oh, and that's why Austin Olds is out of the race. He was given an assist.
So Chris Harrower.
Yeah, Chris Harrower was also
I want to say Maxwell and Shea Aldrich was also involved in that one as well.
But when they came back on the line, there's a supercross track, a supermoto track off at the hill with lots of stones, and a huge stone, and I'm not saying about gravel, got kicked up and it landed. If it wasn't in the crash helmet, it was on the NASA panel of
Braden Zerves.
Yeah, Braden Zerves. If it was the crash helmet, that probably just say Braden Zerves' eyesight. If it was the NASA panel, then it was giving him a heck of a shock, because that was huge. And that was not just a little stone, that was a rock.
Well, back up front here, it's all starting to kick off here, and Massimino now leads over Gafara, Nash, Luengo, and here's a good look at it. So Luengo just opened up the steering wheel a little bit there for Kaminsky, who's probably trying to ask for a little bit too much, and right at the end here, it kicks up a pretty big rock, and I think it hit the nose fairing of Zerves.
Lucky. Great work there from Emery Lyler in the replay booth, behind the scenes there. Thanks to Shop AKR for that. It just goes to show, number one, it's why you have your visor down at all times. And I'm sure that was a heck of a shock. That there'll be a huge dent in the front of, of that go-kart after that stone got kicked up. There's a move. There's Blake Nash passing one, passing Caleb Gafara, chasing now Paulie Massimino as Matteo Rubio Luengo holds on to P4. Gafara fighting back. This is helping Paulie by
Well, here's the thing, and I think that was probably a bit of frustration there from Blake Nash, who didn't feel like it was maybe smart enough to go for the move there. I think it was all fair from Gafara, but Blake Nash there throwing a bit of a haymaker on Caleb G, who only lost one spot out of it all. But I was going to say it's by design, because I think at this point the trend has been you want to be P2 to start the last 2 laps. But now at this point, it's really opened up the gap to Massimino, and for Gafara, it's just survival mode at this point. Hang on to a top 5.
Yeah, you want to be P2 going into the last 2 laps, provided the gap's not 3 seconds to P1, which is what Massimino is building a pretty insurmountable gap as we complete lap number 10 and start lap number 11. Yeah, there's Blake Nash getting
he slightly delayed his steering, but Caleb Gafara turned in a little bit there.
Yeah, Caleb will say, well, I had to turn in because if I didn't turn in, I was going to go up and meet Caleb Vieska in our camera position at the top of the hill. And Blake Nash was like, you were turning in and you would upset me. Well, we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's not just hot outside the race suit. Drivers getting hot under the collar inside the race suit as well. We have got 1 lap to go as Paulie Massimino leading quite comfortably.
I gotta say, 48.4 from Paulie by himself is as quick as the best lap turned in the heat race prior to this, which Joe Turney put together in the tow. And for Caleb Gafera, a 48.349 is the fastest lap that I've seen this afternoon here from the KA Seniors. That's obviously with the tow and probably driving a bit of red mist at this point.
Yeah, he's got past Keegan Kaminsky on this lap. Braden Zervis has lost a place to the second. Well, no, let's have a look there. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But regardless, it is Paulie Massimino with the win from Blake Nash. The ticker appears to be stuck. So apologies for that. But you can see the rest of the drivers coming across the line now. A win for Paulie Massimino, a somewhat aggrieved second for Blake Nash. Matteo Rubio Luengo, Keegan Kaminsky, Caleb Grafara, Braden Zervis, Mick Gabriel, your top 7. Then Connor Ferris, Quentin Angeli, Chris Weirheim, Mauricio
Alan Isambard.
Mauricio Alan Isambard, yep, well, yep. Alan, yeah.
How about Shane Reddy as well?
Yeah.
So the back of the grid was Alan Isambard and Shane Reddy, and they finished 11th and 12th respectively. That being said, let's get a look at these drivers pulling into the pits here, because I think there's gonna be some conversations if I were Blake Nash and Caleb Gafera here.
Let's have a listen in. There's Braden Zervis. I wonder if you could see any damage on the front of his kart from that stone. I mean, it's a scuff mark, but that was probably not a stone.
Looks fairly unscathed here.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but a scary moment nonetheless. You know,
it's a live crash test. The nose cone.
Hey, yeah,
it works.
It passed, yeah. 5-star safety NCAP rating. Blake just choosing to stand away, and you know that's probably a smart thing to do. I will not engage with my vanquished foe.
I gotta say, it's one of the calmest post-race scale shots that we've gotten in quite some time, and I thought after any of the heat races that we've seen so far, this one would have some level of calamity on the scale line of people at least conversing about what happened, but I think
Blake Nash is not turning around for love nor money. He just, you know, hey, he's peeved at Caleb Farah. Caleb probably peeved at, they're just standing there, you know. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, that's smart. You can't walk off. You've got it. So you're not going to let things calm down. You know, just to carry on. That is very smart, professional driving. Well, you know, acting for the pair of them. I've got to say, after a hard race on track, where yeah, stickers have been swapped, tire marks have been put on sticker kits. You know, they've both gone from the same piece of tarmac occasionally. But yeah, it's done, it's dusted, you know, let's move on. You know, if one of us gets called the stewards, then so be it. But let's not exacerbate the situation by kicking off at each other, because the chances are they are going to be on the same area of the grid in the main event. And hey, if they suddenly find themselves running in second and third, and the leader is a second and a half up the road, they're going to have to work together, whether they're best buddies or not, to catch that leader. Now, here we go. Next race up. It's going to be Mini Swift.
Engines fired down on the grid, and Maxwell Macha has been the driver that I think a lot of these drivers have been chasing. And you know, he made the jump to Pearland a couple of national races ago, but this has been the most comfortable that I've seen him on board that Pearland machine. I know Xander touched on it a little bit earlier on in the day, where his strength has always been in the races, but it seems like in the qualifying it wasn't as good. This time around, you can't qualify better than P1, Henry, and on the outside of him, it's Jake Manalio on that front row. Further back, row number 2, Jaden Francisco, Cam Johnson.
Yep, Santiago Orioli and Enzo Di Janeiro share row 3. Paxton Romero and Dominic Gaddis on row 4. Eric Wojciechowski, Simon Klein round out your top 10. Oscar Ruswundale, Mauro Nario, Daniel Dragonov, Kai Park. Kai's now moved, from Hawaii to Florida full-time. Dor Ehrlich, Flynn Fallon, Clayton Style, Thomas Montalvo, Byron Bourneman, Liam Francisco, cousin, not brother to Jaden. I was told off this morning. Camilla Kanash, Yakov Siryarev, Mark Siryarev, then Charlie Moron, not Moron, it's Moron. I saw you going to say it, Alex, and Lorenzo Lopez. There's your full grid. Yeah, Max Omacha, he hasn't done as much hard work to get to the front that he normally leaves himself. He normally leaves himself a whole host of work to do to get to the front. Now he doesn't have to do that. Let's see. And of course, Jake Manalio, the hard luck story of the previous race, and they're going to go around again. Okay, driver, Searle, Jake Manalio. Decent first run, second run, disaster. Chain comes off halfway around the opening lap. Now we start P2. There is a grid of 25, 26. You're starting P2. You're going to be a bit more aggressive than Francisco and Macha, and they know this, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, I said it earlier, right? First of all, I'm not a big fan of changing the way you've been approaching the weekend thus far, but especially in Heat 3, at least if you're Maxwell Macha, you can't afford the amount of risks that maybe Jake Manalio can, and so you know that. And so underneath that crash helmet, you're probably thinking to yourself, listen, if he sends it up the inside, let him have it. I'll take a P2. He needs the P1 more than I do this race.
And are we going to get the green flag this time? Yes, we do. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Here's the run down to turn 2. And up over goes. Someone climbs the back of the other way. Not sure if we heard.
Ehrlich.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was the car engines we heard there, or if it was some of the single seaters, the support races this weekend over on the main track.
Bit of a combination of the both, I think, there, Henry, for sure.
But Dor Ehrlich there, lucky to avert this gate. Official running offside. That's never a good sign on the opening lap. Why is the official running? Because there are several karts parked on top of one another. And that has caused, it's the 195, the 111.
Fallon.
Yakov Shiryaev and Flynn Fallon. Those karts are absolutely locked together. And I've got to say, Yakov Shiryaev, let's have a little look. Where was Shiryaev? Where does Shiryaev hail from? From Chicago on that Team U race kart. Yellow flags waving. Shiryaev looked like he was in a little bit of discomfort. There was a third driver off at the side of the circuit as well. Good quick reactions though from the officials.
That being said, with all that chaos, the 4-car breaker out front, you got Macha, Francisco, Orioli, Manalio. Then you have this group, Cam Johnson and the likes of Paxton Romero. For Cam Johnson, he actually had a really rough start there. I think he mistimed the jump when the green flag was waved or the green light came out. And then from there, the outside lane just didn't go. So he actually fell back to outside the top 8. He's back to 5th now after all the chaos. But unfortunately for him, he's about a second and a half back from the lead group here. That being said, I think the one thing in his favor is that I suspect these top 4 will begin the fight here momentarily.
Oh yeah, you can rest assured that this is my tip for main event of the week tomorrow. I just think that as good as all the other classes are, Mini Swift just has, you know, every time somebody looks like they're going to break away, you know, they don't. The racing by and large is super respectful as well. It's you know, and there is the move. Orioli to the inside. Matcha just opens the door, lets him go, and then falls back into line. Enzo Di Janeiro, only 13th at the moment after starting 6th. That's not great for Enzo on the Paralin chassis, but of course, you know, this is a sign, you know, Ben Cruttingham's team, you know, they've now got Maxo Matcha. It's not just Enzo who is flying the flag for the factory Paralin team in this class. There's another one. So Enzo is, hey, he's now got an in-house rival at the front of the field.
Yeah, and for a majority of this year, it's been Enzo Di Janeiro, like you said, for that team. But with Maxo Macho making the jump a couple races to go, this seems to be like that crossover to where Macho is getting used to the chassis. Now he's gotten used to it, and now he's gotten the confidence on board that chassis to really go out there and take it to the leaders.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, and this is now important for Enzo. How do you respond? You know, you're not the, you know, the only top dog in the tent now. You know, hey, when it's not going that well, I mean, he's been very quick. He's had a bad start in this race. The field is quite spread out, I've got to say. Huge gaps developing, not least because of that one incident that took out both Shiryaevs. Oh dear, not a good start for Team U race, and not a good start for the Shiryaev family. So both Yakov and I'm assuming it would be brother, is it Marcus Shiryaev? I believe is the second of the Mark Shiryaev, yeah. The 2 U-Race teammates, both out of the race, hopefully they're okay. But look at the gaps there now. Where's Di Janeiro? He's not there in our frame yet. He's just come around the top, the final corner. He's in a big group of karts. He's moving up. He's now up in the 10th position, but he is 7 seconds off the leader after just 6 laps in 10th place.
Well, it's just tricky. Once you get stuck in those groups and you get stuck fighting, especially on a racetrack like the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex at Road America here, it's just, you get stuck, right? And there's nothing you can really do about it. You can make moves. The lap times are there. I mean, Di Janeiro's running a 52 flat. There's only 4 drivers on the grid right now doing a better lap time than Di Janeiro. So again, lap time wise, should be top 5. The problem is, he got pushed back early on in this race, and then from there, it's hard to get your elbows out and really, you know, claw your way back up to the front, especially when the front is so spread out. Move here, Cam Johnson inside of Manalio, halfway flag in the air, Macha jumping in his seat, trying to get any bit of power. And I mean, again, he has a huge gap to the karts in front of him, a big gap to the karts behind him as well.
Yeah, now Clayton Stiles is you're looking at. He is in P8 for the Mike Doty Racing team. And the driver now behind him is Enzo Di Janeiro. Di Janeiro, 7 seconds, a 51.9 last time around. That's faster than anybody outside, than anybody else who's not in the top 4. Here we go. This looks like we're about to get very busy indeed. This is the number 139 kart of Oscar Rus Wunderle. This is 10th place, so this is the group of drivers behind Di Janeiro. 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th, I believe.
Yeah, it's a big group further back. Look at this. There's Stiles and Di Janeiro going after it. So as they climb the hill with 4 to go, I think Enzo's going to go down the inside here, but further back, more moves being made. This is Camila Canache, I want to say, going down the inside of Daniel Dragunov there. She's going to make that move stick. So now that's up to 11th. In front of her is the likes of Oscar Gus Wanderlei as well.
Yeah, Di Janeiro did make the move. He is now in front of Stiles, Clayton Stiles, but he's now got 2.5, nearly 3 seconds to make up on Dominic Gaddis, who runs in 7th. We're looking at, you know, the midfield, giving the midfield runners plenty more coverage than we may be able to do with the main events, because even though Orioli and Francisco are in front, Maxwell Matcha has dropped off the lead group, and Matcha's now falling back into the clutches of Cameron Johnson and Jake Menario. Here are your two leaders. Here's third, fourth, and fifth. And yeah, Matcha, from being, you know, a stone's throw away from the race leader, is now a stone's throw away from losing a top 3 position.
Well, this just showcases how important the draft is, right? Because I think Matcha, Johnson, Manalio have the same exact pace that Francisco and Orioli have. They just can't really hook up their bumpers right now to show it. Orioli, Francisco have not removed front to rear bumper all race long, and lap times are showing 51.4, 51.3, 51.2 for Orioli. Look at the next group, 51.7, 8, and 8. They are half a second quicker than the next quickest driver.
And that is because they are locked together. You know, that is a perfect illustration of 8 wheels working absolutely in harmony. 8 wheels working together, always faster than 4.
Well, here's a good look at Camila Canache there. She's had a really good run, up 10, and it looked like going down the hill towards turn 4. I thought she was going to go for the move on Gus Wonderlay there, but she's just setting it up. She's now pulled away from this next quintet, I guess you could say, of Dragunov, Montalvo, Bornman, and Nario there further back as well. So that's a pretty good squabble there. But with 2 to go, Camila Canache's charge through the field continues. Can she make it 11 spots gain from 21, from 21st on the grid? Again, I thought she would go for it there as well, but I think her favorite spot, we saw it 2 laps ago, is climbing the hill towards 2A, 2B.
Yeah, I've got to say, Canache from 21st to 11th. Styles, Clayton Styles from 17th to 9th, which is very, very impressive. But here, wow, now, the game is almost over. You can see Francisco is now not locked on to the rear bumper of race leader Santiago Orioli. He is he's eased off by a kart length. So Orioli, he won't have that little push. That means Orioli doesn't know where the attack is going to come from.
Yeah, I wonder if it's by design here from Francisco. You kind of want to pull your bumper away just a little bit to get this run right here. Around the outside of 2A, can't make that move stick. Textbook braking there from Orioli, but now he's forced to go low here in turn 4. Francisco wants to go the long way around. You can't do that. It's off camber. Your cart's going to fall away. Now the crossover move down towards turn number 5. Orioli's going to pinch him wide here, really make it to where Francisco has to go the long way around. Great stuff from Santi Orioli there.
Yeah, I've got to say, we talked about respect in racing, that they gave each other just enough racing room. There was no contact, and yet no one ran each other off the track. Francisco trying to go high, wide, and handsome. Not quite. Now, the switchback. He's setting it up for a run out of the last corner. Has Francisco got enough room? No, Orioli does not allow him. And, oh, there's a side-by-side run between Johnson and Menario. And Johnson takes 4th by 3 thousandths of a second. Max Omacha goes from in that lead group to finishing 4 seconds back in 3rd position. Dominic Gaddis, again, another solid performance from Dominic Gaddis. P6, Paxton Romero, likewise. Enzo Di Janeiro there in 8th place. Enzo finishing up with a 51.6. As you look at the rest of the top 15, I think it's time that we hear a few from people that make this happen, our sponsors.
What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you sick of making the wrong setup changes? Or arguing with your kid about their driving? Apex gives you the answers within seconds. Apex is the latest innovation from Kart Class, which can solve thousands of karting queries at the press of a button. No more asking random people kart setups, or being intimidated by larger teams. Just type it in and let Apex do the rest. Apex covers different kart brand setups, axles, rims, seats, and everything racecraft related. For as little as a can of chain loop, you can learn from over 30 years karting experience in seconds in the palm of your hand. Check out Apex at kartclass.com today.
Away we go, heat number 3 in action for X30 Jr. 3 races remain on the afternoon, and well, we have them 2 by 2 up the hill to turn number 3. Off the bat, Sarah Bradley, a decent start, and the whole field will survive on the run down to 4.
Alex Searle, you've grown. No, it's Xander Clements back.
Poor Alex. Hey, at least Caleb's up in a high perch. This is probably the highest in the air Caleb's seen in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, if we're going to pick on Alex, we got to at least pick on his co-patriot here at the top of the hill at turn 2. Caleb's doing a phenomenal job, as is Nate Dean here from this camera shot, as is Grace over here at cam 1, and as is another fantastic young lady in her own right. Sarah Bradley leads at the end of lap number 1. What a day she has had, and it is only continuing with another good start to try and cap off what could be her best point scoring Saturday of the season, and the same for Brady Shab right behind her. Then it's Max Weiland, then Palacio, and then this group here. Check out this battle pack into 3. Who's going to make the move? It's going to be Salamau, the first one. He'll get by on Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, down the hill we go. We're in towards the closing stages of the day's action here. The support races in the background still going on. Once again, all eyes in the front. You know, I'm only joking. Obviously, the Road America circuit, the car circuit itself, doing a fantastic job there. You know, the families, the spectators here, they've got engines and wheels turning and racing every which way they look on the kart track. The Briggs and Stratton Motorplex, as well as the main Road America circuit. But it's one of the young ladies, who is leading the way. She was leading the way, Sarah Bradley. It's now Brady Shad who is top of the scoring pile. And here's Lucas Palacio in P3. Mad Max Weiland there in 4th place. Rumours are swirling in the paddock that Max is, not only did AJ Myers was he got caught smiling at Trackhouse Motorplex, there are rumours that he sort of half smiled today. It may have been wind, we don't know, but my sources are telling me that AJ and the rest of the Magic Kart USA team are so impressed with how Max is, they put a lot of work in to get Max to where he is, and he's not letting him down, and he's a great character on the microphone as well. This is what really want to see from these young drivers: personality on track and off track.
Yeah, what a great job we have had from our team to showcase the vibrant spectrum of so many different young men and women here, and growing to become young even better and better by the weekend behind the wheel. X30 Jr has a strong list of characters here in Brady Shad. I'm sure by Sunday we'll have a big cheering section if he can roll like this. 8 tenths and counting back to Palacio, Bradley, Weiland, Abernathy, who is under pressure from Edward Kennedy, and then of course Ashton Woon, who we were following along with. And then behind him, Salamau, Antonino, and Murphy. Things have kind of settled out, and going back to you and Simon's bet of which race is going to be better or not. Well, you better hope that someone has something for Brady Shad, because that number 765, purple and pink Cosmic, looks pretty fast right now here on lap 5.
While you were out, working and attending to other matters, out on the circuit, and Alex Searle was in here with me, we had what we both called a statement drive from Brady Shad in X Junior, in Junior, KA100 Junior, because Shad, he was muscled wide, muscled back to the tail end of the lead group, and then fought back strongly throughout the rest of the race. He is he is not going down without a fight here. Good to see Parker Ives back in contention in this race. Parker Ives didn't make it past turn 2 in the last heat, but he is there up into 19th place now. Don't forget, he's the youngest driver in the class, and is going very well on what is, we spoke to him earlier, there was we spoke to him earlier, and he was saying, look, I'm fitness-wise, I'm okay. Yeah, there's testing and practice, and then there's racing in this weather that is the real tester.
No doubt. I mean, this is a physical track. It doesn't look it. Again, you've got a lot of highs and lows. It looks like a fun roller coaster to ride. As you can see, the drivers are going 2 by 2 and then back down to single file in through the 4, 5, 6, 7 section. But all of the airtime you spend off the ground, every bit of that the drivers feel. Of course, we talked about how from a chassis setup angle that they're constantly turning the wheel. Well, from a driver physicality standpoint, that means you're constantly under added G-load, and you're always using your arms to hold that wheel steady. As we see another move back there, that's Golseth making a pass, now side by side ahead of him. Royce Vega to the inside, he'll tuck back in as the draft benefits the outside man there of Tristan Murphy following Ashton Woon. But yeah, this is a physically demanding place, and you combine that with the 85+ degree temperatures outside, the sun beating down, baking the surface, baking the drivers in their helmets and suits. It's putting them to the test right now. Brady Shad standing up to it. This group is definitely being mentally and physically tested with all the battling, but the one other point to make, although I'll let you make yours here as well, is I think our top 2 are closing up a little bit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's still taking me a bit of time to get used to seeing Royce Vega in anything other than a Team Bennett chassis.
Yes.
Vega and Bennett synonymous with each other for several years. Obviously, Vega moving on to the RPG team now in that number 733 car, and getting it all crossed up coming through turn number 2. That's losing ground to the drivers in front of him. Ashton Woon being the first, John Antonino being the second. And, you know, I wouldn't want to say this. I'm thinking maybe Antonino is starting. He wasn't quite as electric. He still moved up lots of places in his last KA Junior race. Maybe he's starting to get a little bit tired now as the race wears on. I don't know. It's brutally hot out there. This circuit, very, very physical. You know, it's not beyond the realm. These youngsters are very, very fit. They all take their training very seriously, but still, you know, they are only youngsters.
Well, I will say, going back to Antonino really quickly, as the battle for the lead's about to heat up now, is he's looked a lot stronger in the KA100 kart than he has in the X30 kart today. The X30 kart, all 3 heats, he's been good, but maybe not as great as that KA has looked coming through the pack. But again, we also haven't seen that KA kart in the lead group and fighting it. The other angle of this racetrack here, why it's so hard to lead, why it was easy, or maybe slightly easy for Lucas Palacio and Sarah Bradley to gain ground. Even the exit curbs, every bit of the asphalt, all the way you can see the drivers coming out of the final turn are using every inch of the track, as we've got one in the pit lane, one of the RPM drivers. Nate Golseth. No, that's Nico Katowski. Nico Katowski there, the TKG Bureau Art, zoomed out, red and white suit, miscued that one, but Katowski in. The leader is basically a snow plow as wow, Lucas Palacio. Big out-of-shape moment there as he came down the hill to 4. And a heck of a save as he kind of probably got in a bit deeper than he expected. Again, he had been tracking down, and this kind of goes back on that point as they head for the white flag, with the drivers going all the way to the edge of the grass at almost every part of the high-speed sections of the racetrack. Coming onto the straightaway here out at turn 12, obviously through turn 2A, 2B, but in a number of other sections, any dirt at the back of the field or anyone on track towards the back half or mid-pack brings on. The leader's the first one to hit it. He's got to be careful. He clears a path as long as he stays on the racetrack, which you saw a little dust come up there from Brady Shad, for the rest of the pack. So they've got a slightly cleaner racetrack as he's the one clearing the way, so they can go a little deeper. They can carry a tick more speed, and they can also use him as a marker to go a touch deeper than whatever he does and try to track him down. And now with half a lap to go, it'll be close. Palacio's mistake here hurt him. He's going to be almost there by the time we get to the last corner. He's going to be close enough now in 9 and 10 that he'll pressure him to go low.
Palacio has recovered very, very well, and he looks to the inside. He backed out of it there, and Bradley will almost snatch second away from Palacio on the line. The rest of the field following across there. Weiland in 4th, Abernathy 5th, Salamao 6th, Kennedy in 7th, Antonino 8th, then Wu 9th, Vega rounding out your top 10. Nate Golseth is 11th, followed by Tristan Murphy, William Kim, Grayson Walcott, Mateo Calderon. Speaking of Mateo Calderon, the elder Calderon is about to go out after this next short break.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Here's a look at heat number 3, the overall results from X30 Jr. This one actually may go right straight to it. Obviously, all able to finish that were on the racetrack. Nico Katowski, from what we can tell, the only retiree. He pulled in the scale line, so they've got the engines fired and ready for our second to last race of the day. K100 Masters on deck. X30 Pro is also queuing up at the back of the grid. It's a quick run through the day, a short break for us, and then the post-race presser for today with the top 3 drivers after the day shook out from X30 Pro. We'll be looking forward to chatting with all of them and more with racing action, again, heading our way. Next up, KA Masters, as we take one final look down the board of your X30 Junior grid. Again, Jackson Elefante shifting his focus to KA Junior, and Katowski out.
What? Hey, I'm gonna have you pull up over the wall.
Here we go. KA 100 Master presented by Nash Motorsports. Split heat so far. Who's our winners? Let's see who gets heat 3 as they race up the hill to 2A and B.
Yeah.
So far, so good. All 6 make it through. Good start for Scott Falcone as he gets ahead of Mark Stone, and the Heat 2 winner fades back to 4th, just ahead of Eric Schumacher and Junaid Din. But how about this for Calderon? Mateo ends up 15th in X30 Jr. Dad, he's got the lead here, half a lap into the K100 Masters final heat.
And you know what? If you end up with 3 different winners from 3 heat races in KA100 Masters, you know, you could say that the smallest grid is the most wide open, because we have had repeat winners in pretty much every other class during the course of the day. Long way to go, however. Martin Stone is now back to P5. Junaid Din there in 6th position. Now Adam Creppin is closing in on Calderon. There is Scott Falcone up at the 3rd, and Eric Schumacher in 4th. You know, I have to say, Stone, he's already had one, you know, issue, one DNF. He's taking his time. He doesn't want to get involved in incidents. It's a long wait. We've been saying about how short the races are, but for a KA Master driver, 12 laps in this heat can sound like a long time.
Yeah, well, I hope that they stock up on fluids at the end of the day, at
sure
least
they
just
will.
some water,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit mixed in there with the on-track activity done. Let's see if Martin Stone can get by at least Eric Schumacher. This has still been a struggle to start for the reigning series champ, the one plate, back to 5th as we go side by side to hear from one of our X30 Junior top contenders, Lucas Palacio, standing by with Haley.
Casey came up just short in P2. What do you feel like you were missing in that race?
I had the pace. I couldn't get by him on the last couple of laps, and he got the win. I tried, but I didn't get it. So
You've had a pretty solid day overall. What are you thinking about going into the finals tomorrow?
I think I'm pretty fast, so I think I can definitely win. That first heat cost me a little bit, finishing 12th, but other than that, I think I have the pace to win.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
Well, there's good to hear from Lucas Palacio. Whilst you were listening to Lucas, you saw in our side-by-side shot that Martin Stone made his way past Eric Schumacher up into 4th position. I'm going to be interested to know what the issue is for Martin Stone, whether it's, hey, look, save our tyres, just go out there, ride around, be slow, whether there's an equipment issue, whether there might be a driver issue. I don't know. This could be Martin Stone deciding I'm going to go as slow as possible, save as much tyre as I can, whilst also trying to finish as high as I can without risking, you know, my the tyre for tomorrow. And he looks to the inside on Scott Falcone, and that doesn't work. But, you know, it's complete conjecture, but I'm not sure that all is well with that number 401 Kart. He's certainly not showing the maximum potential that package has. Up at the front, this is, again, everybody just saving their stuff for tomorrow. Yeah, the worst you can start is on row 3. Tyres are going to be critical. Here's a question, Xander. Do they all get new tyres for tomorrow, or is it one set of tyres for the whole weekend?
I believe it is new for tomorrow. Yes, it's still 2 sets of tires for everyone in the championship. They had started doing that back in 2023 with the double mains, if not 2022, for all divisions. Originally, they had the MG Red, the harder of the two compounds, be a single set for the 2 days. But again, at that time, with 2 main events, well, someone might have a little fresher rubber on Sunday. So they said, well, at this point, at the highest level of U.S. karting, let's make sure the playing field's level at the cost of 1 more set of tires. So they should all have 1 fresh set, and that means that as well, going in blind is not something the top drivers will want to do, neither will the top teams. You'll probably see a lot of fresh rubber bolted on for the warm-ups in the morning to get a read before they go out for the mains as well.
So everything I was just saying about Martin Stone saving his tyre for tomorrow is completed at a twaddle, is what you're basically telling me.
Well, let me double check this here. If the website's correct, and I will double check against the rule book as well, I believe the cadets may be on the same set both days. I'm going to double check and open our rules. I know they're fantastic about those and stay those up to date, and that's where anyone should check for questions like that, including ourselves to educate. I can't blame you, Henry, because you had a crazy travel day, but that's on us. We had a little shorter drive. We could have read a little bit.
Yeah, well, I can't read anyway, so no, here we go. So, I mean, it's interesting to see now Martin Stone is picking up the pace a little bit. Last time around, a 49.60, just a tenth slower than the fastest lap from anyone last time around. Now, the next race, the last heat race, is going to be X30 Pro. And the one driver starting shotgun on the field in all those races, making huge strides, is Enzo Vidmontien, who is with Alex Searle. But Xander, the tyre rule for this class is?
Yes, so they have 2 sets, cadets have 1. Anyway,
okay.
Back down to Alex here with Enzo.
I had the flat tire. You have to start from the tail end of every single heat race so far. How would you kind of describe your day today?
It's definitely been hard. Probably since I just moved up to senior, probably my hardest week yet from starting from the back. It's been great. I got like 2 top 10s now, and I'm looking for a little better now.
Obviously going back, looking at the data, looking at the video, judging by your driving yourself, where do you think you stand within this field if you get a chance to get some clean air with these guys?
I think I'm pretty good, like around like all the sectors. I need 2 tenths is what I need, and I'm still trying to like get help from my coach to find those 2 tenths.
Thank you, Enzo.
Thank you.
There you go. Just needs a little more, and he's going to go to work on it. You can see he's already mellowed out, calm, in the zone, locked in, because they're 4 laps away from Masters being done and getting the command to fire engines.
I mean, any more relaxed and he'd be asleep.
Maybe. The Heat might be doing that.
But that is a perfect example of how a driver who is starting at the back of a big race needs to be. Don't waste energy getting yourself all hyped up before the start. You know, it's going to be a tough race, so just chill.
Yeah, take a breather. Now, unfortunately, that's not what Carlos Calderon is going to be able to do for the final 3 laps around. Adam Kreppen, last time by, ate a tenth out of the gap. It looks like he's now well within the tow window and is tracking him down even more. It was 3.5 tenths at the line. It's less than 2 car lengths now as they drop out of turn 7. And again, 2 simultaneous battles going on. The fight for 4th there with Falcone and Eric Schumacher continuing through the S's out of 7. And the fight for the lead looming as Adam Kreppen. Jamie Saraki touched on it in our warm-up show earlier about how this track, unlike years past, but much like many other circuits, with the heat, especially for this week, and this is the hottest we've ever had at a USPKS Road America event, that it is gripping up. And when the rubber goes down, you cannot cross over it without, and be able to turn. Not nearly as good. So instead you need to enter a little bit lower, exit a little bit lower, and use the rubber and kind of lean on it. You can see that in the difference in line. Adam Kreppen is going a little bit more narrow on the entry to the corners, still being able to roll the same amount of speed, using the rubber to be able to have that higher maximum center quartering. So as we come to the white flag, one more quick tidbit of another driver who has figured it out here and looked pretty good in his second heat for X30 Pro. ZCD standing by with Alex as we keep an eye on the battle for the lead here in KA Masters.
Thank you, Xander. ZCD, we kind of spoke to you this morning. you had an issue later on in the KA class, but now I kind of wanted to ask you your first bit of heat racing since couple months, right? How are you feeling now? You feel like the gym's been helping you a little bit there?
Yeah, feeling good. Pace has been great. A little bit tired right now, but I think everyone's feeling it. So I'm pretty confident that I'm mentally stronger than most here, and I won't feel it as much as them. But looking forward to this heat. We just reframed in 40 minutes. So it's a big question mark. We have no idea what it's going to do, but we'll find out.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
A 40-minute reframe for Zach Mello. Let's talk about that in a minute. Let's talk about this now because...
Kreppen steals it!
Ho-ho! And we come back just in time.
Perfect timing.
And I've got to say, trust the KA Masters to bring the noise.
In the world. Here, while we're waiting a moment for X30 Pro, if we're able to, one more look at that, because, of course, again, we were shifting our focus, as I'm sure many at home were as well, while listening to Zach, but trying to figure out what was going on in the fight for the lead in the final few corners. Calderon had it, but he was so afraid of the crossover, he pinched his exit so much that the slightly lower horsepower than these machines here just bogged him down. And just like that, in the short run to the line, check it out, Kreppen opens his hands, lets the momentum ride, and around the outside, and he gets it.
That is
just barely.
That's an absolute sickener. I'm just thinking to myself.
He did such a good job. Best session of the day for Calderon by far.
Yeah, and we could have had 3 different winners. I just decided that Martin Stone, and this is my summation, Martin Stone realised the best he could do was start 3rd in the main event, which is better than starting 2nd. So I would hazard a guess that he decided I'm going to finish 3rd because that will put me 3rd on the grid for the main event, which is where I want to be.
Well,
potentially. We'll find out.
Yeah, we will. Indeed. It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen, for the final class of the day to roll the headliner with thousands of dollars on the line, somewhere in the range of, I think, probably pushing 20 grand in the total purse for the weekend. It was a massive one, I believe, back at Trackhouse Motorplex. I think they ended up around 18 there. I think we're a little shy, so maybe call it closer to 15 total in the pot. Starts at 10, and then it compiles with more and more entries as it ramps up. 21 in total on the grid, and all of Rollison Performance Group front row, and they have been the class of the field, but more than just the team. Ryan Norberg has had everyone covered. Austin Garrison looked good in the first heat of the day, but when the heat really built up for heat 2, he struggled, and even on the final lap fell to 4th as the man to his outside, Joe Turney, was able to get the better of him.
Was I correct in someone telling me that Austin Garrison is the only driver that doesn't use a rib protector?
I actually need to check on that. I don't know for certain. But what I will tell you is that for certain, Danny Formal does not, and he might be the biggest curb jumper of them all. He never has, and he had never had a rib injury up until last year. It was the first time he'd ever had any kinds of woes. But Paulie Massimino definitely does. He's been fast. In fact, he was actually probably the next best besides Norberg, arguably on level playing field over the course of the 12-lap run to Turney in heat number 2. I think as his progress continues through this weekend, he could be one to watch. Alan Isambard with a good qualifying effort and better than the struggles he had. He'd mentioned a lot of his woes on Friday practice. Hasn't really made a ton of noise, but he hasn't gone backwards either.
And now doing double duty.
Yes.
Which is, I've got to say, unheard of, halfway through the day, taking over a seat, starting at the back there. But here we go. It's going to be Ryan Norberg, Hayden Jones on the front row of the grid. You saw them, Austin Garrison and Joe Turney, Paulie Massimino, Alan Isambard. Yes, Zach Mello on a new frame. His mechanic, Rasmus Lind, with, I am sure, help from others in the Velocity Racing team, a 40-minute reframe. That is impressive. And now, Zach has to go into the business on it. Quentin McPherson, Henry Lepard, Maverick McKenna, Davin Roberts and Brian Garcia, Michael Boyadzis, Mingyang Zhu, Lillian Scarborough, Alex Nowich, Kyla Cheatham, Mateus Gonzalez, Joseph Huey, and Enzo Vidmontien. He is now, Jackson Elefante is a scratch for this class, but not KA100 Senior. 20 drivers take the start. Vidmontien now having to start from the outside row, not the inside row. Will it make a difference?
I think he's going to try and do what he can to make a row for himself. He did that. We saw that in full force in Heat 1. He didn't quite get the jump in Heat 2, but, I mean, the outside lane, it kind of would box him in a little bit. I could see him lagging back, but again, he's got to be careful. He can't pop out to the inside like he did in the first two and get around because, again, he'd be breaking formation. So he has to be very, very careful about that. Now, we are going to have a report, I think, that Alex or Haley might be able to relay, or we will be able to relay it to you in a moment. But here we are. Heat 3, X30 Pro is green. Look at the jump. My goodness, Enzo Vidmontien. This one is no doubt going to get to the eye of the officials to review that as McPherson's in the air, and around he goes. Vidmontien, as McPherson goes off and bounces through the curb. Vidmontien gets collected and around. It took one more victim as well, and that has split us up quite a bit behind Massimino.
And an issue as well for Zach Clemandomelo there, trying to tap something down on to his left there. Was that the top of the fuel tank, or was he trying to push something with maybe the radiator down? Or I couldn't quite see what it was, but as he came down the hill, Zach Clemandomelo, and look at that now. Okay, you can see it. There's a driver. Maverick McKenna is
we'll have a report on him, I think, here in a moment. Alex and Haley are getting us official confirmation on something there, but let's keep an eye on the first lap. So, through the opening lap here, all good. Now, Alex, let's go down to you here. What do you have for us as we can start to see it?
Yeah, guys, Maverick McKenna was so late to the grid that when he rolled out, I think he either forgot gloves, didn't have time to put gloves on, but Maverick McKenna has 0 gloves on out there on the racetrack, going barehanded out there.
Yeah, I don't know how he is going to be able to stay to the end of the session. No doubt in my mind, the officials' radios have to be lighting up like a Christmas tree right now, trying to figure that part out for the 317 machine, and it's unfortunate, especially because this is the best he's been today. Into 9th at the end of lap number 2, but without a doubt, the meatball flag is going to come soon enough for that JHDD driver with no gloves on. And, well, I want to talk about that more, Henry, but this is pressing.
Yep.
Top 4, getting ready to go after it. Big bobble out of Hayden Jones. We'll be hoping to see a replay potentially of the start. Even that moment would be good to look back on and break down, but we don't even have time for that. Massimino and Isambard are lurking back. This group of 3 right here. The fight is on for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th between Turney, Garrison, and Jones at any given moment. I think it could explode. Here's a look at the start while the live cameras continue on the left side of your screen. Check out here.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien on the outside. It started off by one of the RPG. Oh!
So is McPherson there? Lepard is the one that goes off in the grass.
And do you know why that Clemandomelo was looking? Because we're looking at Turney under pressure.
He just made the pass for 2nd. Joe Turney up to P2. So now Hayden Jones back to 3rd. Now, we saw Hayden really out of shape a lap ago. I don't know if he has something that was potentially a miss that caused the mistake, or if just the dirt on the tires in the last lap and then going wide to let Turney go is what's got him under pressure. But he does not look comfortable. His hands are very busy, and Austin Garrison is going to be looking to make quick work of him, as will Massimino and Isambard here any moment. Let's see it. Massimino's going to try and even prematurely get by Garrison. He will. He'll get 4th. That'll buy Hayden some time, but definitely Hayden Jones, the best start of the day, and I don't know if he'll be able to capitalize on it.
The reason we saw Clemandomelo looking at trying to push something down there is because the one driver that went through the air, I can't remember who it was, clipped Zach Clemandomelo, the top of his radiator.
So McPherson through the air.
Yeah, McPherson clipped Clemandomelo's, it was either his radiator or even his crash helmet as he flew through the air. And we're getting reports that
potentially a bent right front tie rod on Hayden Jones's RPG Cosmic. We saw him take a lot of curb back at turn 2A, 2B a lap ago, and we're trying to judge when he's straight, which again is not a lot on this racetrack, such a long flowing circuit. But when that wheel is straight enough, it's going to be just a tick off, and it does look a little bit off to the left right now. Potentially a bent tie rod for Hayden Jones. So we'll keep tabs on that. he's fighting through it. You can see that the red barriers on the inside of 2A are much closer to where the drivers are trying to shorten the racetrack than at 2B with the black barriers. So maybe he just clipped it with the right front tire trying to get through the corner, and just barely. That little bit of contact, if you make any contact tire to tire, whether it's with another go-kart or a barrier, it can very easily bend the front end geometry.
Now, Lillian Scarborough is doing very well. She's up at the 9th place ahead of, as there is Amu Paulie Massimino now going past Hayden Jones. Henry Leppard and Quentin McPherson 17th and 18th. And Enzo Vidmontien not showing up, so I think Vidmontien may be out of the race. And I think Maverick McKenna has, just pitted.
Yeah, so McKenna in, Vidmontien also into the pit lane. He pulled in at the end of the first lap. I don't see him off to the wayside by turn 2AB, where he did obviously have that massive moment off the start. Lillian Scarborough, great run for her again inside the top 10. She's all by her lonesome now. This will be a pretty boring heat, I think, for her start to finish. Right now, she's tracking fast enough to not get caught by the pack behind. I don't think she's quick enough to get to the next group 3 seconds away. You can see even her RPG Cosmic at this point has some of the war and battle scars from the start. More than likely, a pushed-in front bumper on either side or maybe both, and that would be the reason to continue to push beyond just getting more data at this point is try and outrun a possible penalty. Credit to Hayden Jones here, if indeed he does have a bent tie rod. Let's look at this. Here's the replay on the right-hand side. You see him go into the corner, turns in really early. The curb gets him out of shape, and I think just the way he landed, I mean, that would have been the only thing besides maybe opening lap contact that might have bent it. So that's all that we could really see for the 316 that seemed to be out of shape. But again, that could have been not just the tie rod, could have been the frame at the angle that it didn't land squarely on all fours, as now Isambard goes by. And the next up will be Austin Garrison, who again, unlike Heat 1, where the speed looked phenomenal for the SCR Carlos Sainz chassis, it doesn't look as good here in Heat number 3, just like it didn't quite look amazing in Heat 2, but he's still, I think, a little better than Hayden. And Hayden is fighting for dear life right now. Not going to happen on Isambard there, but you can see he's just scrapping.
I mean, you'll almost be able to see, the front tires, they're not going to be, facing the right way. One of them is going to be skewed out ever so slightly, which is going to cause Hayden certainly a lot of problems. Possibly every time he turns right, the right-handers is going to affect him more than the left-handers. That's where he's going to be susceptible. Going into that right-hander there is where Austin Garrison makes his move. There's Zach Comandamello, new frame and all. But of course, it's the incident at the start. It's given some of the lesser lights. It's given some drivers a chance to maybe secure their best finish. Michael Boyantzis running in 11th. Alex Novice running in 12th. Ming Yang Zhu 13th. Kyler Cheatham in 14th. A chance for them to improve their grid slot for the main event ever so slightly.
Now, I will say as well, part of the reason why we've been able to even highlight them is Ryan Norberg has continued to add on to the margin once again. As we see, there goes Maverick McKenna. This was him moments ago pulling into the scale line, and more than likely getting the word from the official saying, that is not okay to go out onto the racetrack without all of your safety gear, no matter what. I mean, this point at the end of the day, the U.S. Pro Kart Series team have done a great job of keeping us on schedule pretty much to a T, and this race did not roll early, so it's not like he shouldn't have been ready, and again, not to rag on him or to pour salt on a wound, but nonetheless, you got to be prepared. And this man, no doubt, has been since we have turned the cameras on today. Ryan Norberg's lead to Turney still holding at just shy of 2 seconds. Paulie Massimino for a little bit was tracking better. He's still relatively close to JT, and once again has put together a very solid Saturday trying to close the gap up. But I don't know if he'll be able to get him before it is all over. Half a tenth better last time by with only 1 lap to go. At this point, if you're Joe Turney, no need to try to close the gap to Ryan. Just keep it at where you're comfortable and try not to wear the equipment out or, again, have anything break, because there's only half a lap left. You've got a 6/10 cushion, and you're not getting to this guy.
Yep, and we're not going to crown, we got the main event tomorrow. That's a big event. But I know that his new wife, Ryan's new wife, Shelby, is counting how many dollars, how many packs of Pampers is this going to buy?
He's been almost perfect since he's had the ring on the finger. And today, he is perfect. All 3 heats to Ryan Norberg. He wins heat 3. Turney, Massimino, Isambard hangs on over Garrison with a late race push to put the heat on for 4th. DeMello in 6th as he gets around Hayden Jones late for that spot. Lillian Scarborough 8th, Davin Roberts 9th, and how about the run? Brian Garcia cracking the top 10.
Yep.
Here, best finish of the day for the Orsilon Tony Kart driver.
And there was a good battle across the line for 15th place. Kyler Cheese and Levi Sanguera, Quentin McPherson. And I've got to say, as we look at that, we got the press conference coming up. We'll try and get down and listen to some of the afters in that. But if we go back and we do get a chance to look at that accident for the first turn again and watch that Commander Mello, that's a brand new frame, 2 corners into that frame's life. And it almost was a very short life. And he'll be very, I'm wondering if he took a clout to the shoulder,
Down here on the scales with you, I mean, we spoke to you this morning. You said ribs hurt, body hurts, cart's fast. You feel the same way right now?
We struggled on heat 2. Heat 1 we were okay. Heat 2 we struggled. We got it better for the 3rd heat, but a late pass in the last left-hander kind of set me back a lot. I thought our pace was going to be a lot better. Car felt a lot better, but when I got potted and fell back 3 spots, that kind of hurt. But after that, it was just playing cat and mouse. But no, not too much pain, more rage, taking over the pain. But tires are shot. We pushed too hard last heat because we were struggling with the go-kart. But I think new tires tomorrow, we should be okay to fight for the win.
I hear a lot of huffing and puffing there. Are the elements kind of plaguing you at all?
Nope.
Thank you, Austin.
Yep.
All right, let's go one back here to Hayden Jones. Hayden, we couldn't really get a great shot, but we were getting kind of some reports that maybe you had a slight toe out on one of your tires. Was it feeling that way at all? Go-kart feeling pretty good?
No, I thought it was pretty normal. I mean, I didn't hit anyone.
How would you kind of describe that race to me?
Pretty bad. I just kept falling back and back. We make some changes with the car. It doesn't do anything, so we're just struggling with the setup right now, but hopefully we can find something for tomorrow.
What do you think the biggest difference is from, where you qualified to where you've kind of felt all day today in the heats?
I mean, the car felt great during qualifying, during happy hour, and then today, I don't know, the track, it just feels greasy, and we just can't figure it out.
Thank you, Hayden.
Thank you.
There you have it from Alexander Searle in the scale line. A little more intel here to close the day out with X30 Pro action coming to a close. Once again, Ryan Norberg sweeps all 3 heats. At this point, I will have to do some mental math tonight and run the calculators, because with such a good Saturday, with the pole on Friday, he will have a very reasonable bar to hit tomorrow to lock up this championship with 1 round to go with the drops factored in, and he's not alone. There may be some others across the 6 divisions that might have a chance to clinch it. But again, those classes, they have not seen the dominance that we have seen out of the man in the 302. So I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll definitely look into it for you and have all of that. Of course, we'll be pulling the top 3 drivers from the heat points today in X30 Pro to get to chat with, and obviously Ryan will definitely be one of those 3 that'll join us on the press box here in just a little bit. But for now, we're going to take a short break in the coverage. We'll keep the feed going, though, to the picturesque National Park of Speed, Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here at Road America. A hot day, but a sunny day. No rain at all for all the on-track activity. It was a lot of good racing, and best of all, no red flags today either. Definitely some moments for sure. A little bit of carnage, but Saturday in the books with 3 full rounds, Henry.
When Belinda Carlisle sung the song "Heaven is a Place on Earth," I'm pretty sure she was standing outside turn 2 at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex when she wrote it. It's a beautiful place. It's been some beautiful racing. It's a beautiful Saturday night, and I can't wait to be back on what hopefully will be a beautiful Sunday.
We'll be ready for you with activity on the racetrack first thing tomorrow morning. For now, like I said, the feed will continue with post-race coverage of our top 3 from X30 Pro here in just a little bit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Saturday evening press conference here at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex at Road America. We have 3 of the top 4 drivers in X30 Pro with us. Unfortunately, Ryan Norberg, who won the 3 heat races today, he has had to go to a antenatal yoga class where he sits in the lotus position for the impending birth of his first child. So that's why Ryan can't be with us. But we've got Joe Turney, Paulie Massimino, and Austin Garrison with us. First of all, we'll come to you, Joe. Welcome back to the US. It's been a few months. And a track that is probably, for a driver coming back, is not the easiest to get used to.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me back firstly. But yeah, it's a nice spot, good track. I think the racing's been pretty good today as well. It definitely creates some like tight points going up the hill and then coming back down. So yeah, it wasn't difficult to. It was difficult to learn, and it took a while doing both as well. So we got there in the end just before quali. But yeah.
And of course, you're back here with the J. Howard driver development team, but in different colours with the Alonso chassis. You know, that must be pleasing for you to get that chassis, that brand, up towards the front for Kart Republic as well.
Yeah, for sure. In the end, obviously it is a Kart Republic, but different colours, different suit, and it looks pretty nice. So we thought we'd use it this week.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you to talk a little bit more about the racing shortly. Paulie, you know, I wouldn't say a dominant day. You'd be there or thereabouts in both classes. You've got a little bit more to give, do you think? You know, tomorrow, you've got, how much more have you got to find, do you think, to get yourself actually on terms with Ryan and with Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like today we were struggling this whole weekend, to be honest. We started off practice and we could just never get close. Like I was starting to think, you know, like we were pretty far off on setup. Made a lot of changes. Still haven't really. Well, we made big gains, but honestly, I think I just kind of been driving the track wrong. So towards the end of the day today, I've been trying to figure out a little bit how to drive it a little bit differently. In X30, it was hard because in practice, we were never really around anyone besides Joe, but him and I were riding 8th and 9th, I think. So, yeah, we've been making big gains. I just got to keep working on my drive a little bit, maybe get the cart a little bit closer, and see if we have anything tomorrow.
And a lot's been said about the way that this track is changed in terms of how it takes rubber down, that the grip levels have changed. It was always a very slippery track, and now a lot of people are saying that it's got a lot of grip. Is that something that you're finding? Is that possibly why you say, like in your own words, you're struggling to drive it? Is it because the tarmac has changed in terms of how it takes that MG rubber?
Honestly, I haven't really noticed the track changing majorly. I think there's been minor changes, but nothing crazy. Honestly, I think, you know, we were here a few years ago and we were pretty decent, but they changed the curbing, and, you know, I don't feel like we've been this far off on everything when we've come here before. So I don't think the track's been changing much. I think I just kind of, like I said, I've been driving the track wrong.
Okay, we'll move over. Thank you, Paulie. We'll move over to Austin. Austin, you're the only driver here in front of us that's not doing double duty. Is that a help or a hindrance, considering how hot it's been today and how physical the track is?
Well, from how I'm feeling out there, I think it's definitely better on my end than these guys doing double duty. I think the track it's long, it's physical. You have to go and, you know, hit curbs. It's different than last time when we were here. Feels like there's definitely more grip on the track than last time we were here. The different tire compound for the yellows and reds, with the reds laid out a lot more rubber now than the old style red. So definitely, I'm feeling it. I know these guys are probably feeling it a lot more than me. I just bellyache about it a little bit more because I'm old.
Well, I was going to come on to that. I wasn't going to say the O word, but in terms of experience, we've seen this weekend, of all the young guns coming into X30 Pro, it's the drivers that have been around for a few years that are dominating. Is that to do with the track, or is that simply to do with how you manage a weekend when there's money on the line tomorrow but not today?
Yeah, no, you definitely want to manage it in the right way and you know, not overdo something or try to go and overcompensate and, you know, take risks that you don't really need to go and take to go and actually just have a good starting spot for, with the
Talladega 500 about to fire up behind us. But
I was going to say that, I mean, I have to say, the crew here at USPKS, they put on a bit of a show for us. In the background, you can hear about a dozen classic pony cars, muscle cars from the 60s and 70s that are about to go and cover this lovely go-kart track with oil and other sorts of rubber. Before we open it up to questions to the audience, one quick word for all of you. And I don't expect you to give away any trade secrets. What's it going to take to put Mr. Antenatal Yoga Class Norberg off top spot tomorrow, Joe?
I think for all of us, probably about 4/10 a lap faster in the second half of the race.
Paulie?
Yeah, I agree with Joe, and I think the only other option is you don't want to hate on someone like that, but they miss it.
And lastly, Austin, I'm sure we're going to get a gem here.
Need about 16 more horsepower. No, I was kidding. No, I just think you need to go and pass him and kind of get him shuffled back a little bit. So I mean, it's always been like that of him. When he gets in his zone, he's really good at staying out in front, not worried about anything. But you definitely need to go and pass him and ruffle his feathers up. If he can start to get shuffled back, it'll be harder for him to go out there and get a clean slate and just go and check out from everybody.
Okay, well, thank you for your candor. We'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, let's here. Anyone else got one to start? If not, I will. We'll go. Caleb, you got one? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to talk to Austin and Paulie. You guys were pretty close to each other on the racetrack there in Heat 2, Heat 3. Talk about that a little bit, Austin. I know you guys made a little bit of contact in Heat 3. Talk about it in the conversation after.
Yeah, so in Heat 2, like we talked about it where he was just like it's difficult to go and catch somebody. I'm faster on different parts of the track than he is, and vice versa. And yeah, just a late move on the inside, had some contact, and I fell back. But it's tough because like I said, if I'm faster on this half of the track and he's faster on this other side, and he knows that he's faster than me, you only got one given shot to go and end up moving forward, then you got to do what you really got to go and do. Kind of same thing when we were at the last race in Cincinnati. I did a late send on him, but it gets difficult when everybody's running the same exact time. Like we all ran threes or our fastest lap in the last heat race today, so it makes it tough.
Oh, you. I mean, how hard was it to pass out there, if anything? Because it took you a while to get by Austin.
Yeah, I mean, like even in Heat 2, I felt like where I passed it, or where I tried to pass him was like the only spot I could. Luckily, his cart kind of fell off a little bit, so I was able to catch back up and pass him in a different spot. But yeah, I tried to throw it in there in Heat 2, and I didn't have it, so I backed out of it. So in Heat 3, I figured I'd just try and be a little bit more aggressive and hope that he would kind of back out. But for me, it probably was a little bit too aggressive for how early it was in the race. So maybe I should have tried and see if I could get a run somewhere else. But like Austin said, it's super hard. Everybody's so close, obviously besides Ryan. But so it's hard not to go take if it's right in front of you.
Oh, sorry guys. Here, Alex, I know you got one.
Joe, I want to go over to you because I feel like at least on my end, I've consistently asked Ryan, what's it going to take to beat you? But do you feel like this is the first time or one of the first times where like you're kind of on the back foot to Ryan? Is this the toughest, challenge yet for you versus Ryan?
Yeah, I think so. There's obviously been times when I've finished Saturday a bit stronger, and then there's been times where we've been similar. But I think this is probably one of the first times where it's like, we're doing a lot tonight to try and find speed because I don't think we've got the car to win at the moment. So we'll, I don't want to change too much because obviously when you put 4 new tyres on in the final, things can change, and we still want to we don't want to go too crazy. But I think we've definitely got some stuff to do for tomorrow.
You've had a chance to lead today in the KA class, and visually it looked like the dust out there played a factor. Was it difficult out there to lead with all the dust on the racetrack at times?
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's why probably Ryan doesn't look that strong for 5 laps in the heats as well, because he's the one picking up all the dust, but as soon as that dust clears, he just absolutely goes. And yeah, I mean, I led one of the KA heats, and it actually wasn't too bad. at that point in the day. But then if the wind comes, it makes everything hard. And yeah, but we'll see tomorrow. It should be. Yeah, I think the KA is going to be close for everyone. Like nobody driving away in that. But the X30, it could be a bit more of a boring sort of, just a race where you need to be fast.
Austin, over to you. I mean, you three are amongst the best that we have in the country here, but I just want to hear from you because I feel like on a personal end, this is probably one of the tougher racetracks that we go to be consistent at. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, no, they 100%. Going in like corner 1 and 2, well, the real corner 1 and 2. I don't count corner 1 as a straightaway, but going into the first right-hander and lefts, it's easy to go and overdrive that and turn it a little bit too early and take too much curbing, and then it kind of spits you off on the left, and it's hard on the chassis and it's hard on you, and you end up almost flying off the racetrack. And next thing you know, you drop two tenths just by trying to push a little bit harder. And even going down, coming back down to corner 4, corner 5, whatever you want to call it, that downhill left, that's a blind corner as well. And you try to go and break a little bit deeper, try to go and catch somebody, and it's very easy to miss that whole corner, and you just slide super wide, and it makes it really, really tough. So you want to be on edge to keep up with people in front of you, but it's you try to go and push a little bit too hard, and you end up hurting yourself even more. Like on other tracks, you can push at that 102% or whatever you want to go and call it, but here if you do that, you might get away with it for a lap or so, but then you're going to make a pretty big error in corner 1 and 2 or corner 4.
Next up, we'll do David Cole, EKN.
Thanks, Xander. Joe, let's start with you. I'm looking at your shirt. Is there breaking news right now? You're going to run USF Pro Championships?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to get that clear. This is your first time at Road America. Talk about the experience of coming here. Obviously, the area really loves motorsports. Talk about coming here, and have you ever been to a facility like this before?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, yeah, the facility's really cool. Like we've got these cars going around today. There's been cars going around since we got here on Tuesday as well on the racetrack, and it's pretty cool to have that going on at the same time. But yeah, I mean the place is pretty cool too. I came out a bit early and played some golf around for the first few days, and then yeah, we're in a small town. I think the population's only about 600 people, but if you go there, especially Friday and Saturday, it's full of people, and there's some cool racing bars and stuff that are full of stickers and stuff. So I think we'll try and bring some name stickers tonight and put one up there.
What's your handicap?
Too high. Too high.
All right. We'll try and get a karting golf outings here soon. Paulie, you guys are staying Sheboygan, right? You have no idea where you're staying. Where's the go-to meeting place right now for you guys this weekend?
We went to this barbecue spot the one night, and then the night after that, I just got DoorDash. We were out late the night before. We were so busy working on the karts.
You look tired.
So I just DoorDashed some sushi, and then last night we had the cookout, which was really good.
Yeah, excellent. Austin, you're here in the category X30 by yourself under the Speed Concepts team. Do you feel that's a hinder, or do you just you go about your business as usual?
Obviously, it definitely helps having other drivers be underneath the same category as you. Like I said, always in the past, you can go and test one thing, and then another driver can go and test another. But Paulie's kind of in that same bracket this weekend. But I kind of always been our lead driver at X30 Senior, and they kind of always like go off of my feedback and what direction the track's going, and I got a pretty good grasp on all of that. So, but yeah, like I said, it's easy, makes it a little bit easier on you when you have a couple more people to try tire pressure this weekend, because nobody knows here at this racetrack. Last time we were here, you're running 18 psi or 16 psi. This weekend, it's way different. And like on Raleigh's team, you have 4 different X30 seniors where you can go out at 10, 12, 14, 16 pounds, and this worked here, lower pressures, or this worked here, higher pressures. So you can figure that out faster with a team like that, but for us, it takes us a little bit longer.
Austin, kind of building off that, I hadn't gotten the chance to check the stickers on the engines this weekend and see who Mario, are you at least able to, is Speed Lab supplying any other guys in X30 Senior that you've been able to at least compare, like, motor data and stuff like that to?
We haven't compared too much really on other X30 Senior drivers that are out there. They kind of have their own their own deal going on. But anybody who like needs help or wants help will obviously come over here, and then we can go and look at data, motor data, and everything, and try to help them out. But this weekend not too much. We had that happen.
Joe, I'll go to you, and then I know Henry, you've got one as well. Joe, you obviously had to start on the outside for all 3 of those KA senior heats. Even still, both in KA and in X30, you had typical late end of the run Joe Turney pace that was at least even to some of the others, if not a little bit better. But looking to tomorrow and having gone through it 3 times today in KA alone, how tough is it to start on the outside here first?
Yeah, it is rough. I think if you're on the first 2 rows, it's not too bad, but then the further back you go, it just gets really tough because you've got to try and get in for the left without cutting the track. But yeah, there was one KA heat where I think someone made it 3 wide, went inside of the inside row, and then that really screwed my run, through that turn and up the hill, so I lost quite a few spots. So as long as everyone stays 2 by 2, it's not too bad, but as soon as you get a few more people, and that guy just wrecked. Yeah. As soon as you get a few more people getting side by side, and it's the same down the hill as well. The track's super dusty on the inside, so yeah, even when you pass someone a bit on the dirt, you feel it for half a lap you're a bit slow in front of them.
And then kind of the latter half of the point there before I'll pass it back over to Henry. In terms of all 3 of the X30 heats, you were stronger at the end of the run. We know the final is obviously a lot longer. Is that any kind of extra confidence? All you guys seem to be a bit down on needing a bit more for Ryan, but can you at least hold your head high and if the race is twice as long, maybe?
No, I think, the last heat we changed a couple of things, and it was definitely wrong, so I think the delta to Ryan was a bit more than it should have been. I don't think he is 4 tenths quick or 3 tenths, whatever it was, but because the second heat I was pretty close for a lot of it. I don't think I'll be too far, but he's definitely faster right now than us, so we'll change some small things for tomorrow and see. But yeah, it'll be tough. I mean, he's not going to slow down, so we've got to work.
You did touch on something you mentioned earlier about someone just wrecking on the track, and Austin, you've also talked about it. Off camera, the organisers have arranged for about 15 or so American muscle cars from the 60s and early 70s to go out and to do some form of drifting competition or some sort of demonstration runs. You've all been looking at the track, with a different rubber or any oil that goes down on the track. Could that have an effect on you guys tomorrow as you're looking at what's going on out there and how long it's going to go? Is that going to change the track conditions, do you think? Anyone can answer.
I don't know. I don't usually go out behind drift cars, so possibly, but it might bring some dirt on the track.
I mean, it's lovely. The kids are watching it. The kids are having a great time, and it's a wonderful thing for the organisers to do. But realistically, I mean, you're looking at the track could feel slightly different.
I think by the time we go out, we should be good. But the people who are out in front of us, morning warm up, if they all spin out going down corner 4, it's because some guy drinking Bud Light dropped oil all over his 1974 383 stroker muscle car that he's got.
That was good. Now, before we wrap things up, I mean, one thing, I'm not going to ask you to do it now, but before we go, Joe, your job as an Englishman is to explain the rules of cricket to these 2 fine Americans, and you 2 have got to explain what a Rocky Mountain oyster is to Mr. Turney before we go.
I actually don't know which of you guys are going to be more confused trying to do the explanation. I want to see this.
You never had a Rocky Mountain oyster? Never heard of
Never.
it? You like fried food?
Yeah.
You like hush puppies?
Not happening.
You ever like fried mushroom or any
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
So, you like fried chicken?
Mm-hmm.
If you go somewhere and they have Rocky Mountain oysters, it's equivalent to fried chicken, and I recommend getting it.
Yeah. Is that a thing around here, or
it's
just an American
It's
thing?
what weird people eat.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Should I just tell them what it is or no?
Is he going to be able to eat one tonight? Doubtful.
I don't think
I don't think they have Rocky Mountain oyster in Wisconsin. So I think you better break the news to him. But he's going to have to try one because they are a delicacy.
So you like milk? right? You drink milk at all? Or,
Yeah.
Well, you go a little bit further back, there's testicles, and they take those off and throw them in the fryer, and they call that a Rocky Mountain oyster.
Oh shit!
I swear.
I'll probably avoid that.
Yeah.
You know, I watched Clarkson's Farm and learned of that. Cricket, a sport that lasts for 5 days and can still end in a tie.
Hold on. Now, he's supposed to explain it, not you.
Okay, yeah. So you said that weird people eat that. So weird people play cricket as well, which it's like. So it's like. I've played it like once, but it's kind of like baseball. But instead of running round bases, you just run to and forward. Like there's like 30 feet away to sticks and get points. And if they hit the sticks, you stand in front of them. When they bowl the ball, if you miss it and it hits the sticks, you're out. And it's so boring. It's terrible. Such a terrible sport.
All right, we'll let anyone else who has one final question here. DC, I'll let you lead it off. We'll go around if anyone has any more, and then I'll close this out here. So, DC, you got anything else you want to add? If you're good, he's good. All right, Caleb's good. Alex, Kyle, you guys got any more? Good. All right, fellas, we'll go around the horn to kind of let you guys both give a little bit of thanks in case we don't get to see you tomorrow for a little more relaxed time like this. Austin, I'll start with you here. Kind of closing thoughts on the day, the weekend. I mean, this place is nice, right? Talking about getting to come back here. It's been a couple of years. Have you enjoyed your time back here and all that?
Yeah, you know, it's nice coming out here to a track that nobody really runs at each year, so it changes everything up because all the other tracks that we go to, everybody's been there a bunch of times, and here not so much, you know, not for our national tours that go and come through here. But yeah, it's a nice small town, very nice people around here, and you know, like I said, I haven't really experienced too much of food and stuff like that. But you know, it's nice to go and be somewhere that we're not here too often. You know, and I think these guys put on a pretty great show, and having all these other cars going out on the racetrack, the TA2s or whatever that's out there now. I had a couple of buddies who are over there racing this weekend. So they come over and we go all and talk and
you and Paulie have coached a couple of the kids running TA2 this weekend.
Yeah.
A few of them were running here just 3 years ago.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy how all that, you know, goes and changes. But you know, you see them out there driving on the car track, and you know, it's awesome. It's like no other place that you really go to.
I don't know if either of you guys got to see, but while we're still on the PA here, before I give you, Paulie, a chance for kind of a final word, one really cool thing, and I want to give a specific thanks on the PA to the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex kart track staff. They actually had us up on the Jumbotrons all around the racetrack whenever the TA cars weren't racing, and they weren't doing their live feeds. So your guys' battles, I think the third heat for sure. I think a good bit of the K heats in the morning and the X30 stuff, and that'll be up again tomorrow. And that's, again, I mean, this whole facility's been, I don't think we've been to a place where they've been so excited to have us. So that, right. Like you said, it's cool. It's a good change of scenery for sure.
Yeah, and I definitely seen people coming from the car truck. I guess I don't know if they heard us having another race go on here, and people were getting all excited because you guys are chanting and hooting and hollering at what was going on. But they were lined up back over there on the other side of the bridge trying to go and see what's going on. There's people standing on the bridge, you know, and I feel like those were people from the car track, not necessarily from the karting track, which is cool to see, you know, a different set of eyes seeing what we go and do on the inside, because they're all running cars and we're entirely separate.
Yeah, because I think I need to double check if today was free general admission or camping or very low. So I mean, the Trans Am Series, it's not an Indy car from last week, but it's still, there's a good amount of spectators here, and you guys are getting in front of a lot of eyes between, again, not just the Jumbotron right here by the kart track, but every single big screen on the property. Whenever they haven't been running their feed, has been running ours, which is really cool. Paulie, final thoughts? Anything you want to kind of send off in case we don't get to see you tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm glad we came back to this facility. It's absolutely beautiful. Everything is well taken care of, you know, from the lawn to the track to the bathrooms, you know, everything. So, very beautiful facility. I like this track a lot. I don't know. I'm glad we got to come back. It's super cool to be able to have, you know, the big track. You know, if you ever get bored, that's always something to go and do. So it's super cool having all those cars out there, especially the TA2 race this weekend. Like you said, you know, there's a bunch of those guys that, you know, that came from karting, that been with us or whatnot. So it's super cool to see their progression in the sport. Yeah, so like I said, I wish we could come back here more. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're lucky, if we don't have any unintended delays tomorrow, I think we'll be wrapping up and probably setting up for this while the TA2 guys are getting ready to go green. So we'll get a pretty decent view. And who knows? Kyle tossed the idea a bit earlier. Maybe we take you guys down to the beach tomorrow, the Mission Foods beach across the way, and do this over there. Joe,
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm up for that. Yeah.
It'd be a little better view with the red Solo Cups. We'll definitely make sure we stock you guys for tomorrow after the day.
It's only Gatorade.
Joe, I'll give you a last word too, but I know DC pressed you earlier in the week, but I didn't get to catch up with you. You know, your schedule, being the Globetrotter that you are, is constantly kind of shifting a little bit. I know you guys come into the year with a plan, and even like you mentioned in Orlando, the plan for 23 was not to have you as much as we got to have you. We've got basically, you know, more or less 4 more majors left that kind of align with, you know, what they would want to run you in if it hit, right? The SCUSA Summer Nats at the end of July. This series, the US Pro Kart Series finale in early August. Miami Grands, of course, you know, last time you were there, you took a lot of Eric's money. And on Labor Day weekend there, and then the Super Nats. So what can you say? What do you know? What are you hoping for?
At the moment, there's one that I can do in August, I think. There's a race at Newcastle that I can do.
That would be the round 4 of this series, yeah.
Whether I do it or not, I'm not sure. It'd be nice to come over as always. So, yeah, apart from that, I think Vegas was a shame. But, yeah, Vegas is awesome, and it's something nice to look forward to finish off our year. So, yeah, that should be... I think Vegas, maybe that USPKS in Newcastle. Apart from that, then I'm pretty tied up.
Well, nonetheless, man, it's cool to have you back before Vegas, and that you're able to make this one. We missed you. I'll give you a chance here for your last thoughts here on anything else.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for the warm welcome back from everyone. It's been a good weekend until this point. So yeah, I think the KA race tomorrow should be a really good close race. And who actually starts P3 in X30? You. Who starts third in X30?
It's not Austin, I know that.
Yeah, I know Emery's down
why.
on comms, and I know DC's looking it up as well. So we'll figure it out, one of the two. It's there you
so
go.
we're second, third, and fourth.
I'm
yeah, you're right. Straight across. So yeah, Paulie's on the inside.
Second, third, and fourth.
Second, third, fourth. Yeah, you're second. Paulie's third. AG's fourth.
You start polling,
there
K.
we go.
I'm chopped.
Yeah, and you're
14th.
yeah.
Nah, I don't know. Probably like somewhere in the top 5, I would think.
So yeah, we'll see for X30, but it's up to Paulie.
Oh yeah, you guys are
On that inside.
first and third for KA apparently.
Cool. Nice. No
Yeah,
break
you're
checking.
pole, and Paulie, you're third for KA. So same thing.
I'm third in K.
That's yeah, you're third in KA. Caden McQueen on the outside of the front row. You're third.
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
So you can practice screwing me into the chicane in KA and then do it in X30.
Yeah, I'll try something.
Thank you.
See if it works. If not, I'll try something different.
Cool.
Get 2 chances.
Sounds good, boys. Well, we'll sign it off. We appreciate all the time, fellas. We know you guys got some work to do, and hopefully some rest to catch up on. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.